Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we gon' play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we gon' play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we gon' play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we gon' play. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. People call you crazy when you stand up for justice. If you have no heart, then you're not about justice. Put the mind to the pedal and the foot on the gas. Hit the overdrive, tower coming at last. Everybody wants to eat when my people stay hungry. Blood in the book, slavery, but this country came to this land by forced migration. Built this nation on blacks and plantations. You got nerve calling my people lazy. If you labor with interest, then you're gonna pay me. This ain't a moral problem, this is all about cash. 40 acres and a mule, stop hiding the stash. Karma hits you harder than a case of whiplash. Evidence is overwhelming, there is nowhere to dash. If you wanna run away, you'll be hitting the wall. Till you pay for reparations, you will steadily fall. Woo! Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we gon' play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we gon' play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we gon' play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we gon' play. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. We stay on code when I'm messing with you. We'll put this country red, white, and blue. If you don't like it, then you can kick rocks. As a collective, we're juggernauts. Light up the phoenix, start up the flame. Where's the money? You are to blame. Give me the cash, give me this land. This is our country, this is for fam. Call to sin, it's really a crime. Debt is due, haven't paid us a dime. Politics is your oppression. Blacks do time, you make Smith and Wesson. We don't make crack, lock us up for weed. They got our wealth, yes sir, indeed. But soil will see, don't need you to lead. Cause all that you let is making my people bleed. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we gon' play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we gon' play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we gon' play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we gon' play. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code.
If we find out that a team takeover is showing up, we are showing up with a dozen people with AR-15s. We're going to exercise our Second Amendment right.
Yeah. You got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up if you get near me. Now I can get gangster if you keep talking your shit. Tricks is for kids. Better find your ass somebody to play with. Cause these hands is rated E for everybody. I don't give a fuck who you call, but you better call somebody. Cause ain't shit about me scary. You better guard your grill. Cause one thing about me, I ain't scared to kill. So go on and lace your boots up, and we can run them hands. You don't want these problems with this grown-ass man. You got me fucked up, right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games. So hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up. You gon' get fucked up. If you get near me. If you get near me. You got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games. So hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up. You gon' get fucked up. If you get near me. I see you must think I'm pussy. Cause I let you make it. Don't let the smooth taste fool you. I'm a dog, I can't fake it. I've been trying to spare your ass, but I see you on a buck. You ain't scaring nobody, cause I'm dangerous as fuck. Now all bullshit aside, this ain't what you really want. I've been slapping bitches since grade school. Now play with me if you want. You done got away with a lot, but that shit coming to an end. Been nice for as long as I can. Ain't taking no more losses, so fuck you then. You got me fucked up. Hey. Hell yeah, you lost my trust. Yeah, I said fuck you with a lot of disrespect. Keep coming at me sideways. I'ma keep my foot on your neck. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games. So hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up. You gon' get fucked up. If you get near me. You got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games. So hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up if you get near me. What's up, bitch? What's up, bitch? Cookout vibes, but don't get it twisted. in their hand, everybody feeling right. Whole block outside, yeah, we lit tonight. But I hear a little talk from the side of the yard. Couple dudes loud like they trying too hard, talking about they beat up everybody here. I'm like, hold up, who is everybody here? Cause we chillin', we ain't even on that. But they poppin' it like they don't know facts. I'm lean back, but I'm peeping the tone. Like they must not know who they talking on. I ain't tryna kill the vibe, keep it smooth. But don't let your mouth get you into something you can't move. We cool over here, but don't get confused. Cause once it go left, ain't no calling the truth. Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? Who the fuck y'all niggas? Y'all niggas talking to? Who the fuck y'all niggas? Y'all niggas talking to? It can't be I bet you won't. Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? Who the fuck y'all niggas? Y'all niggas talking to? Who the fuck y'all niggas? Y'all niggas talking. Say it again. Who you talking to? Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? We don't do no talking. We just show and prove. Still got my plate, but my focus locked in. They still running miles like they ready to win. Homies looking at me like, you hear what they said. I'm like, yeah, but they don't wanna go there. Cause we don't do scenes, we don't do the most. But respect get checked if you're doing it close. You can keep it cool, keep your pride intact, or step around the corner where it's sad, it's sad. Walked up calm like say that again. Whole energy shifted when I looked at them. Ain't no yelling, I ain't raising my tone. Just letting them know they speaking on. We ain't loud, but we solid for real. You can feel what it is when we step in the field. Keep it peaceful, that's all that it takes. Are we taking that turn right up off the gate? Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? It can't be I bet you won't. Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? Say it again. Who you talking to? Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? We don't do no talking. We just show and prove. Now the music still playing, but it feel off beat. Same sunshine, but it ain't as sweet. All that loud talk got real low quick. When they seen ain't no joke like this. We was all good, we was all one vibe. Now it's man and man can't nowhere hide. Respect go far, better keep it true. We'll find out quick who you talking to. Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? Better watch your move. Better watch your move. I don't play with you. Who the fuck y'all niggas talking to? Oh, y'all niggas talking to.
Before I say a word, let me remind you, I'm not built from convenience. I'm built from calling. I'm built from storms I didn't schedule and blessings I didn't bargain for. I'm built from women who prayed with cracked voices and still hit heaven like a drum. I'm built from men who worked with tied hands and still held their families like scripture. So respectfully, I'm built different. And some folks only understand boundaries when they finally collide with one. I don't match energy. I set the temperature. I walk in the room and the atmosphere checks itself. I speak soft and the noise remembers its place. I move slow and time stops acting brand new. I don't clap back, I call back my peace. I don't raise hell, I raise standards. And that alone will make the unhealed start sweating under their own intentions. Because when you're built from prayer pressure and a little bit of southern steel, your silence becomes a sermon. And your stillness becomes a warning. I don't need to prove I'm chosen. I just walk like someone heaven refuses to lose. Respectfully, I'm built different. Not louder, not meaner. Just rooted, just covered, just chosen, just grown. Respectfully, I'm not here to prove nothing. I'm here to protect everything God placed in my hands. I used to explain myself to people who couldn't even hear God whisper my name. I used to overgive to folks who couldn't even hold what I handed them. I used to shrink so small, I could have slipped under a closed door and nobody would have noticed. But now, I let my boundaries speak fluent truth. Now I let my distance do the heavy lifting. Now I let my peace be the loudest thing in the room. If you feel a shift, it's because I stopped carrying what wasn't mine. If you feel distance, it's because I stopped bending to fit your comfort. If you feel heated, it's because I stopped dimming my fire to warm people who never intended to stay. Respectfully, I'm not the one, but I am the one God keeps cover. And that's why I glow like I do. That's why I walk like I do. That's why I don't flinch when the storm starts raising his voice. I don't need applause. I don't need permission. I don't need validation from voices that don't speak my language. My worth is fluent in heaven. My boundaries are bilingual in grace and grit. My spirit is a southern woman's inheritance. Strong, sweet, steady, sanctified, and stitched together with the kind of love that don't break under pressure. I'm not built from ego, I'm built from endurance. I'm built from every no that saved me and every yes that grew me. I don't chase, I don't beg, I don't bargain with my peace. I don't fold, I don't flinch, I don't fear what I've already survived. I don't raise hell, I raise standards. And if that feels like a problem, then baby, that boundary was meant for you. I don't clap back, I call back my peace. I don't match energy, I set the temperature. And if the room gets too warm for you, step out. I'm not cooling off no more. Respectfully, I'm built different. I don't break easy, I don't bend wrong. I don't bow to chaos, I don't beg for peace. I become it respectfully. I'm not raising hell, I'm raising standards. And if you feel the shift, that's your sign to move. Respectfully, I'm built different, and I stand on it barefoot, unbothered.
All right. All right. All right. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I am your host, Seduction Doll, aka Lady Che, or the Black Villain, or Brandy. You can call me Brandy too as well. Just don't call me out my name. So, okay. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. As probably get about 2 now. You know, we made some negotiations. Damn it. I was on strike. Now I'm off strike. So creative bartering was going on my end. Anyway, just joking. I decided to pull a show together. Well, Jesse got some rest because he's been out there moving around and shit and been pretty busy. So, he decided he needs some rest. So I took the opportunity to get in a show before we got Shabbat Grand Rising. So this is usually the witching hour for me. Shout out to guys. Navi, thank you. I waved at you earlier. I want to interrupt the grooves. And I had to switch it up. I'm an Aries, so can't have the same grooves going on every show. So I found some new ones. And I put them up there so that we could listen to them before the show opened up. What we're going to talk about is pretty much the aftermath and Carmela Anthony, right? I mean, I think I was pretty fucking blatantly clear every time we ran a show on Frontline Black News of how I felt and how I feel. I recommend everybody go listen to the Black Authority the last couple of days. It's been pretty, TBA always provides an education, so that's some excellent education. I've been listening to it for a long time. Prior to I and Jesse getting together, when I had a chance to, when I was outside. Hold on, baby. Let's see what you said. Let me see. Yeah, no, he's really tired. He's really tired. He also too, it takes a lot to do these programs. So, he's running fucking marathons, goddamn it. It's driving me fucking crazy. So he needed a break. Let somebody else get him some time, right? But he was outside today filming, so that's from my heart. Anyway, I still my glasses back. Okay, so yeah, I was pretty clear about how I felt. In TBA, pretty much the last 2 days of broadcasting have been very insightful. So I recommend all of you go and listen to that last 2 days if you had or you hadn't. I recommend that you do because it's insightful. I also recommend that you listen to Afro Elite today because his broadcast was pretty insightful as well. I was sleeping, but I got in a piece or two. Of what he was talking about, so which was pretty insightful. Now, Black family, I say this: these motherfucking racist, race baiting, fucking tyrants. They're out there. They're just wanting us. They're just trying to get us to be reactive. Now, we was pretty reactive that night, and we still are. It's almost to the point of, like, we're going to go over some, I can't stand John Walsh. Okay, Matt Walsh. Fuck him. I hope he gets canceled. I'm going to go over that too. Matt Walsh found himself saying some ugly, egregious shit. And every time I can only get through like the first fucking 5 minutes of it. And that's like the gist of what he's talking about. And it's always on some old fucking, it's like, Jesse created the term White Lives Matter. I was there, right there, when he recreated it. But if we had to put that in a motherfucking Urban Dictionary, I would put that right there with a face of Matt Walsh and the term White Lives Matter. Because that motherfucker is beyond ridiculous. To, like, paid racist. Like, that's just, you can't convince me of anything else. You know what I mean? And every time again, he's saying some bullshit up in there. I just cannot believe. Well, he found himself making a motherfucking comment that I didn't like. Obviously, saying statements, like blatant statements, like we as Black people don't have any motherfucking rights. White people are being white people will be terminated off the fucking planet. Just the stupidest motherfucking propaganda. And I want to go over that too, because he touches on 2 topics that we should be focused on. The teen takeovers, which what they're calling. I have a broadcast in one of my folders where a couple of brothers go over it and they really tackle it, and they really ask the questions I've been asking, about them, which aren't what the news and everybody else is asking or doing. Which is very important, family, because they're coming after our young men. They're coming after them. They're going to be coming after all their children, but teenagers, they really want to lock them fuckers up. I'm with it. Nope, I'm not with it. Also, too, family, I saw something about Judge Joe Brown said some raggedy ass raccoon shit too. I'm not really in the mood for that. So I try to pick some stuff that I felt was a little different. You're probably gonna see it a lot in the new black media when they finally get around to finding these little these artifacts. I call them artifacts. These motherfucking blatantly disrespectful interviews, and we're gonna see a little bit with the parents, and some stuff. I was asking a lot of questions. As we know that the boy has filed for appeal, and he should get the best lawyer for humanly possible. We're gonna play his parents' interview. I'm gonna play the motherfucking Metcalf's father's interviews. Because he just decided, look, for all them motherfuckers saying it wasn't about race, shame. The motherfucking daddy showed it's exactly about race. Now, everybody know that when you have a child, you raise your child with some of the same ideology that you have within yourself. Me and Jesse were talking about it earlier. I said, if we had a child together, because I told son that, because we had a child together, I would want to empower my child to say he's black and beautiful, but empower him, like be emboldened to be proud of being black, and not to let nobody put their motherfucking hands on him. Kid would probably be a little bit a little militant, a little motherfucking, I'm not gonna say a lot militant, because that's just me, but empowered, emboldened. If I, come from a motherfucking mothers of black nationalists, you're gonna be empowered, and I said, and them motherfucking mongoloids fucking empower their children with racism and white supremacy against black people, and that's what we're seeing. So you can't say a motherfucker isn't about race. Look, the little motherfucking the Metcalfs are racist. And as simple as that. The sons racist. You can't tell me they weren't. You know what I mean? So we're gonna go over that. Sadly, they went on the Breakfast Club. Well, we don't like that. As a signal booster here in Denver, it is necessary that we do a crime bill. Apparently, if y'all know, I've been working really fucking hard. I got 7 bills and 64 pages of bills. I would give y'all a little taste of it. I'm not on my fucking computer, and my webcam on my computer doesn't work. I don't have it downloaded to my tablet. But the thing is also too, family, is that Jesse just told me that the people that were supposed to sponsor it are termed out. So I either have to wait till the next session starts, but I have to find somebody to sponsor it, because I'm just a civilian. I'm not in legislation. I'm just a civilian, right? Doing God's work. This is God's work, family. And so that gives me a couple of months to really tighten it up, clean it up. If it, every time there's a change with the new black media or something that should be added, I go and make those adjustments to appease the new black media, which will ultimately be in benefit of FBA, right? Let's not let the shade deflect the message. Reparations are owed and due, and they have to happen now. And according to the new black media, everything that's surrounded in that, apply that to that statement. I've been working on putting it on a presentation, like a slideshow, and I didn't know how to do it, family. I only have I don't have not formally educated, self-taught, and I'm utilizing whatever tool sets I have in front of me to make sure that it goes in their language and it's not broad and ambiguous fucking word salad. It's easy and it's plain. I'm going to say make it plain. It's making it plain. And 64 pages is a lot of motherfucking pages, but I've seen things go to like 250, 700. So I'm trying to keep it at a very under three digits, okay? And that includes everything from reparations to enforcement to police. I mean, I'm covering like 7 different topics, including a crime bill and like an anti policing act, anti-policing bill. That shit needs to change. I think I said that wrong. I gotta look at it while I said it. Anyway, family, I don't show you because it just takes one motherfucker to do a screenshot and steal my shit. Okay, that's why. We had a lot. I'm the one that has a problem with motherfuckers stealing my intellectual property. Jesse has it where it's verbally they'll steal his intellectual property, but me verbally and written, they'll steal my shit. So I don't like it, and I'm trying to compose myself. Like family, they want us to act out. They really do. And in hindsight, we're kind of due for it. We're kind of due for a little, showing them what it is. They're asking for it, and might as well, but we can't. Also, too, we can't stay idle and get picked on either, or picked at. And we don't have no soft targets, family. They're trying to make us a soft target because we're being passive. It looks like, whatever. But honestly, family, we shouldn't give in to these motherfucking races, because then we'll all be sitting up in there, and none of us will be able to help anybody. Just take it too far? What? I mean, never. It just seems that way, Afro Elite was going over a show, and he was showing some videos there where racists are actively started fucking with us, basically, in different ways, lady at the gym, lady moving into our house, things like that. This is real. This is really happening. They come up in our chats, they disturb our peace, and they don't want to get on the platform to argue. They just want to type. They want to be texting keyboard typists, and that's not gonna work. Not here. The Revolutionary Agenda is a B1 FBA platform. The things I show here on the Revolutionary Agenda are for your betterment in education, because we don't get told anything in the news to prepare us for certain things. And it's only because I live in Colorado, I live in Aurora, and I watch the news, and certain things aren't being told to me, and that's what got me on that tip. And if it's like that for me here, it's like that everywhere. So my point of the RVA is I touch certain topics that either that aren't being expressed to Black folk, or I dig deep into other topics. And I explore what the whites are saying about the shit. Not because they're entertaining, because believe me, they're not. But you should know what everybody's saying about something all at once. You need to be prepared that way to know all the avenues of treason. You know what I mean? No matter how light I am, I'm Black first. So when people come up here, they get that black first work. I'll ask you questions like the new black media. I'll ask you where the fuck you from. I will even make bold statements and call you a tether. I do that. I'm just on the same alignment. There's no difference. The only difference is fucking what? Fair skin? That's it. That's all. Okay? But I know in this area, there's no punk in this area. And so when I see things, I call it out and I make sure that everybody knows I called it out at the moment. Okay? I'm in the moment. You ready to see me go back in the past if I say that, oh, that shit is old. I could be like last week. You know what I mean? My minutes are right now. Like I'm in that minute. What I'm doing while I have the chance to do it is just to make sure that Colorado and when I say Colorado FBAs get what is owed, which is reparations, and the truth be told. Okay? So that one day we can all live peacefully, not with them, but just peacefully as being black. Which leads me back to this Carmelo Anthony thing. We're seeing black people say disturbing coon shit, and that's what it's gonna be. And we have to call that out. We have to let them know, and they're just marking their path out of coming out with us. We have to leave some people behind, or they will get us killed. That type of energy, okay? And we just can't feed into whatever they want us to feed. And believe me, family, I'm the most triggered, and I'm a reactionary, okay? I know how to not be reactionary. So with some of the things, it gets me hyped. I'm like the worst motherfucker. It gets me hyped. Like I feel a duty to go outside and beat the shit out of something, right? It makes me act that way. So if I'm telling you as a reactionary, we cannot feed into their bullshit as much as it would. Some people, like for me, it would fucking make my good gut. It would make me happier than motherfucker. We can't. We gotta lead by example. We're the moral compass. We're the justice. We are the moral compass. Black people are the moral compass. We also are the ones that get down when it's time to get down. We're about to be in Black August. We're approaching Juneteenth. We're already upset about Juneteenth, right? So we cannot feed into these motherfucking Caucasians, into their fucking Mongoloid propaganda, and we cannot feed into black. Shout out to Vicky Diller. We can't feed into these black-looking people. Okay, we can't. No matter what, we gotta compose ourselves. We can't slap the fuck out of them. We can't do nothing. They're gonna be left behind. Every action they take, I'm taking notes. Okay. Every time I see anybody doing some bad wenching, buck broken, coon shit, I'm taking motherfucking notes. You do not get a pass. You get treated like everybody else. That's just the way it is. I'm on code. What code are we talking about? I personally don't like to mention it. Jesse mentions it all the time. But this is the code. Okay? I mean, this is the code. This is the goddamn code. So I'm on code. We're supposed to replace all this bullshit with a system of justice. All right? We built it. We can destroy it. We can tear it out. We can rebuild. But we need to rebuild with the right things with the system of justice. Meaning, if you say we should get rid of this, and that, then you better have a plan or an idea of what to replace it with. Because all these systems are ingrained in us generationally. So in order to change something, we're going to have to wipe it out and rebuild. But rebuild with the right things. This is the generation. We are the generation to do it. Excuse me. I say that because I'm a generational X. I'm born in 1980, April 1st. Excuse me. It's like what are these pretzels? You always never eat some pretzels. I'm Generation X, and then there's Jesse. And keep in mind, I'm older than him, so by like 5 years, maybe 7. I think, I don't know, older than him. I'm the last of a dying breed. The last of what I call the last beast, the last of the real ones. And then there's the next generation. Okay, I say that because mediocrity is not in my pedigree. I show my work. I do take L's, but I take them gracefully. I don't like to because I don't. I'm an Aries, so I'm designed to fix things and solve problems, and I fight, defend, or evolve. We're here for a reason. If you have an Aries in your motherfucking life, you better appreciate them because they're here for a reason. We are here for a reason, and it's the epitome of divine feminine. So I'm saying that because we have to tap into that sometimes for protection. Man, Jesus ain't gonna hold the wheel on this one. Okay. So, I didn't like how they sent the boy to prison. I can speak about this for a whole bunch of different things that I know firsthand. You're supposed to go to like a little waiting center. Here we call it DRDC, whatever it is called in Texas. That's what it is, and it's like a 30-day holding before you go shipped off to prison. 30 days to kind of see how prison works. All right, as they get your shit together and they get you processed through, you're there experiencing what it's like to go to prison. So you're there with some old motherfuckers, some new motherfuckers, a lot of people going there, different races. That's what you're in there for. You're in there talking, getting yourself situated to go to prison and be locked down like them. It's just IT. They basically threw him away, so we can't leave the little boy. Can't leave him there. We have to fight to get him a better situation. So we're gonna watch some things. We're gonna tackle that. I say that because this could happen at any point in time. White people act like they're being persecuted. They act like we're out there just fucking them up left and right. Now, finally, we have some motherfuckers that look. We can't be getting called out our name. We can't be getting hands put on us or touched. And that should be known. You should know. Never put your hands on a fucking black person in America. I don't care how yellow they are or how dark they are. They're here in America. You keep your motherfucking hands and feet to your fucking self and leave us the fuck alone. Simple as that. And they have to get an understanding this motherfucking season. This season. Keep their fucking hands to their fucking selves. Keep their mouth to themselves. Keep their fucking opinions to themselves. They don't need to be calling us out our motherfucking race. And they don't need to be terrorizing us. And they're going to get the fucking message one way or the other. But we have to do our best to keep ourselves together. Because that's what they want. They want us to go in, burn the city down, and fuck everybody up. And that way they can say that this is whatever. And this is whatever they fucking frame it as. Which is a lie. And I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you that tonight. Judge Joe Brown. He's a coon too. He fixed his mouth to say something disrespectful about the little boy. And he stood on it. So, we got to stand on the fact that he can't value his opinion right now. About a lot of shit. He's not the authority. And he don't speak for all of us. He's speaking for the bed wenches and buck broken motherfuckers, but he ain't speaking for all of us. And the last of the real ones, so I'm telling you, don't speak for me at all, period. And I hope that message is sent. I'm a signal booster. It's my job to signal boost the messages of the new black media. I try to incorporate my own opinion when it counts. This is going to be more constructive than it is humorous, you dig? So, we're going to get started. I'm going to run through the comments real quick. Let me see. I need diarrhea. Let's see. Let me see. Let's go up here. That's not me over there. Thank you, baby, for chopping it up with me. Let me see. It's true, it does. I don't know how he does it, but yep. No, he got stamina for it. My messages, he was doing like 10 Zooms a day, plus city council, and his own broadcast, and the broadcast that he was on previous, and Shabaka show when it was on Blog Talk. He was busy then. They were getting on my motherfucking nerves. I want him to do other things. He don't want to do other shit. So we don't go nowhere. I was like, man, well, I try to shake loose though. There's like a friend I try to bring up. Because I wanted a life. You know what I mean? Yep. No, I'm official Gen X. I'm the one that outside knocking on doors, fucking ratchet, like just running away, just doing the most, man. We go knock on friends' doors, and motherfucker got her name in her mouth. Go find them after school, that type of shit. I also had a brother to raise. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. So, as a signal booster, that's what we're finna do. We're finna go over all of these little ones. And so I'm thankful that you're here. Medicine make me shaky. Thankful that you're here. I took down my hair, so I'm gonna be I wanted to fix it beforehand, but well, there's just not enough hours in the day for me, so I have to rest or I get cranky. Let me see. Yep. Completely built different. Mm-hmm. Yes. YouTube is the white man's fucking platform. If you know, you know. That's just they're gonna fucking cite me for whatever, and it's ugly. Let's get into this. Let's get into it. I'm gonna be skipping around the queue. I had to put new music in there, so I was trying to be different. I separate myself from the frontline Black News for a reason. Just because I am different. I'm very different from everything, but it doesn't mean that I don't share the same views. I do. I'm just very, 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 very pro-Black. Very pro-Black. Okay. And you see it when I'm over here making these loudmouth statements. I'm very fucking pro-Black. Very pro-Black. You fucking my mama white. I just crossed through the tunnel. You did? She was only there for a little while. I just crossed through the tunnel. If you ask me, I can't. I've been really trying to find my mother's lineage for like the last fucking 2 months. She's a fucking slap. I really don't test you, baby. Not one fucking blip on the fucking meter for a woman that I've known was my goddamn mama my whole fucking life, 46 fucking years, and can't find out one fucking thing about my mama. That seems to be very sus to me. Very sus. So I can only trace one line, two sides. Well, four if you really count my paternal grandmother. I haven't really digged on that side yet. Either way, doesn't matter. What's being said is what's being said now, and I have to stand on it. So it is what it is. I don't know. There's things like when you call up, there's certain things like I don't be asking motherfuckers when they call up where their ethnicity is or whatever. I just call him out for being a coon or a race trader. Like the other day, I said some motherfucker was a race trading coon. He got upset. I don't give a fuck. He said he was black. I said I didn't give a fuck. I put it in lieu of what would happen if it was his son, my son, everybody else act like their children could never happen to their children. Major eye roll on that. It could happen to anybody. This can happen to anybody. This has happened to me 3 times. Okay, I've been to jail behind white people. They wanted to put me under the motherfucking jail a few times. Mm-hmm. So and white people are responsible for my motherfucking for everything negative that's happened in my motherfucking life, including the loss of my child. So I have no love. I've seen it with I'm speaking from fucking experience. Let's get to it. When I show you this, it's because these are the things they're talking about, family. They're talking about how we behave.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this Carmelo Anthony case just came back.
This motherfucker right here, cuz, is a straight fucking coon. The only reason we're listening to it is because these motherfuckers right here are part of our people. But it's these type of black people that are disgusting, disturbing, and fucking a traitor to our race. They're a problem for real black people.
And guilty as
why we're watching it is so you know the type of black people we need to not have around us. They're just as bad as operatives. They're just as bad as white folk. What they gain from this fucking shit right here, I would really like to know. Was there an incentive to be a coon? What is it? Is there an incentive to stab your motherfucking people in the throat with your motherfucking nonsense? I need to know. I really want to know what the incentive is to be black and to be a coon. What are you gaining from it? What is the motive? That's really what I want to know. But these type of black people, I'm gonna show you a couple of these tonight that we should, call out and kick out. They don't get this is type of motherfuckers that don't deserve tangibles nor reparations, but will probably qualify because they're FBA. Probably, maybe. I'm debating this dude to tell it regardless. This motherfucker is just a straight COON.
many already expected if you've been following along with this case and paying attention to the facts of the case and what the defense team presented, what the prosecution presented. All roads were leading to a guilty verdict if you were able to look at this objectively. Nonetheless, when you get a case like this, you get people who decide that they made their mind up already and don't really care about the facts. You're going to get racial tensions that boil over. That's exactly what happened with this one following the verdict. And so we're going to get into all of that. But first, let's start right here.
We're following breaking news out of Texas and the murder trial of a Texas teen. 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murder in the death of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. Metcalf was fatally stabbed at a high school track meet, as you may recall, last year.
Sister got my child removed when I went to, there's not very many shelters here in the city that cater to women. And way back when, I think my child was barely 7. We were in a domestic violence shelter. I come from a house that had issued corporal punishment, and I ended up repeating the cycle. I mean, I don't like to be touched, okay? And I was in the system for a long fucking time, and I was taught to fight bitches and not taught to fight men. You know what I mean? What I did to remove myself from my house, I didn't mean to. I don't know what the fuck came over me that day, but I fucking, I did some egregious shit at my house. Pops ended up fucking me up. Broke my whole side of my face and my eyeball out. Went into the system, right? When I wasn't supposed to have children, I ended up having 3 with a different man. And my 3 children, I was sick. 2 of them got to live with my folks when they changed. They were different after all that. But I went into the system, so I didn't get to see all the changes and shit too much later. But I had a little girl I raised up until she was about 7, and she started wilding out when I quit my side hustle, which was pretty profitable. I quit because I was trying to figure out how can I get a job. You know what I mean? Because don't let the shit deflect the message. I don't have no privileges. Okay? So I ended up marrying a white man. I put him all through the army and shit. And the white man got my child taken in like about 2 different ways. and he wanted to put me under the motherfucking jail as well. Even after I put him in the army and got him all situated and shit. I'm capable of building up other motherfuckers, and I don't really, as Aries, we really don't take care of ourselves emotionally. We're too busy fighting everybody's battles to take care of everybody else and fixing shit. Well, went to a domestic violence shelter because he, like I said, he was in the army. He stopped providing the stipend when you have a family that lives abroad or lives, in another state where you're going training. They give you a stipend, and that stipend was like $675. It would have paid the rent, you know what I mean? But he stopped getting it sent over. So at that, I lost my apartment. I ended up going to a shelter because it was wintertime. I took my little girl with me. Little girl looked like my goddamn mama, right? My mama's white, white Canadian, French Canadian or whatever. Mama's white, right? So she got light hair and green eyes. My kid had straight light red hair and green eyes. I do not have light hair and green eyes. I have curly motherfucking chocolate brown motherfucking hair and dark brown eyes. I have brown features. Like, you know what I mean? My features, yes, I may look like my mother. Thank you. They're soft features. She was quite pretty. You know what I mean? But the little girl looked just like her. It was like 3 generations of, I look like her, but I have dark features like my father, right? Who passed away before I was born. Little girl was like, she had got an attitude. I wasn't taking her out and doing shit like I used to do because I stopped working because a motherfucker joined the army, and you got to be a certain type of woman to be in the army. You can't be ratchet. You know what I mean? Even though that's for us being black, we have to hold ourselves at a higher regard. We carry ourselves a class in the motherfucking military. Now, white women are on the opposite spectrum. They let them dress like trailer trash and do the most. While we sitting here looking all prim and proper, I was married to that motherfucker. He was fucking racist. Not only was he racist, he came from a racist place, a racist family. His mama called me the N-word right there in front of my kid, and my kid didn't know what the fuck that meant. I had to explain to her. Even though I raised her around black people. You know what I mean? I took her one weekend over there, and all of a sudden I have to answer these motherfucking questions, which I thought was pretty fucking clear, being that I was raising her around nothing but black folk. Because that's all I was around. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, anyway, she gets taken away. I fight for 2 motherfucking years back and forth for her, and she ended up getting adopted into a white family. When I finally seen the little girl, she was already grown. She was like 18 now. Look, I kicked my mama out the house for being racist. I'll kick the little girl out the house for being racist. I said she ain't my seed no more. Some people are just designed to be the vessel that the motherfucker come through. That's it. That's all. My mama was the vessel I came through. That's it. That's all. I barely know the bitch. She's like maybe 3 years commuted like calculatively. And then trying to find out information about her and then her family and try to chase that shit back. I cannot find it. It really is confusing to me. I was already on the orphan tip. This only adds to it and makes it emphasize. But the little girl, she found herself getting bucked over, with me, like in my face. Like, I already got charged for whooping on her. If I would have whooped on her again just recently, like last year, they would have took me to jail. It would have been round 2. And I already have a history of whooping on her. They're going to look at me, look at her, look at me, look at her. I'm the aggressor, right? Even though she clearly would have been the one that started it. And so she got banned from the house too. I didn't even tell her happy birthday. And that was just the other day. I don't want to be involved. I don't want to be around any motherfucking racist individual. And I definitely don't want to be around any racist individual that thinks it's okay to disrespect me. I had to compose myself because I would beat the brakes out that little girl even now, even worse because she's my size. It'd be worse. It'd really be on. I don't like to be touched. And these were the things that were happening. You know what I mean? And I've actively defend myself. So I've been in this man's situation, this boy's situation. I can speak to it. I don't like to be touched. You touch me, motherfucker, I swear to fucking God. You better, you just don't. It would behoove everybody not to, you know what I mean? And I realized that I saw a little face, saw little features, and motherfuckers think I'm a soft target, but they be making that fucking mistake for real. It's just not right.
year. NBC's Ryan Chandler is outside the courthouse in McKinney, Texas. We're also joined by NBC News legal analyst Misty Maris. Ryan, I'll go to you. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours. Walk us through this verdict. What was the reaction inside and outside the courtroom?
Well, I'll tell you, as soon as news of the guilty verdict reached the crowd that has been growing here since Thursday, tensions boiled over. We heard visceral tears and angry confrontations break out in this crowd.
I don't care who
police presence seeming
Maybe
to
I'll get that
triple here as they try to keep the peace. Since Thursday, there have been supporters of both the Metcalf and the Anthony families here. Now the Anthony family is protesting, as they have since the beginning, raising concerns for a fair trial, but certainly a lot of bitter comfort for the Metcalf family. Our eyes inside the courtroom said that there were tears bursting out as soon as the verdict was read out from both sides. No reaction visible from Carmelo Anthony as he embraced his lawyer. We are now still awaiting some major news from inside the courtroom as well. They will now move on to the sentencing phase. Anthony found guilty of first-degree murder, but not capital murder. So he is not eligible for life without parole. His maximum sentence, 99 years potentially.
Misty, let me turn to you. 4 days of testimony, less than 3 hours of deliberations. Are you at all surprised at how quickly this all happened?
I was, Kate, because this is a complicated case. Even though you had, 4 days of testimony, you had a lot of witnesses, you had a video, but the video.
The thing, Black family, is that we cannot explore any outbursts that we want to have emotionally. It's almost like we don't even allow ourselves to do it because we're so worried how they're going to take it and how they're going to treat us and what they're going to do when they see it. Look, I'll just talk about it from women. Black women are always being called angry. They have, we have every motherfucking right in this free fucking world to be angry. That shit's sitting right there in the bottom of our gut that we cannot remove. You know, I really wonder why some women cannot remove weight and it shows up in different places. It's because we're angry and it manifests in different spots. Like, if I try to, oh my God, when I start getting upset, my legs don't want to work. You know what I mean? My heart just beats of nothing but fury. I just want to it's ugly. All that stress is sitting on the black man and black woman's body. That's what causes us to have illnesses. That's what causes us to our hair to fall out. Shit like that. You know what I mean? Because we're sitting with all of this. We have no outlet to express ourselves. We want to get upset right now. We're doing it right here. But best believe they're going to be calling it angry black woman syndrome. They're going to say we're uneducated. They're going to say whatever the fuck they want to say. And we've conditioned ourselves to not have any recourse but to just sit quietly, be passive and meek, because we don't want to be perceived as something else. And so when they set this shit up, right, like the trial, and they set it up with motherfucker plainclothes undercovers to walk around black folk to eavesdrop on what black folk are finna do after the trial was read. That shit is oppish. That shit is fucking whack, and it's wrong. It's wrong. But this ain't nothing new, family. We took this job as activists. We took this job as signal boosters. We took this job as people who make broadcasts to speak on certain topics. We knew the job was dangerous when we fucking took it. We knew that we was going to be spied on when we took it. We knew that we could possibly be shadow banned when we took this fucking position. We are at war. The war didn't just start now. We've been at war for a long motherfucking time. Now we're just in the beginning. We're at the first level of the fucking scab. Pull that off. We're right here. You see what I'm saying? They don't want us to have any kind of fucking outburst. Forgive me, man, but fucking like I said, Generation X, the last of the real breed. I was taught not to hold your motherfucking tongue when something is right there. Right there. You gotta do it. Look, I only know 5 people, okay? They can cuss a motherfucker out without cussing a motherfucker out. One was Jessie, my mother, which is not, she's a villain to her. right? And my best friend. I'll just start with that. Right? Can hurt a motherfucker's feelings without calling him a bitch and metal? Me? No, I like to cuss. I think I can't control myself. Oh no, baby. I can speak eloquently if I want to. I don't want to. 46 motherfucking years old, I'll say whatever the fuck is on my fucking brain, my spirit, and my heart. And I'll just let the energy do what it do. I don't need to. No, I can. I don't want to code switch. I can. I don't want to. See what I'm saying? I don't want to. And when I do, it's the energy I exude with the code switching is ugly. I'm the master of exuding energy. The whole room will feel it. Not without even me saying it. I just do it. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that code switching shit. I don't want to. I don't need to. I'm not going to. So people act like I don't have no proper format of vocabulary. That shit is crazy to me. I do, especially since I read books. I do have a proper vocabulary. The thing is, I just don't want to. And that's my choice. It's my prerogative. It's not that I can't. It's a choice. You see what I'm saying? It's like turning down your blackness. You see what I'm saying? Other motherfuckers turn theirs down. I turn mine up. That's why it's so militant. That's why it's so pro-black. And I just don't give a fuck what you gonna do about it. What you gonna say. What you gonna do. Nothing. I do this shit in my own city. You know what I mean? I do this shit in my own city. I tell bitches all the time what it really is. They know. And they see me what they do. Nothing. Not because I'm in a chair. Because their soul won't allow it. They won't do it. When divine creatures are going to be able to say certain things and it be used to be effective. This is what I'm feeling my purpose is to be effective, because Black people, we want representation. We do not have representation. So I recommend everybody go listen to TVA. We don't have no representation. All these motherfucking Black attorneys right here, 90% of the time, they're on some motherfucking showboating shit. Look at Crump, because look at him. That's a prime example. He's an attorney. Do you ever see him working on cases? No, you just see him showboat. He shows up when the situation's hot and spicy, gets himself in there, act like he's going to say something, do something, gets on a plane and goes somewhere else. Where is he actually supposed to be at? You see what I'm saying? I can't turn down the blackness. And now that we're at war, it's only going to get turned up. And believe me, I'm only like at level 6 on the scale of 1 to 20. Level 6 ain't shit. That means my levels are like this. For me, level 6 might look like level 10 to another person. You know what I mean? I'm just getting started.
Wasn't necessarily dispositive, could not see it. So the jury had a lot to go through. You also had murder for them to determine whether or not there was a conviction on murder, which there was, manslaughter and the self-defense element of it. So this was a very, very quick verdict.
Yeah, so this was a case about self-defense in the state of Texas, proving that Carmelo, that he had no choice, that his life was in imminent danger. And unfortunately, the defense team really didn't do anything to prove that at all, basically. The prosecution presented witness after witness after witness after witness, basically refuting everything that Carmelo Anthony and his defense team wanted everyone to believe, that somehow this was an attack, that he was getting jumped, that it was a situation where he had to fend for his life. And mostly students who were there at this track meet came up and basically said, no, that's not really how it happened. That's not how it went down. Even one of the defense team's witnesses kind of end up backtracking and really not working in favor of Carmelo and his team. And so pretty much overall, with the facts of the case, including the video footage, even though it may have not been the best, the defense team did not do a good job at all of presenting any information, any facts, any proof that he was justified as using that level of force against Austin Metcalf. And it's because there was no evidence that could prove that, as much as Carmelo Anthony supporters wanted everyone to believe.
It's like
it just wasn't there.
I just got some notes from our local reporter who is inside the courtroom. So when that guilty verdict was read, I'm told that Carmelo Anthony was crying. He was shaking. His defense attorney kept his arm around his shoulders the entire time. And also I'm told that Austin Metcalf's twin brother, Hunter, this was the first time he was inside the courtroom when that guilty verdict was read. I'm told it was really emotional from both sides after that murder verdict. And as for what's next, Will, now it's the sentencing phase. He is charged with murder, so he could face up to life in prison. The same exact juror, they're the ones who decide how long he remains behind bars. And that's what this sentencing phase and that sentencing phase is. That reporter inside the courtroom tells me that Carmelo Anthony's mother, she's already taken the stand. This is a direct quote. She said, quote, "He is my oldest, my firstborn, my baby. I love him very much." I'm told that she had mascara running down her face and asked the jury, quote, "Please have mercy on my son." And then the prosecutor sort of cross-examined her and said, "Isn't it true you could still have a relationship with your son while he's behind bars?" So this is sort of the next phase right now. The jury is going to decide how long he is behind bars for, and they're going to call some character witnesses, including his mom that you just heard from. And I'll step out of the way. I mean, outside the courtroom, we've been expecting this, Will, but about 100 Carmelo Anthony protesters erupted out here. At least one person was detained after they read that guilty verdict. And as you can see, it is all hands on deck when it comes to the sheriff's office. They prepared for this. There's been barriers out here, and really,
look, I don't know who this black man pushed or something, but it's another thing, Black family. Are we really gonna go after and point out a black motherfucker maybe pushing a white person? Be like, he pushed that man, he pushed him. Or you know what I mean? Like, for real, that's what we're doing now. Like, this is, I gotta question some of this shit. You would never see me do that. I would never do that. I'm like, shoulder shrug. Oh, why didn't he fall down? Shit. You know, like, imagine it, kick him and shit. You know, like, I'm serious. Like, what in the fuck are we talking about? Like, you had black people pointing at this one brother, like, he pushed that man. I watched him. He did it. I'm like, bitch, y'all motherfuckers are a trip. Like, either we're gonna be black and stand on being black all the way black and start segregating and separating, which isn't a bad idea. I really think that MLK was onto something. You know, he was onto something. You know, we should separate. We should segregate. Why? Because we deserve that. The Panthers said like 10 years of separation. Do we get ourselves together? Fuck it, let's get 25. We're in a fucking Mialpha right now. We need a break. A fucking break. This is what us taking this time away from voting was supposed to be for. A break for us to work on us. I'm clearly seeing that we doing some weird off-brand shit. We shouldn't be pointing at another brother talking about what he did to somebody else right there. You know what I mean? The police are right there. Why we gotta contribute to that fucking mayhem? It's like pointing out your brother for stealing in front of everybody. Why? You know what I mean? Why? We're supposed to have each other's back. Maybe he had a reason to push that mother. Did anybody think about that? No. These cameras are going to be focused on white and black activity, right? They're going to frame it as we are the aggressors and we are the angry ones and we are the ones that start everything. That's how they're going to frame it. So us picking on our brother or whatever, saying that he did whatever to whatever, that shit that's ugly. Stop that. That is not forgivable. Babe like Jesus, you know that's not right. You know what I mean? I'm like, have mercy, like, on your soul for me. Like, you did? That shit is wrong.
Tight security the last few days.
And so, of course, when you have a case like this and you have the racial element involved, you're going to have people who feel like they don't really care about the facts. It doesn't matter how much proof, how much evidence. It doesn't even matter the fact that Carmelo couldn't even get on the stand and defend himself, ladies and gentlemen. He couldn't even take the stand and present his case and say, this is why I was defending myself. This is the danger I felt I was in that was so imminent. The defense didn't even trust him or believe that he would be able to do that much. But you got people who decide before, any of the facts even come out, and even obviously once all the facts do come out, that no, this is about race. This is about, Black people not being able to get a fair shot, and, they're always being held back by the white man, and all the typical victimhood, talking points that they want to make sure they put out there. And so now you get stuff like this going down outside of the courthouse.
That's white talking points. We always say we do it to victimhood shit. This brother right here. He's like an Officer Tatum type. I don't know what butter biscuits he's receiving for this type of madness.
Oh, take a look.
The judge as well in this case that it was not a case about race, but you cannot deny that just the facts of the case and what we've seen play out since then and what we're happening now is because the defendant is Black, the victim is white, and that's the bottom line. But again, this is what I alluded to when I said this was brought out bubbling right beneath the surface.
Why do we have to care anymore? Why are we even here? To be honest, why are we here? What are we here for? Because if we take up for ourselves,
this sister was able to get in there,
we
but
go to jail.
not related.
If we don't, we die. So it's a catch-22 in this situation. What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for it. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
To protect Black people. Anytime a white man or a white child can go and put their hands aggressively on anybody and something like this occur, it's self-defense. It's self-defense. You put your hand on me and see how I respond. Beat your motherfucking ass. What will the Anthony family? What will the Anthony family? What will the people that's standing behind the Anthony family do? That's the question you should ask. We're going to stand behind them and we're going to fight. That's what's going to happen.
What is your relationship with Kansas?
I have no relationship. We're brothers. We're Black. We're brothers and sisters. We're Blacks. We're the indigenous people of this earth.
Listen, miss me with all that. This is the problem with Black culture.
All of that, right?
Miss me with all of that. When did 2 high school boys getting into an altercation with each other have to mean that one had to get killed? What are we even talking about? Let's ignore all the facts. Basically, that's what they want to do. Let's ignore all the evidence. Let's ignore the fact that he was carrying a knife with him, and then he didn't want to get up and leave. Let's ignore all of that. Oh no, he's Black, and I'm Black, and so only that matters. These were 2 high school boys who simply could have, worst come to worst, they could have gotten into a fist fight. How many times have you been into a fist fight when you were in high school? Doesn't mean it's supposed to lead to your death, but Black culture, the part of Black culture that we don't want to take accountability for. I mean, look at these inner cities. This is not new. We want to pretend it's new in Black culture, but it's not. Young Black men deciding to make emotionally driven decisions with a weapon that alters their life forever is a commonality, unfortunately, in Black culture. It's just because in this situation, the skin colors didn't match, that now somehow it should be justified that he did it. You get people like that who want to justify.
He live in a white area, cuz. Are you not seeing that? Oh, wait, I'm going to pull the parents interview over real quick. He in a white motherfucking area. What the fuck is you talking about, cuz? He probably the only Black motherfucker in there. There's like very small Black people there. What you talking about? What you talking about? Them motherfucking boys was big. What you talking about? You know what I mean? He warned them. What is he talking about? Like, we gonna skip past the fact that you been menaced by fucking white boys and you can't stand up, or you're told to stand up by the whites, so you supposed to stand up and move somewhere else? Nah, man, we did that bus boycott a long time ago. Those rules changed. You're not gonna have white people moving us around like that in a public area for the public. Like, it doesn't matter where the fuck he was. Those days were over. So you're not gonna fucking have us be like Blacks to the back of the bus. No. Fuck no. We in a different age.
justify a young black boy making a bad decision in his life.
Well, a bad decision, protecting him.
When it goes on all the time in places like Chicago, New York City, parts of Miami, Dade County, Baltimore, Newark, New Jersey. I can go on and on and on. Young black boys, because of black culture and the inability to actually want to, you know, hold our young men accountable, this is the results we get.
Any of these crackers, any of these white boys, Austin's family. All right, what about Austin's family? You think Austin's family would have did the same for you if she was on the other foot? I'm sorry, what? Well, Austin's family did the same thing when he advocated for you, just like you doing there. What makes you think and gives you hope? What gives you hope that they would do that for you?
It's not about me. I'm not dead right now. There's a kid that is dead though, and he didn't deserve to lose his life.
We're not at. So listen, brother.
So you advocating for that for them? They don't like you. I don't give a fuck about you. These motherfucking white people. These white people don't give a fuck about you. You a fucking cool.
My son don't say white people.
Well, see, see what I say. You keep holding it up because you pussy. I'm wrong.
All right, listen. You see all these white people. You think all these white people is here because it's not about
white and black.
But listen, why these other, with the people that you standing up here with that's in support of that, it is white and black for them though. You just think
people over here too.
Man, okay, it's some other confused ass niggas up here as well. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But listen. My point is this, bro. Do you think these same people, you think they would have came and advocated for you? But why do you have hope that in this country?
Hey, you see that, bro? Like, let me read the side. Have to leave the words I'm hearing.
You've been in high school before, right? You've seen young boys slap box in the bathroom, play around on the football field. You may even get into a fight in the locker room, right? That happened. This happened to me a couple times. You see how big I am. I'm not always been like this. I was skinny as fuck.
What school you went on?
I have to fight. I'm not telling you that. I have to fight.
Did you go to school in Texas? Did you go to a Pyramid Right Institute? No. Okay then, so you had a whole different experience. You didn't have to deal with racism or people. So now you have a different experience. But you got a whole.
You a motherfucking coon, bro.
Because no, you got a whole different.
Yeah, so I'm gonna leave it right here. These people are indoctrinated into a mentality of racial loyalty above all else, which ends up putting you in a very bad and dangerous place because you're willing to ignore facts, you're willing to ignore logic, you're willing to ignore truth. But I'll tell you this much, I guarantee you this much. If it was their son, if it was their child, they'd be screaming, lock them up, throw them underneath the jail. How you gonna kill my baby? Lock them up. I guarantee it. But no, we can't talk about that. Black boy kill another black boy, no problem, lock him up, throw away the key. He did it, guilty. Oh, white boy, it's racism. Oh, racist. The system's racist. Which one is it? We want to ignore the facts, ignore the laws, ignore all logic when it's convenient. That's not the way it works. And it's the reason why black culture in general is in the condition it is right now, because that's not how life works. But those are my thoughts on the update. Now I want to hear from you. Drop your comment down below.
You don't want to hear what the fuck I gotta say, so I don't subscribe to none of that bullshit. You're just in the queue for me to fucking talk about.
And you already know on this channel we hold this racist system accountable, because if we don't, who will? And if you don't like it, get to stepping, because it ain't gonna stop. Now run the tape.
You know why Hunter's not taking a stand? He's not going to pass cross-examination. The reason Hunter's not going to take the stand, and from what I hear, the dad's bought a new truck, the mom's got a new 8-bedroom house. The dad, there's already text messages about the dad bragging on going on European tours. Used to beat those boys' mom. And I'm going to tell you why they're not bringing up the fact that these both guys knew jiu-jitsu. We're not even going to worry about them not bringing it up. We don't have to bring up the fact that Austin knows jiu-jitsu. trained since he was a kid. We'll wait to the closing arguments to do that. We won't bring up the fact that Austin and Hunter both kicked their dad's ass. He's a little short guy, they're big guys. These are some violent white boys. So we're not going to bring up the fact that Carmelo didn't run. When Carmelo's did we had to do to keep those guys off of him.
Yeah, I know.
He ran straight to a coach. This is what they're not telling you guys. When he took off running, he ran to a coach, and even the coach's testimony, according to the police's initial statement that they got from the witnesses, that multiple children, 4 to 5 children, was chasing Carmelo to harm him. And the teachers had to keep those kids off of Carmelo. They're not telling that part, guy. So then let me go on and say, there's rumors that Carmelo had been suspended and he wasn't supposed to be there. No, people. No, people. Let me tell you who was suspended, AKA Austin Metcalf and his twin pink toe pale brother, Hunter. This shit is getting good, white people. White people. This shit is getting good.
Charleston White initially said Carmelo Anthony should face prison time for his actions. However, after speaking directly with Carmelo's parents and hearing their perspective on the case, he changed his position and became more supportive. Make that make sense. Well, Mr. Charleston White, see, I ain't have to talk to his parents, bro, to figure out what was going on. So guess what? I'm going to take it from here, partner. See, last year, their father, Jeff Metcalf, his arm was broken. His sons broke his arm, bro. His sons spanked him. If you know, you know. And that's not the only thing. These are the two real thugs, bro. And they grew up in a broken home. Not Carmelo Anthony, but we'll talk about that later on in this video. So before I spaz out, I tried to warn them. Running straight to the media right after it happened was their biggest mistake. But they didn't listen. You know what? Let's travel back in time right quick. Run the tape.
Because the kid was mad. My son is not here anymore. And I don't understand it.
Where's the tears at? White people don't cry. You know that, right? They just crunch their face up and make noises.
Just tell me about what happened today. I don't know. I got a phone call from Hunter. He was screaming that Austin had been stabbed. I was at work. And so I drove, I work in Grapevine, so I drove up to the hospital straight away. I actually beat the ambulance there. I saw them have him come out. He was
controllable. I think I was
on a lot of machines, and it didn't take long for them to come in to say that he had passed.
The one I told them
so,
I think
not sure, senseless act of a boy that was in the wrong tent, and my son doing the right thing by
when we heard the bird,
telling that boy that he needed to be removed from where he was. And
white people don't cry. Look.
Just doesn't make any sense. I mean, that's just because the kid was mad, my son is not here anymore, and I don't understand it. This is Hunter. Did you want to talk to him?
Hunter.
I'm so sorry for your
I'm so sorry. If you don't mind, what happened? There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. This kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I looked at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest. So just that's just what I saw. And I try to help him, but
it was just senseless.
It was really senseless. Really, I don't know why a person would do that to someone just over that little argument. It's just crazy in this world nowadays how people just up and do that. Like that man has a family. That man has people that care about them all the time, and he did everything for our family too. He was a strong man. He was a strong kid.
Mm-hmm. Following Austin Metcalf's death, the Metcalf family quickly spoke with major news outlets and shared their version of events. Critics argue Those interviews helped shape public opinion before all the facts were presented in court.
That's right.
That makes sense. First of all, I want to say thank you to this woman, man. Thank you to this woman. Look, I need y'all to go to Instagram and go follow her on Instagram, man, and tell her that Introvert Rockstar sent y'all, because she the one that reminded me of these videos, man. And she always standing on business. She always speaking up for the people, and I love that shit. But like I always say, in the words of Johnny Taylor, they running out of lies, getting hard to think of an alibi. To the Metcalf family, y'all can't lie your way out of this one, bro. And to you, little Hunter, man, what you doing? These ain't real tears, brother. These are tears of guilt. You and your brother wanted to be bullied so bad, man, and it cost you. And the cold part is your parents don't give a damn. To them, it's all about the Benjamins. Damn, man, check this out. A fundraiser linked to Austin Metcalf's father raised $585,179, while a separate fundraiser linked to his mother raised $190,322 because Austin's parents were not together. Separate fundraisers were organized on their behalf. Make that make sense.
For what?
See, I noticed something about racist Caucasian people, man. They be having broken homes.
Why they had to raise some money? Why they had to raise money? The only one that had to raise money was Carmelo's family. And they look, don't get it twisted. When they made that gift said go thing, the mother put in there everything they were going to use it for. A defense, to move, to take care of their family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It was all put in that first little motherfucking paragraph. So we as the community read that. We made an informed decision to drop a couple of dollars, a little change in their direction to help them get through it, to help with motherfucking defense. It was right there. So nobody could tell us that we was blind, we was dumb, we was stupid for fucking doing it. Because the little boy was a good little boy. He had 2 jobs. He went to a fucking church. He's a pillar of his little community. Had fucking good grades. He's not a YN. You know what I mean? If he had a little moment of wanting to take pictures and think he's hard, that's just a fucking camera. That's a fucking picture. It ain't shit. Motherfucker go to work every day and he take care of his fucking little brothers and sisters. That was the crux. But they didn't want to show that. They never wanted to highlight those good parts. They always want to show black people in the most negative motherfucking light, and then they highlight the whites as crying and affected. Man, that motherfucking fat mama of his was not crying no real tears, and neither was that boy.
They be having kids that hate them, but then they get on TV and they talk about Jesus.
Why do white folk want to raise money?
Then they get on TV and they talk about forgiveness. What you talking about, Willis?
Exactly.
See, Mr. Jeff,
man,
I see why. When that Fox reporter mentioned your name to your ex-wife, she made this face, bro.
Yeah.
I see why. And then she had the kids. She taking care of the kids, bro. But you made more money than her on GoFundMe. Congratulations, Jeffrey. You played yourself. I keep telling y'all, bro, these people ain't on shit. Jeff Metcalf attended a press conference held by Carmelo Anthony's family, a move that drew criticism from some supporters of Carmelo. Critics viewed his presence as an attempt to pressure or intimidate the family during a highly public stage of the case. Make that make sense. Mr. Jeff, let's talk man to man. You should never put your hands on the mother of your kids, bro. Out of all people, you should know that, bro. You're old enough. You should know that. A lot of men have problems with their baby mama, their ex-wife, but you should never put your hands on the mother of your kids, bro. And then you walked into that press conference and you tried to bully Carmelo's parents. The same thing your sons tried to do to Carmelo. And if y'all feel like I'm tripping, in my comment section, tell me I'm tripping.
Nope, because that's what I was telling Jesse earlier about us. If we had a child, I was like, you know, them folk, they instill racism, white supremacy into their children. The father was trying to bully which I thought was like pushing it at first, until I seen what I seen earlier today with the father giving the interview. First, I thought, well, maybe he's been over there trying to talk about, that he was trying to be peaceful and whatever. He's trying to be kind to the blacks, right? Basically, miss me with that bullshit. Now I see why the man who's speaking for the Anthonys, why he had him removed. That motherfucker's a straight bully. Now, this other factual stuff, I don't know about, him beating on his old lady. My question is, why them two white people had to raise all that money for what? For what? Look, before this little case happened, how the fuck were they surviving? Look, when you're a black person living in a white area and you kill a white person, you're likely, especially in Texas, they're gonna burn a cross on your motherfucking yard, right? They're gonna be hanging motherfucking black dolls for the fence. They're gonna be making sure that you have a thorough understanding that you're not welcome there. It's automatically sundown. You know what I mean? If it wasn't sundown before, it's sundown now. Like, you know what I mean? So them having to move because they've been doxxed when some white journalists put out their address, where they at, they have to move. Yeah, that's some serious shit. Because you still got like 3 other innocent children that need to be raised. Like 2-3 other children. And if they're being raised like the first one's being raised, then they come from a good motherfucking family. So do you really want them to be harmed by fucking racism, white supremacy, because they feel some kind of way, because they lost the fucking corn-fed little white boy that was doing their fucking football games and shit, their star? Come on now. It ain't right. And being black, already. You should already know. They would just, we amplify and elevate to move to a place where we could say we came up, and look what happens. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. We can't stay in the same places either. So they're making it difficult for us to move around, but that shouldn't stop us. Just carry on with that little mission. Just because they feel some kind of way. They treat it like first season of them, you know what I mean? Like, really, them fuckers are racist. You pass on that shit, whether you pass it through genetics or you pass it through ideation vocally, you passing that shit on to your motherfucking devil spawn. And I was telling him, I said, we pass on black nationalism, fucking black empowerment, fucking everything the good, black education, like, good stuff. We'll pass on good shit for our children. This right here, that motherfucker's a demon. He's a devil. And it just gets worse and worse. And then they want to hold us like we the problem. No, we ain't never really been the problem. This is
all you had to do was do right by their mother, man. All you had to do was teach your sons how to keep their hands to themselves. But no, you want to be big and bad. You're not big and bad because you can put your hands on a woman. You actually soft. SOF, soft. According to the news reports, jurors and others in the courtroom were shown video footage related to the incident. The footage became a major part of the case, as attorneys used it to support their arguments about what happened during the confrontation. Make that make sense. All I want to know is, where is the footage? You telling me we don't have now one video footage, bro, of the stabbing? Even after, bro, none of those kids recorded nothing? I can't believe that. But, they can show us the footage of the Julio Folio case. But, they can show us the footage of the YSL Young Thug case. But, they can show us the footage of the Diddy case. But, they can show us the footage of the O-Block OTF case. I can go on and on, bro. Listen, if Carmelo Anthony, bro, if he was guilty, that footage would have dropped the same day that stabbing happened. Over. The same day that incident happened, bro, that video would have been all over social media if he was guilty. It would have been on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Snapchat, Pinterest. I can go on and on, bro. And if you feel like I'm lying, in my comment section, tell me I'm lying. And you already know, before I end this video, I have to always speak from my heart. Before I end this video, I have to always speak from my heart. Look, I'm noticing something, man. all these racist people are trying to attack Black American people. They trying to race bait us. They trying to gaslight us. I'm talking about racist Caucasian people, Asian people. Hey, whoever's speaking against us, bro. So here's what we're gonna do. If it's not Black American, don't support it. And look, I know we got to get gas, clothes, and all that stuff. Look, we got to up our game when it comes to certain type of businesses. But if you can, man, only support your people. When it comes to them, when it comes to getting the hair stuff, the beauty supplies, the food, the art, the music.
Oops. His message didn't change. He's telling the truth. Hold on a second. Okay. Oops.
Before I say a word, let me remind you. I'm not built from.
That's part of the new music I put up in there. It's at the beginning.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Candace Matthews, national renowned human civil rights activist, advocate, author, and also the National Minister of Politics for the New Black Panther Nation. I'm here with our family to surround this mother and her family. We're here in Collin County once again because they all the time got some shit going on here. Okay, now we own this.
What in the hell? Hold on, Belly.
Okay.
I'm gonna let it play for a second.
Hello,
Find the one I was looking at.
Dr. Candace Matthews.
Because it's not. Look, I was, you know me, I was already bitching about the Candace Matthews. Where the fuck is Candace Matthews, right? Isn't she in Texas? That's what I kept saying. I was like, this bitch is just MIA. And she trying to be crazy lately. Candace Matthews, man. She just be doing the most. Like, I was like, where the fuck is she? You know what I mean? I said that because I was like, I hope I got that in there. Fuck Jamil Hill too. All right, this is the one. All right. This is the one, Valley. Right.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready, y'all.
She's talking about another family that really wasn't
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Candace Matthews.
That's another
I am the National Minister of Politics for the New Black Panther Nation, and I'm also a national renowned human civil rights activist, advocate, and author. I'm here today because I was summoned by the community.
Look, 3 days. We're 3 days later now, right? 3 days later. She's in Texas. It don't take 3 days to get anywhere, okay? Like, I was just really like, where the fuck is this broad at? You're like the only motherfucking activist in the motherfucking in the city of Texas. What the fuck is going on, right? And also looking at what politicians were trying to speak up on this shit, and there hasn't been anything like that to come out yet with the politicians. So they don't give a fuck. That's another reason to when they were asking us as Black people to save their fucking seats and let the North come to the South. Like, no, we're coming to the South just for that. Like, come on now. This is to come to the South for a worthy fucking, reason. Not so that you old bastards can hold your seat because you feel some kind of way. and then you tell our young black people to do whatever so that you could remain in your spot. Man, fuck all that. That ain't happening. And as you can see, that ain't happening. No way, no how. They can march and say we shall come do whatever, but they ain't got we didn't let our black children out there like that. No matter what the fuck they were talking about, they weren't, which was stupid. They wanted us to do this and that, and then fuck all that. The motherfucking Democrats ain't do shit, and they still ain't mentioned anything. They still haven't came and said anything to the computer or to the community. And I was like, really? 3 days later, Candace? Like, come on, bro. And this is what you coming with?
What I seen in the past week and a half was a new era, real live lynching that happened with Carmelo Anthony. Now, I had a lot of people reaching out to me on social media.
I was in the background.
I had a lot of people tagging me and everything because I cannot be everywhere at one time. I'm all over the United States.
I was sitting there with Jesse too. I showed up.
The thing is that when
I'm a reactionary.
They had an actual
I'm trying to control myself.
And they had a legal team, and they didn't have no black people on the jury. That would not have happened on our watch. I don't understand how that was
Black
even
Card
able to
be
go
saying
further
we
than
need a
this.
Freeman.
That should have went to the First Court of Appeals.
Freeman Bureau
then after the First Court of Appeals, then it go to the Fifth Circuit Court.
Well, we didn't have that
to the Supreme Court.
until we get all them out, and we put FBA in their place.
That I looked at.
Then we can have an FBA caucus. Other than that, we can just network back and forth and just all whatever. But we have to vet FBA.
Chaos.
I can't even show no.
We used to dealing with that when we on our activism travels across the United States.
Adjacent alignments.
That would not have happened on our watch. But again, let's be clear. Everything happens for a reason. But one thing I want
that's for sure.
the community
because we're the ones that are going to make the move.
Just because I wasn't here doesn't mean
the last of the real breed has no passivity.
We were working behind the scenes
we have
because
no chill
we knew that this was a setup from the beginning.
It's just
we knew that they was going to find him guilty. We didn't know that it was going to be 35 years old, but we knew that it was going to be something that was going to be egregious. And that's why I want to give a shout out to Charleston White. I want to give a shout out to Brother Cornell X, because all of us got together so we can help this family to be able to get the proper legal team that's needed. And what we do, we're not going to push a legal team on you. We're going to give you the top of the notch, creme de la creme, and you pick who you want to fit for you.
Yep.
Okay, and that is exactly what we're doing right now at this time. Now
we know that Panthers, but I'm like
they was running everything real quick.
Yeah, on that sometimes
with this case. Because I was supposed to, I thought everything was going to be done today.
They really don't support that.
I just said
they can't.
It was 2 days ago, and guess what? I couldn't be here for that day because guess what? Because as an activist, when you hold people accountable, they set traps for you. I had to be in court for a case they was trying to set me up on that got dismissed on.
Yep. Oh yeah, no, we're the worst. We're
but
the
guess
best.
who here today?
We're the ones that'll get out there and get physical. We're the ones that'll get out there and
when you're dealing with a case of this magnitude,
we don't.
You have to have an experience.
I mean, we do take no.
You have to have an experienced legal team.
No, me,
and
no,
that's
don't
exactly was it what we saw. Okay, and I'm not trying to step on nobody's toes.
I believe in that. So motherfuckers say, "Well, why? You can't say, well, why to me?" I said, "No, I mean, so." And really,
a DA.
It's like that with Jesse. He said, "No." I feel like
I seen the Cat family.
I don't like that.
I seen my people.
She's trying
and the whole United States scene
show stability or whatever.
So now where we are,
foundation.
I believe the next steps. Because see, I'm not going to do no press conference. But that's I don't have time.
Need a motherfucker like me.
Now it's about action and plans of action. What
I don't say no shit. I'm like, shit.
This young
man, you won't look at this again.
I've worked on several cases, criminal cases. I have never seen no inmate that's in a county jail going to TDC the very next day.
That's what she's right about.
It takes 30, 60, 90 days before you are able to get on that chain to go to TDC.
That's what I was talking about earlier.
They up and got this baby out of here.
We have one called
PRG. That's why I'm bringing this information to you.
A little holding area.
We also seen.
And you kind of get prepped for prison.
Gave him
as they get you
public defendant for the appeal.
Ready to go to prison.
So this is why this is very evident and this is important why I had to come here so you don't get no misinformation. So now what's happening is that we have to ensure that there is the right, correct
legal team to help in this process, because we can't have no more ball dropping, y'all. We cannot, because we have a young man's life that's at stake at this time. Now, I'm not finna get into retrying this case because that happened then.
The thing about
we are
Candace
here
Matthews,
now. We
and
are
we're
here
not
dealing
talking
with
about,
the appeals process.
is that she's got
This is
above
what we own,
herself
and
lately.
the time clock starts now.
She
The
wasn't
fight
all like
starts now.
cussing and cursing and
The
telling the
fight
bitch
starts
to
now,
get
people.
her name
This
out her
is
mouth
not
and all that
something
shit a
that
few
we
years
just
back.
have to be, oh,
Now she
no.
acting like this. I don't know how to feel about it because we
This
changed
is
fucking
serious.
Jasmine Crockett with that.
This is serious.
Sister
And
girl
then I want to
activity.
also say
This ain't
to
that.
the
This
very
is more
people that were saying, well, Dr. Matthews, she not his. No, baby, you don't know what the hell I was
like
doing.
confronting a bitch type. She's like that.
Because at the end of the day, I'm here
I don't know
now.
how to
The
feel
big
about it.
dog is here now.
You say that, right? 3
And
days
people
later,
gonna be
she's
held
here now.
accountable in these streets. And one thing that I want to lay out, because I know y'all didn't know nothing about this, since what I was told by some of the court watchers, they would bring information to me and tell me how the DA was talking in that hearing, would tell me how the judge was moving.
Riddle me
in
this.
that
Why
hearing,
your ass wasn't up
right?
there? Just riddle me
Well,
that.
baby, I got some tea on them.
See, this kind of
In the
messy
bag of
kind of
evidence.
shit, but it's enjoyable, but it's
Baby, this is the hammer.
an
bag of
entertainment at this point for me.
So, hold this for me, brother.
Like you tell that brother is very masculine. He did not want to hold that shit. He gonna hold it very masculine like.
I came out here since you over here want to call this boy a murderer. Then
Yeah.
we gonna pull.
Yeah, she has gotten louder.
The covers off.
And we just shamed Jasmine Crockett for some bullshit.
Ain't no way in hell that you need to be a
one of
damn
our
DA with this
activists.
foolishness.
Yeah, you know,
Did you know?
activists is, we try not to curse like that. Try to
Hold
make
this,
a
please.
black point. You know what I mean?
That there is a 75-page federal lawsuit for sexual harassment of the DA that was saying that Carmela Anthony is a murderer, where you need to be a registered sex offender, sucker. Let me read. We ain't know that. The pot calling to kill the black cow, but you the whole DA out here. Oh, so you thought y'all was the only one that could go and PACE?
Yeah,
and let me explain to you what PACE is.
Message
PACE
drive me
is
crazy.
the database for federal laws.
I just
See,
well, I was talking about a bitch earlier about that. I hate this one
So let me
broad.
go
I
ahead and read a
just
little
hate
bit
the
of it, show you how
dislike
disgusting it
for
is.
showboating, right? I don't like ambulance chasers. And I feel like ambulance chasing a black
After
face
Jane
is really
Doe
fucking
refused defendant Willis,
gross.
ain't that his name, Greg Willis? Oh, okay. Advances
And I
at
call
the
this out because I remember when a motherfucking bitch was sitting there
TDCAA conference,
being,
he
well, we
treated
talked
her
about
quite
the bar.
differently in the
We brought it
workplace.
up with
He
Monday
began
through 12.
demeaning and
I
berating
didn't mention
her.
her name
In
because
one
that's
closed door
slander.
meeting, he told her,
You
"You think
said
like a
I
child,
talked
and I
about
will
her.
treat you like a child." Defendant Willis likely appreciated the gender
Is-
slurring that is
You know what I mean?
implicit
You
in
obviously
a
did dog
male
all this shit.
supervisor telling
Wow.
a female employee that she thinks like a child. Oh, wait a minute. Give me
Mentioning
that.
her
Hold
name
on.
would be slanderous. It would be defamation. Too smart for that. They think
More
you
than
could say
once,
what I was talking about
she
could have
tried
been
to break
anybody.
free,
You know what I
but
mean?
he
That's
held
like
her tighter. These
I would have
physical
said her name,
encounters were unwanted and
then
sexual
you know,
in nature.
like that would be
Jane Doe
slanderous.
want
Ah,
eventually put in for a
This is a
position
cop
in the
calling hoe.
Victim
I
Assistance
already
Division
know.
and got it in December 2020.
I
This
already
role
know.
put her
The
under
white
the
bitch wanted to
supervision
fight her.
of
She would have
Chief
called the laws
Fricker.
and wrote an article about it. So
However, the unwanted touches
she
and
didn't want to
full
get
frontal
busy in the
hugs
motherfucking ring
moaning
for charity either.
continued. The
She
most
was a
recent
low.
of the
That's low
sexualized
brow to
hugs
me.
back in
I
April
give a fuck
2022.
shit.
We got a
You
damn
really,
freak
you doing the
for
most. The bitch
the
challenge you,
DA.
girl. You better
But
get
you
out
want
there.
to talk about Carmelo Anthony. No, we're going to talk about you. Because if you want to sit up here and go do this rocket docket type case, well, we're going to rocket docket your ass. Because you need to be in jail. You do not need to be a DA here. But see, this is what they don't tell you. That's why you got to research your people, who you're voting for. And I'm going to say this to the Republican Party.
Look, she had to walk back at
Party,
least
y'all
2
need to write somebody
endorsements
else
this year.
in.
So I kind of
Because
don't want to
this
know
man
what
here
she said.
is a sexual deviant. And he has no place being a DA here in Collin County. And if you want to see this lawsuit, you can go to my Houston Stringer page or Night Sun TV.
Oh, yeah,
We're going to drop the whole 75 pages.
She black, you know what I mean?
And it's some
She
sick,
black, but
sick
look,
puppet
when you
foolishness.
capitalize, when you showboating and you
But he
capitalize
DA though.
on black
okay.
plight,
Let me see.
meaning you might not be getting paid, but you getting paid with clout.
But then,
right? Let's see, clout is its own investment. So clout is its own format of payment.
Because anytime we pull
so you're a clout chaser. You're a motherfucker that's trying to put yourself out there like you're an advocate or activist.
And it'll give
and you're speaking on behalf. Look, for a whole year and a half, they fucked up our city council law. You go in there and fucking make a real serious thing. Right? I'm sick of this shit. It's
we have
so much,
predatory behavior
I had to
patterns
do God's
for
work
District
last night.
Attorney Greg Willis.
I had to write
Complaint outlines an administrative pattern where DA Willis routinely leverages immense legal and professional power, including his authority to refer individuals for indictment and control criminal investigations to isolate and exploit female employees. Oh, he enforces strict closed-door policies using forced glass office doors to maintain.
And all you want is accountability. Accountability is words.
Across multiple independent plaintiff accounts. Willis repeatedly utilized
you just want a motherfucker to say they sorry, and you'll go on your merry way. Fuck that. He
frequently claimed he needed help with electronic documents to draw female staff behind his desk, subsequently tapping them in chairs, massaging their shoulders, stroking their limbs, and forcing full frontal body hugs while rubbing their lower backs, audibly
moaning. They won't let you rock with that. They find a way to get you.
He explicitly framed his actions as personal compulsions, stating, telling staff, sometimes I can't help myself. When he near to them, and blaming their appearance for the lack of professional control. That's the DA we got in here. That's the DA who did this to Carmel Anthony. So y'all ain't know that, huh? Oh, y'all didn't? Okay. And then, so let me tell you about, let me get this one. Hold on,
I like this entertaining TV
show. Some more stuff.
Yeah.
Now,
no, I don't like cloud chasers. I don't like it.
I want to give credit to North Carolina.
One of my friends' child got killed.
It's another.
I talked to them.
Black
in behind the scenes.
That we all work together.
I didn't talk to them in
activist journalists. We work together. And I thank you for giving us this information, and we confirm all of it.
Because I don't move like that.
However,
just being a local, I would not move like that. I move
I'm on your avenue.
And I like to discuss things away from other people. Because then it means
something. Did y'all know
it is real.
There's a third-party website.
When I'm over there,
I know I deal with judicial accountability, right? Y'all know I bring them judges and I sling them when they dirty, right? So there's a third party that I want you all to be able to go to. And I'm going to make sure that we put it in the article so you can use that as a resource. Because whatever court you go to in the United States that deal with family and children, you need to know who's on this list. And this is a list of child
boy was
what,
judges. 17, 18 when he went in, when he did this? They had that boy's face plastered all over
judges, and this comes from the childabusejudges.com. Yeah. See, you don't know until you know, right? Okay, so as of 12/22/2025, 1,400 plus judges have been accused of child abuse. Many judges 2 to 6 times. So let's see what state we got. Texas up there, because this is all of it. But I'm just going to show y'all Texas. Let's see who name on here.
Yep, when they framed the little boy, his name was everywhere. His face was everywhere. And these motherfucking armchair motherfucking detectives, I like to call them.
Oh, yeah,
I do it too. I'm an armchair detective too. I'm like this fucking child cases. But I'd be good goddamn if I would do any of this.
And this is the same judge that convicted Carmelo. So you know what they say. Don't throw rocks living in a what?
Glass house.
Glass house. So you need to know
what the saying was, people in glass houses shouldn't throw
because
rocks.
If you don't, how do you know how to move? That's why elections is important. You need to know who you're voting for. Y'all over here putting sex offenders in here, child abuse judges in here, and you wonder why you can't move 2 steps forward and you got to take 2 steps back, and then they turn around and take your kids from you.
Yeah, they got them looking like a pot, like really bald, like
for over 30
years. Look, this shows
but this what
you
got
on a
in
mugshot, right before they shaved his head.
So
and it's like,
what I want to leave
why did you
to
cut
the people of Collin County is this.
Like, He already took
BMW
the fan. He
surrounding
already
area.
took a little low cut
We
fan.
got to mobilize.
He just shaved this motherfucking line.
We got to mobilize. We got to
Why?
stop
You gotta
fighting
look
each other,
all
and
crazy
we got to
and
start
shit,
fighting
and then take
fire
the
with
pictures of
fire.
it. Like, come on, man.
We have to let these people know that we would not tolerate this egregious activity that they're doing to our people. We would not tolerate it. So I did not come out here to rah-rah. I came out here to tell truth to power. Thank you. So you know who you dealing with in here. See, while you going and getting in that Jordan line, you better get in that voting line. That's right. When you over there on that stripper pole, you better get to that voting pole. That's right. Because at the end of the day, who they affect locally is y'all.
Yeah, that's what we always say. However, there's got to be tangibles. You just can't be throwing out your motherfucking vote.
I sure do.
Oh, now she got time. Where the fuck was she for 3 motherfucking days? At home, talking shit, doing little PSAs.
No, what you do,
I mean,
you
on everyone
continue being a blogger. You continue shining the light. But what you have to do, you have to ensure whatever that you put, that it is credible.
She been showing out lately. I've been fucking watching.
Yes.
That's why I was like, damn, Candace getting a little messy lately, man. Like, come on now.
Yes.
What is your biggest problem with it that you feel like discredits the entire trial?
Who was conducting it from the beginning? And then who was the one that was convicting? Who was the one that was calling the shots? I got a problem with these people.
Now
you know, I actually have a problem with this.
I'm just saying. I was like,
I'm gonna repeat this again.
I just saying because she was
modern day live.
She could have been there that day.
This was from the very
beginning. I mean, she was ambulance chasing on. Why not, right?
That's why we were working behind the scenes, because this time we finna get in front of this.
What are you doing now in terms of trying to help appeal or be involved?
What we're doing now at this stage is trying to help the family to get the right proper legal representation. Yes. We giving them names, and they need to be able to pick who they want. I'm not gonna just say, no, you take this lawyer here, and then this lawyer get over here and do what these lawyers did. And just throw this child up the river.
Off the plate. Hold on, as long as you can hear me, just stay there.
With anybody losing their life, absolutely
I gotta fix it
not.
again.
But I'm also in agreement of accountability, because accountability breeds responsibility. And it's our responsibility as a community and as me as an activist to call it out. Because when you don't shine a light to it, it's going to continue. That's why y'all need to know who we dealing with in here. And I'm not done digging up all the rest of these judges. Or whoever else. We're not done.
What else will you be doing to...
I'm sorry?
What else will you be doing besides this event you're doing?
I'm just going to say this. You just stay tuned. You just stay tuned. Because I'm not giving the gameplay.
Don't believe me,
just stay tuned. Because see, you have a lot of people, and not to be disrespectful, my brother, you have a lot of people that do this, but don't put no action. So I'm telling you, watch the action play, because it's coming. Any other questions?
Yeah, it went old dark 30, and I gotta fix it.
Well, see, that right there, ma'am, I'm not trying to retry nothing with the case. What we're gonna do, we're gonna let the appeal process deal with that. That's why we need the best lawyers who gonna go and get that. Who gonna go and get what's supposed to be done. That's what we do. I'm sorry? No, it's gonna be the entire United States that's gonna help, because it's gonna be everybody. We all gonna galvanize behind this. I'm sorry?
What do you think about the photos you've seen released of Carmelo and his prison, attire?
It's fucking egregious. That's egregious.
Well, I mean, let's just be clear. Let's be clear. What they do, that's just standard. What they do with sending these pictures out to try to paint this child to be a bad person. But you notice what they didn't put out was when he saved the child from drowning.
That's right.
Because we had that news article, and I put that out, and the whole nation didn't know nothing about it. So I'm like this: if you're gonna tell it all. Tell it all.
You want to see his background introduced into this?
Absolutely. And when you did not have a mitigation specialist on that defense team, this is what you get. This is what you get.
And so I'm just going to be real clear, everybody. Now we got to start because the fight starts now. Everybody has a strong suit out here. Utilize your strong suit because the family is going to need us. Yes. We need to make sure, one, that if you're a blogger, if you're the news, if you have your own news stations, anywhere, anything that's dealing with that caliber, we got to control the narrative, and we have to ensure the narrative is being put out correctly. And when things are not being done right, we got to shine a light to it, period. So, any other questions before we conclude this press conference?
I have a question.
Yes.
What advice would you give to our Black community just moving forward with this situation? What advice could we give to our children?
Especially to the online white people who using this opportunity to be racist and college.
Oh yeah, this show is.
Okay, so let me just say this. Let me just say this, everybody. I've been called all kind of names from the rooter to the tutor. Okay, what you have to keep in mind is this: don't worry about the distractions. It's distractions. Keep your eyes on the prize. And our prize at this point right now is to get this boy out. Okay? And we got to do everything by step because keep in mind, we wasn't involved in the process at first. Worried, am I right or wrong? We wasn't. So we're going to be involved with it now, though. And my bloggers, don't y'all stop. Because whatever they can't cover, because they got producers and stuff. Whatever they can't cover, you cover it. Send it to me. We're going to get it out there because I got more followers than them anyway. That's what we're going to do. Any other questions?
She told us.
Okay, so that one right there. And then you know what else happened with that lawsuit? He didn't even file an answer, honey. So that let you know he a freak.
Why would money even be involved?
Can't control your sexual urges. What's wrong with you? You need Jesus. Okay. Thank y'all. Come on, girl, because I gotta go.
Okay. So, can you explain how long kind of a process is going to be?
Hold on. Hold this for me. Hold on. Wait a minute. Child, I gotta get my fan for this shit. Because, baby, it's hot. Hold on, child. Let me get my fan, honey. I'm not
extra.
Okay, now, repeat your question. I'm sorry.
I'm saying, can you explain to the community how long the process is going to be?
Well, see, it would be 1.5 to 2 years possibly. And that's why what I'm saying is that this is going to be an uphill battle. I'm not going to say this is going to be a cakewalk because it's not. And that's why that's why I keep stressing that this family has to have the creme de la creme appellate team. Period, point blank, simple. All right?
I know, like you said,
yes,
we were talking about something like that the other night.
Because it's by an appointed appellate lawyer. Okay. That's why we putting this out right now. So we can ensure we get the creme de la creme so we get him off.
Okay. So once that is done and you do a new appeal, will you include a submission statement?
Well, see, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't answer that. Okay? So I can't speak on nothing legal about that, baby, because I'm not a lawyer. All I can tell you is what we finna do as the community and as an activist and what we're going to do to help galvanize and help give leverage to that legal team.
Yes. Can I explain what the purpose is of the submission statement?
No, not right now, honey. No. Save that for when we get to the appeal process. Okay. Thank you. All right, I'm not taking...
All right, bet. All right, so now we're going to... Now, family,
we're going through hell.
All right.
And Kayla, thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Black family. All right, now we're gonna. So we saw Candace Matthews, and we saw that how she's trying to help the family get the proper representation. Yeah, she was a little late. She made it. Whatever. She decided to let us know a little bit of salacious shit going on with the judge and the DA. That was kind of entertaining. And basically stating that it's going to be like a year and a half of court or whatever to try to help get them off, because they came in late and they have to find the best representation. And she's letting everybody know that it'll be on us, Black family, to raise the money to help pay for this motherfucking defense, which is, that's proper, I guess. That shit, good looking out. At least we know that we need to keep putting money up. You know what I mean? And then we have a choice whether or not we're going to keep putting money in. We probably will, because this was this set. What we've been saying, Black family, is a set of precedent, a very ugly precedent. So as it's setting a precedent, as they're using him as a negative example, we're going to try to do the opposite of that and be positive, but also not being naive to what the situation is going to call for. And that was the point. Amongst all the extra activity that she was doing, that was basically the gist of it, that we're going to stay focused, and that it's an uphill battle. Like we say, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. You know what I mean? That's another thing, going back to Gen Xers that are like 75 up to 80 at least. We're instilled with the lack of not accepting mediocrity. Mediocre answers, no answers, I don't know isn't an answer, things like that. We're designed to not have these kind of things. That's why they need to have Gen Xers around, and not the Gen Xers that are on the borderline cusp of Gen Z or whatever, like millennials. Like Jesse's a millennial / she's like on the cusp of the last of the Gen Xers, but more on the millennial side. And I was like, it's weird. Yeah, but as Gen X, solid Gen Xers, we're taught to show our work, not to be mediocre, don't accept no. You know what I mean? We're taught a lot of things, and we're the ones that usually get out there and get it. Like when they say get it out the mud, they're speaking about us. You know what I mean? The generation X. They say, you live, get it how you live. That's really on us. You know what I mean? We're the ones that go out and get it. We're the ones that show what entrepreneurism is. We're the ones that show what a fight look like. Also, too, lying isn't really in our pedigree. And here in my Black family, we are the moral compass. And I know, I'm tired too. We shouldn't have to be showing and apologizing or doing any of this shit for them fucking folk, man. They're working our nerves. Trust and believe, they're working it. And in these motherfucking chats or these fucking platforms, especially on the vertical side, I've seen it. They come in here with all that vitriol on their chest. These white folk, they call up, calling us out of race, name and shit, telling us we don't know what we're talking about. They're on that bullshit. I know, I'm a dude. I'm gonna try to lead by example because I'm a reactionist. I react. I don't know what to think it out. I'll just react right there in the moment and then work my way back. You know what I mean? So I understand. I'm trying to follow the same shit I'm saying. I'm gonna try to be less reactive. But we're approaching Juneteenth, so it's about to get like last Juneteenth, they had the motherfucking white supremacists, the KKK marching through the motherfucking city on the other side of Juneteenth for one day. And it happens every other motherfucking Juneteenth. So every other Juneteenth, literally, city of Denver, motherfucking white fucking KKK terrorists that are out there just trying to fuck our shit up. It's not that, it's the pride thing. It's not the pride thing, it's a Mexican thing. It's like, or no King's protest. Like, don't ever just let us have any kind of celebration. So, note to self, Juneteenth is coming up. So not only do we got to be on our G's and C's, we got to be extra alert. Extra alert. I'm not like, I didn't see Colorado, but Colorado's like they like to hold their racism into their chest and do it like in a different way. It's kind of like it's there, but they're trying not to show it. We have to really dig deep to get it to come out. So whatever. This is the family. They did an interview. The family, we know we don't rock with the Breakfast Club. Are none of them people on there? That I found this interview today, and I feel like it's gonna give us some insight. They have to do an interview, so We're gonna watch it, and we're gonna take what we can out of it. This is right afterwards.
How are you guys holding up?
I mean, right now we're in a nightmare. Doesn't feel real. We've been up all night, crying, praying, waiting for family to come in. We have some family who has made it. We just right now lost for words, waiting for him to give us a call as soon as possible.
So you haven't heard from him just yet?
We heard from him yesterday. He has actually suffered from seizures, so we actually have to bring his medicine to the courthouse. So we're waiting for him to give us instructions to get there.
We know Carmelo from the courtroom, but tell us, who is he? What kind of person is he? What kind of son is he at home?
Need to give up on this.
He is a wonderful son. He's a wonderful student.
I'll be right back.
3.7 GPA.
Right back.
Work 2 jobs.
Don't leave your little eye.
I'm sorry, baby, for cutting you off. He was actually taking online classes during all of this, and still held a great GPA going through this traumatic time.
Yeah, he graduated.
He was a kid. If I didn't say it, he was a captain of his track team, football team.
I don't really like the Breakfast Club and none of that shit. I'm kind of thankful they gave this family an interview, because they cleared up a lot of misinformation, because they weren't really speaking throughout this. They maybe said a couple of words, whatever. They had to defend their GoFundMe or Gifts and Go shit several times, which I thought was kind of ridiculous. But that didn't stop us from doing what we were doing, which was keep throwing a little change when we had it in their direction. You know what I mean? But I'm thankful that this interview came out, because there was some unanswered questions. There's a lot of shit that we didn't know and that we needed to know. And I feel like, fuck it, now we about to find out how this all happened, why it happened, who's responsible for it. I was glad for that. So this was more informational than it was anything else. And I don't give respect to motherfucking to the Breakfast Club. I don't like the Breakfast Club. I don't like anything about it. But I'm glad that this was done. I'll be right back.
He was working 2 jobs. He actually saved the kid's life. That the mom, he jumped in the pool, and saved the kid's life, which was amazing. I didn't know how great he was until this tragic.
I want to add some things to that. At home, he loves cooking, whether it's in the kitchen, outside, grilling. He makes the best hibachi. He loves running routes and playing soccer with his younger brother, Kingston. He has a brother named Andrew. He's 12, and Andrew is into doing science experiments, and Carmelo loved helping him with science experiments. He loves putting Legos together with his girlfriend. He's just a lovable, sincere child.
Yeah.
Do you feel like the world, just going through this trial, got an accurate description of who Carmelo really is?
No, we've come to find out, which we were, before all this, we were a family that basically stayed to ourselves. We were very close knitted. My wife's at home. She stays at home. I was working, and we didn't know how cruel the world could be. They have his face plastered all over after while he still was a minor. And it was like, everything was happening. We was getting threats. They doxed us. I was so clueless and so involved in work. I didn't even know what doxing was. They put our address. online. And so we had people coming to our home, so we never had to leave in our home. Like they had us in some type of like what is it, protective thing, whatever, to get us, to keep us safe with our other kids. The world right now, it sounds unbelievable, the things that he accomplished before this tragic accident. Like it will really mess you up. And as me being a father, I didn't realize, like him saving a life. I just, as a father, I got caught up in, hey, that's what you're supposed to do. That's your expectation. Being a man, hey, that's what we do. We move on. Like him working, hey man, you're supposed to have a job. I was trying to, he was, how it is that young, it's like with your girl too much, man. You need to get a job, get a hobby. So he's working, but I kept him busy too.
I think they always talk shit.
This whole situation is the reality of this is that somebody literally walked in his life.
It wasn't like how they portrayed him.
Literally walked into his life. He did everything by the law, and look where we at.
I want to go back to that day, that track meet. Were you guys at the event at that track meet on April 2nd?
No, we were not. I was actually supposed to go to the track meet, but the weather was so bad. I just stayed home. It's like, Mama, don't come. Just stay home.
Mm-hmm.
And now, looking back on everything, I wish I was there. I regret not being there for my child.
When did you hear the news that there had been an incident that day?
I received an email saying that there was an incident, no phone call, no anything. My instinct was because Carmelo, he's the type of child to let me know everything that's going on. And it wasn't like him to not call me and tell me what was going on. So when I received the email, we have like 360. So I went into like 360. I'm like, wait, they said the buses made it back to the school, but Carmelo location is still stating that he's at the stadium. Like, what's going on? So I headed to the school, and that's how I found out what happened.
And how I found out, I was actually in a work meeting, and when she first called me, I thought it was because it was right after April Fools. I was like, oh, y'all playing this, because he doesn't, this is not him. Yeah. So I was on, oh, you playing, all right, whatever. But she was like, no, he was involved in the stabbing. So when we heard that, I didn't know what happened at the time. And they kept us from everything. Like they kept us, so we running around from place to place. And it was everything was just moving so fast that day. I never forget. It was just like everything.
They wouldn't tell me what happened to the kid.
Once we found out and he went to his bond hearing.
When they arrested him, they didn't tell me what it was.
The next day, somebody doxed us. I don't want to say her name, but a lady started making this. They try to blame it on one person, not making them about race. But you had this lady that went on to talk about white lives and all this other stuff, and now it went boom. The race car started about that's how Jake Lane and all these other guys got involved in this. But it was at the end of the day, this was a kid situation that a lot of adults made it about their personal, how they really wanted to feel. This is the time they wanted to show how this is how we really feel about y'all. And they used my son, for example.
What did Carmelo tell you happened that day at the track meet?
He was sitting there seeing his friend. Once you get the reports and everything, he was actually his girlfriend's cousin invited him to the tent.
See?
So when they invited him to the tent, it just, hey, what's going on, such and such. It was raining. He sat there. Then next you know it, you had these two guys who approached him. Even seeing the video in court, it was like, I know y'all see this. And we got comfortable with the instructions that we were told. We was told not to say nothing. We was told not to do this. So we did everything we did. We followed all instructions that we were told. hey, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. Hey, don't talk to this person. Don't talk to this person. It was all this.
I feel like this
and look
black
what happened to my
family have
son.
a lot of
It
black
sounds like you wish you had talked more, that you had said more, that you had got your story out more.
and this,
I call myself trying to, sometimes you could do the right thing, but it could be the wrong thing.
Did Carmelo want to get his story out more to the public as well?
He was trying to listen. He was trying to listen to what he was being advised.
See,
you know, hey, don't make it about race. Don't do this. Don't do this. So we like, all right, we go again. We played the game they wanted. We did everything a law abiding citizen posted. They told us don't do this. We did everything we supposed to. And he wanted people, of course he wanted somebody. They got pictures of him being 17 with a dress on, saying he'll be raped in jail. Like all kinds of these adults are talking about this child, but nobody's seeing it. Like nobody's seeing it. So we can't say anything. The other family, they go paint this lie that nobody still have exposed, that he died in his brother's arms. And it was all
That's not true, because that is the narrative. Yeah.
No, you never heard it no more. That the stuff was a lie. You heard about a bag. You never heard about a bag since trial. That's what I was telling people. A lie is temporary, but the truth lasts forever. It's just now, it's like harder now. I got to fight to get the truth out. He basically had to get the book thrown at him, 35 years in this county that basically, I honestly feel as though that they manipulated us with a smile. They act as if they cared, but they really didn't. When they win the jury selection, we seen all the people with the jury selection. I was like, baby, this is not right. But my wife is the type of person. I'm not gonna just say us. We're both the type. We try to be positive. Hey, we're not gonna look at it. That's not what it is. That's not us. That's what it was.
So even when you noticed there were no Black jurors, it gave you pause. It made you want to say something, but you were still going along with the process.
Yeah, I was going along with the process because there's a lot of times when I hope this don't be controversial, but that's the first thing they do is they try to say we're emotional. We don't follow instructions, right? So we did everything that we was advised and told to do, and look what happened.
So who was they? You said that they told you. Who was they? Was it your defense attorney?
Yeah. So we were because about him being 18. So what they did was they kind of played everybody against everybody, if you could say. I'm not going to say they played us against each other, but it's almost they had him scared, like, hey, this, I'm a lawyer, this. So as me being a father, all right, you're the guy, I'm okay with playing my position, and I don't want to overstep any boundaries. Everybody kept saying, hey, to beat this. I even went to some Black attorneys. They're like, oh, you need a white attorney to go out there to fight out there. Remember they were telling us that? They kept telling us that. So everybody like, why y'all didn't? Everybody was telling us, okay. So then when we get it, they basically tossed them over. A lot of objections wasn't done. It's a lot that wasn't done.
So do you believe your son received a fair trial?
No.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. And we're going to keep fighting. We will not stop fighting for justice for my son.
Yeah, it's hard for us right now, and I've had my moments. And we want our children to do better, right? We look at our YNs. This wasn't a YN. So what we gonna do about this not YN? We can make more YNs. Now you got a kid, like I just told you, everything that we're telling you right now is verified. 2 jobs with the HEB Foot Locker. That's who came to the buying him. His GPA, he still graduated through all this. He still graduated high school. He still graduated. The lady the kid he saved, this stuff really happened. He was never in trouble, and no, he was never suspended for no knife. But they had, actually what I learned was they had a smear campaign that they did. I wasn't familiar with that. Like, And a lot of people that we were reaching out with, I understand business. A lot of people, they got a lot of things going on. So we was reaching out, I was emailing, but everybody want to go through, it's kind of a circle thing, which I understand. But I realized through this.
Don't get on that counter, Kiki. Nah,
Black.
Oh, you think I'm playing?
Black entertainment
get this.
Is going to have to be
spray body.
A Black network is going to have to be done, because I'm looking for people who would never understand.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're asking for it.
No matter how much you do, no matter how much you do, they would never see it.
You're saying that as you were watching the trial, as you were in there, you didn't want to question the process. You wanted to let it play out. But was there at any point that you felt the outcome was heading in this direction?
No. Everybody lied. Look at the report. Everybody, it's called what? It's perjury. That everybody did. Basically just did it with no, and they never was called out on it. I mean, literally, they told within an hour of when it happened, it was 2 to 3 people. When they got to the trial, it was. I'm like, wait, what? And don't get me wrong, the defense said, "Hey, did you say this?"
They showed at the trial there was
everybody. One girl made up a lie, said it was over a race. That my son walked up. This how crazy this is.
Like 29.
One girl sat on the stand and said,
"Information."
Yeah, he just walked up to him and said, "What? You want to race?" It didn't even make sense. Then they asked her, "Did you lie?" She was like, "Mm-hmm." On the stand. Nothing happened.
Why didn't the defense call more witnesses?
That's not my department, and I apologize for that. I don't have
No,
to.
I'm just, as you look at it, and I'm not an attorney, but I'm hearing you, and you're telling me all these wonderful things about him, and I'm just wondering, did the jury get to hear, all of these wonderful things about Carmelo?
No, they didn't. Even when the one kid who was the corporate of all this, meaning the kid who invited him to the tent, he lied on the stand and said he didn't even know him. And they had pictures with his grandmother. With his grandmother. Like, here's your grandmother, my son, your grandmother. Their whole family got multiple times, played basketball together, all kind of different things. And
I mean, all of the witnesses' statements and stories were inconsistent. So we thinking that the jury is going to notice that. But they already had their mind made up when they sat in that courtroom. Their mind was made up already.
How big of a role do you guys believe that race played into how this case was publicly viewed and how this outcome, this sentence was handed down?
It played a big part. Race, politics, all that. I'm like, man, the kid don't even vote. How he got into it? It was a lady talking about the left side and the right side. Like, what? These are kids. They put I feel like you had a certain group that of course they go blame us, that strategically made this about this because they knew they could do that smear campaign. Like they said, we went and bought a new car and house.
Yeah.
And it hurt with me without my people really believed instead of them going and doing their proper research. They had people really bashing us. I'm like, y'all really believe that? Who could buy a house in 4 days? Buy a house in 4 days. I know we may sometimes we may not make the right decisions, but come on now, like that didn't even make sense. They said we was going on extravagant trips. There's a lot of things that they did to us that just,
There was a lot of misinformation that was going around, especially, in the beginning. And
you talking about Black people that did.
I know your family had to move a couple times because you were doxxed, and I can't even imagine how Carmelo going through that, trying to finish school, fighting, for his freedom, and you guys have other children, so much on you as parents. How's your other children handling this?
Now we had to end up taking him out of school because they had TikTok videos with my son with semen coming out of his mouth because it was him saying go get raped in jail. And it's just like, that was my daughter, my princess. She had to go through that. The other boys, we was in a pretty blessed community. That's why I hope a lot of people get this message. It don't matter where you at. It don't matter where you at. We was supposed to be in the safest place, but it's like they're telling us that you could be assaulted, but you better not fight back. That's what this is what this case is saying. They don't care. It could be 2-3 people, size, it don't matter.
Yeah.
So that's what this case is really all about. The family is saying now, I just got a message, they saying they were robbed. Now they were robbed. Now mind you, if
They as in the Metcalf family?
I just got this thing just popped up saying they saying people are robbed. If we don't get the message now, and it's not because it's our child, we would never get it. This is the most crucial time ever, especially if you have kids. Because again, you see the child I'm telling you about right now, we all have kids like that. We sent them off to school. We sent them off just
like they
not looking for it. Again, he didn't go look for this. That's why they try to paint that picture. They painted a picture. And
the interviewer,
he didn't look for this, just walked into his life. Literally, matter of fact, they say it like this.
She cared, but
the evidence shows he jumped 3 bleachers
pretending
to get to
Mm.
him.
Now,
So
did the jury hear that information? And is that information on the video?
That's on the video.
And they had their minds made up.
Their mind was made up.
Already made up.
3 bleachers. Some say 1, some said 3, some said 5. Their statements was inconsistent.
So
Every
tell
statement
us,
was inconsistent.
because we haven't seen that video. What did that video show?
The video showed, honestly, you can show that you can see him coming into the tent, sitting down, and then it's like it started getting a little, like you couldn't tell the people. But you know we're experts. Let me tell you what the DA did. They put a spotlight on the boys, right? So you could see them, right? But they never put a spotlight on Carmelo. And the reason why is because, of course, they was trying to make their side look
his video
like, oh, it wasn't that bag of push. The whole thing moved. Even the guy EP said in his statement, it was so bad to where it pushed him out the way. Because he's some pretty big kids. They're real big. They're bigger than me, actually. So it's like they tried to minimize their doing, but I've heard people who would supposed to be justice if in Texas, if I threaten you when I'm lying, you have the right to do whatever force if you fear for your life.
So the video showed, I'm sorry, go ahead, Kayla.
No, he said if you fear for your life or
seriously body home. Yeah. Or they were trained jujitsu fighters too.
And so the video that you all that they showed in court, it shows him running away from.
Yeah, he ran to the teacher. The teacher said that the teacher he ran to a guy, and the teacher he ran to actually he hugged him because Carmelo, he's not like that. He hugged the guy. Like he was freaking out. He hugged the guy. So the guy they was hugging. He was crying hysterically, and they tried to paint it as if he was trying to leave. But
Now,
then in court they said it that he wasn't trying to leave.
Yeah. Now, did this teacher testify?
He did.
Yes. And he also said he had to stop another kid from jumping on Carmelo, which was, guess what? Supposed to have been a person that was his friend. The guy who, hey man, come on, look, hey, if you've been to high school, think about it. The guy that told you to come over here, You sitting down, the same person who could have de-escalated the whole thing, he was trying to go after him. And that's the same guy that was playing like he was videoing, but they couldn't find the video.
Which is
he was the police didn't really even try to go through his phone.
like 29
to even look for the video.
Cameras.
So he said he was acting as if he was recording.
But where are the rest of the video?
Now, when he was running, was this before or after the incident happened?
After, bitch. You know,
it's after the incident.
This is after the incident.
That's why they came up with the, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
That's why they came up with the narrative that he
was running.
Yeah, he threw the knife. When he threw it, he didn't throw the knife. His hand was cut. So it's a lie.
See?
That when the video shows, if you ever been on high school bleachers, you're not on the stairs. You know how you try to walk. So imagine trying to run up, he fell. So what you think fell? He only went up. They caught it in 3 bleachers. It was like 3 bleachers up. It was 3 bleachers up. So when you could see him get up. You could tell he dropped it. Then he stood up. He didn't know where to go. Then he ran down, fell, and they was coming after him. He ran around and ran to a coach.
See, nobody showed that video.
So did the video show the altercation of them approaching him first and then the confrontation?
I run too for whole white folk.
Okay. Did you talk to your defense attorney about any of these concerns that you had as the trial was playing out, or even now that the trial is over?
100%. I mean, I'm actually praying that somebody send us somebody that we get sent somebody that can help us. It's kind of like I'm still right now in shock, so I'm just moving on and drilling right now.
So you're looking for a new defense attorney for future appeal process.
Yeah.
And did your defense attorney say anything about how he feels or they feel the case went?
I'm going to say they gave us the corporate answer. They gave us the corporate answer.
That's what they said. Whatever.
And did Carmelo want to testify in his own on his own behalf? And was
survived? It was based on everything. It didn't need nothing because everything they said when it's self-defense, they have to prove it. They never proved it.
Okay. So that was never, because I know there was this pause and a lot of people thought that, we were going to come back and he was going to take the stand and he didn't. So that was never an option. That had never been discussed of him taking the stand.
That's why we just need we need somebody who's going to fight. That's what I can really say right now. We just need somebody going to fight for him. Because their whole thing was he provoked it. That was their entire case. He provoked it. That's what the whole thing was.
And what do you want the world to know about who Carmelo is and what your family is going through right now?
We're going through hell. Doesn't feel real. We feel like, it just don't feel real. He's a good kid. The receipts show that he wasn't a YN. We as adults, we're not helping with the YNs. And I know we could look at the tragedy that happened, but it was by the law. The law supposed to cover us. So anybody who feels any way different, I honestly feel like, it's okay when as long as the devil don't knock at your door. Cause I was clueless like that too. Hey man, it never happened. It would never happen to me. It would never happen to us. Cause we stayed in our lane. We worked, nice neighborhood. We were doing good, but these people basically made it their. We just had comments to where people say, "Yeah, we sending y'all back to the hood. We sending y'all. Yeah, y'all don't deserve what y'all have." He said it in court yesterday. Forgot. He said that they told my son to look at me when I'm talking to you.
Who said that?
The dad, the son, both of them said, "Look at me while we talk to you." Like, oh, it's gonna come out. They said, "Look at me while we talk to you." What? Yeah,
the dad, Metcalf's father, said that to Carmelo
and the son. The son came out. The son came out. He eventually got on the stand for the impact statement. You know,
Black magic.
But he didn't want to get on the stand, and I even tried to get people to. I even try to get them to call him, but it's just a lot. And I know what's going to hurt me more because this interview may push a lot of people off wanting to help us because, oh, well, you did this, man. I don't do this. I don't understand why we like that. Like, we all fighting for the same goal. Like, oh, man, all right, sure. Well, you said this. I can't. What? Come on, man. Like, point. But it's okay because you know what? It's not yours. So I totally understand it. But I just tell everybody, be careful in case that devil not.
You know, and as parents, have you all struggled with guilt, you know, asking yourselves, is there anything differently? I know, Kayla, you said you wish you had gone to that track meet, you know, but as a trial has played out, is there anything that you both wish you could have done differently?
I wish I would have been rebellious and just do what
or listening to advice that you thought was.
Yeah, I was told, don't talk to this person. Don't talk to this person. I feel like it was just a setup. Now, like I said, they told us, go get white attorneys. Every black person I went to, white attorney. No white attorney, they set them up, pushed them. Hey, here you go. I mean, no objections. It wasn't.
How dare you as a black?
It was things smooth. So because as a father of me being who I am, I got to make sure she's straight. This mama bear, I got to make sure she's straight mentally because if she's not straight, my house ain't straight. I'm not straight. Then so because I got the kids to worry about. Got to make sure his mental health. I can't go back and forth with him right there because I don't think his mental can handle it. The misunderstanding of what dad is trying to tell you. This ain't a daddy moment. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
It's not the time for me to be arguing with you about, hey, you know, sometimes, hey son, can you see? I know a lot of people say, well, I would have done this or I would have done that. You say that because you're not in that situation.
You don't know.
So I couldn't do that, and me knowing my son, which is your child, correct? Mm-hmm. You see, I don't want him to maybe want to hurt himself because I don't know what he's dealing with. He's doing a great job. He's still in school. I'm keeping him busy. We're trying to do stuff around the house. And one thing this thing did do with us, it brought our family closer. Yeah. And I worked a lot. Well, I didn't work that much. I was home on weekends. But to her, I worked too much. But I was able to have this time for us to be together. Yeah. And I think they did this to us because they wanted us to be in poverty. They wasn't expecting, because the tables are turned. Me and her been together since high school. It's the other side who's divorced. So that picture they painted, the houses and the cars, that was the other side. That wasn't us. We just couldn't say nothing. And then we did say something.
Nuclear family right here.
It was like, oh, whatever. Yeah, don't go lie. Hey, don't do this. Don't say this. Hey, people gonna say what they gonna say. So so no matter what we did, we was losing.
It don't matter, brother. It don't matter. That's what I've been talking about.
I felt like it was a lose battle.
Back today.
And I just have a few more questions for you. I want to. When the verdict came down, what was the first thought that went through your head?
I feel my son. Mm-hmm. I feel like, man, I felt like I cried so much. I held back and I told her, man, I'm that dad, like, hold it up and be tight. I said, boy, you broke me. You broke me when it first happened. I never cried as much as I've cried. And it was just like when I seen him, when he grabbed it, I could still picture that man when he's saying it. He said it so smooth. Like the way he said it, the way he read that verdict, it was like, just, hey, as such and such, he's found guilty. It was just comfortable. It was comfortable. You could tell the way he read it was no, like, damn, it was, hey, look. And I told my attorney, like, we know. The hell you mean, But then if I act up, I'm the emotional black man. You follow what I'm saying? Oh, look at him. Then it would have been on breaking news. Oh, he done flashed out. Oh, look that's how they had it. We got him. So I had to humble myself. It wasn't just for me and my family. It was for all of us. Because if I would have flashed out the way I wanted to, it would have been all that. You would probably be looking at that. God damn it, everybody went up there, acted a fool. That's what they wanted.
Yeah.
So I played that game, and I'm just letting you know that game don't work. It's not for us. The justice system is not for us. They can't say we can get anything out of what we was told. We follow all the instructions, and we follow the law. It just don't work for us.
Mm-hmm. What do you say to the people who say?
He calling now.
Okay.
He's calling now.
Take it.
Thank God.
Hold up. Every day I.
All right, so now we're gonna see. Hold on a sec. All right, let me just pause. Make sure it's paused. Okay, so hold on one second. Sorry, Bradley. I was over there. I was over there off camera. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I was like, let's see, I'm back. Okay, so I was off that. What you mean by this? Oh, yeah. Thank you for staying. Thank you. Yeah, I had to go find something. Yeah, no, she wasn't there. Candace wasn't there. The family basically saying that they listened to everybody that was advising them as far as counsel, and they went to black attorneys instead of the white attorneys. Basically, it was set up basically so they could stay. That the narrative be pushed around, and because the father said he didn't want to be authentically himself, because basically it was looked at like angry black man type shit, or what I mean, or he wasn't listening, or so he tried his best to be passive about the shit and just listen to them, and then he's like, well, this is what he got us, and that it is about race basically. And that there's all they give us a little insight too on what actually happened. You know what I mean? With Carmelo. And that's not what we heard in the media. You know what I mean? We didn't know he ran up and then he cut his hand, and then he accidentally dropped the knife when he was running up the stairs and running up the bleachers or whatever. And then he went to a teacher, and the teacher helped him to keep the motherfuckers from chasing him to beat him down. You know what I mean? And the person that invited him was his motherfucking girlfriend's cousin, who then went and lied on it. So, you know what I mean? So, the fact that we have this is like an example of a black nuclear family, husband, wife, kids, you know what I mean? And the fact that they weren't even in their own house. They were in like a protective custody type thing, situation that we didn't know about. Did all the propaganda and the misinformation about where they were, what they did with the income or whatever. That was pretty intense. We didn't learn a lot right there. You know what I mean? We learned a lot right there. And the fact that the father is trying to, basically, try to follow the parameters. And the fact that, all these people were advising him. And this is a fact, family. You don't necessarily know what's going to happen from one day to the next. And when we're in trouble with the law, we ain't around nobody that advises. And the people that we do get advice, like fucking for example, I get arrested, I go to jail, right? The number one rule in jail is not to talk to nobody, right? About the case. That's like the number one rule. Not even on the fucking phone. You're not supposed to talk about anything, right? And then what happens? We get in there and we just start chopping it up with motherfuckers. Why are you in here? Why are you in here? And then it just keeps going on and on. Well, them motherfucking cameras are always listening, right? The same thing with the phone. We over there making a call home and we start talking to the motherfucker. Be like, well, what happened? Then family, just note to self. Don't ask these questions when you get on the fucking phone. Because the motherfucker be like, look, they got that, and look, woo, and say this, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, you know what I mean? And all these things be used against us, right? We do this, and we're going to have to stop. You see what I'm saying? We're going to stop. Because we don't have anybody to advise us. When we in there, we talking about a case, and then motherfucker say, oh, well, you probably get like 5 years. You probably get some probation, or you probably get this and that. You know what I mean? And we're over there looking for advice because we're all by ourselves and we don't got nobody else in there. And that advice might be wrong too. You never know who the fuck you're getting advice from because they might want to just see you fall. They might want to see you fail. You know what I mean? No matter what it is. And because we're in there, we have to make these fucking split decision choices. And till we get up there to get an attorney, we're getting arraigned, things like that. And then we have to listen to what the public defender says. And then they're usually on some hurry up and get the fuck about it off this case type shit and making backdoor behind the scenes, behind the person's back plans to present you with a plea deal. You know what I mean? So I've seen this shit happen, and it's happened to me a few times, easily. So you can only imagine, like, sometimes, like, for example, in any situation, we always look for advice, family. We always look for it. It's us looking for it because we don't have any outlets. We have no fucking friends. And when situations happen right then and there, we try to figure out how to get out of it or how to fix it and maneuver around it. This is a fact. This is the way it is. It could be anything. It could be a fucking car accident where you're at fault. It could be interaction with the laws, and it could be perceived like, why didn't they? There's always motherfuckers that say, well, why didn't he just leave? Why didn't he just stand up? Why didn't he just do? It's a different day and age. However, we're always the only people looking for assistance and advice or the right direction, and we're always alone in that task. Remember that. Now we're gonna watch the daddy, right? A Metcalf's daddy. Look, I was saying it way before then. The father is a motherfucking racist. And even if he wanted to come up there to that first hearing, now that I listened to this, I now understand why they kicked him out of that fucking first press conference. You know what I mean? And then it was played out that, the Metcalf family or the Anthony family was just on some old militant bullshit, fuck white people type shit. And in reality, if that's like that's not the case, but in reality, now I understand why they kicked him out or why they didn't want him there. And we're gonna touch base and listen to this. Now, what I'm gonna say to you, family, is this is how that motherfucker feels. And this is how he is. So if he is like this, then his children are like this. So you can imagine why, now it makes sense why the boy got stabbed. You see what I'm saying? Why that happened. And it wasn't gonna be a fist fight. You know what I mean? So we're gonna see, and we're gonna watch how this interaction goes. The father. Okay, so you can develop your own opinion. This is Metcalf daddy. Okay, let's see. Let me get back up there. All right. They try to show this little mugshot, a little of him, right? And I was like, look, the more you try to make a motherfucker look down bad. He did not look down bad, and he looked like he had a man up in that very situation. He had turned into an adult man. That's what that looked like to me. And then you got these little looks on her face, and then like some motherfucking ugly ass mongoloid and a motherfucking handsome ass black little boy.
Carmelo Anthony sentenced to 35 years. The fatal stabbing of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet last April. Good-looking kid that we lost, and his father, Jeff Metcalf, joins us now. And sir, thanks for coming on. We do appreciate it. I know what this must be like for you. I want to just start by asking you, after the sentencing and after everything you've seen, are you satisfied with how this has resulted?
No.
No. 35 not enough?
It's never about the number. Yeah. The whole thing, satisfaction would be for me to watch Austin walk through my door and hug me. So I don't wish harm on anyone. I actually feel sorry for Carmelo Anthony, because I know I can't imagine. I've never been to prison, so but I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. But unfortunately, we live in a society where your actions have consequences. And you know, as a Christian person, you know, people question me about my forgiveness so quickly, and I had to explain that to everyone. The forgiveness was for me, for you. So I wouldn't carry the rage and the hate. It doesn't excuse his actions. It's not that, you know, oh, it's okay. You know, it's not okay. But it's unfortunate you chose the decision to take my son's life.
I would find the right video.
But you do have to. 1
second. 1 second, Belly. 1 second. Just give me a second. I put the wrong one in. It's this one. Okay, family, hold on.
Y'all can let me make something racist so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay?
Okay, we're gonna play this right here, and then I'll go right back to the other one, okay? This is the one I meant to put in, but I was like rushing through. I thought I put it in. Apparently I fucked up and I did put it in. It's always like that, or YouTube be kicking out certain videos I put in there. Like one of my playlists just is repeating the same videos. And then if I look at my history of what I've been watching, so I've been watching a lot of documentaries, off-topic documentaries, and they will be like in repeat, like the last 2 days will be a repeat. So I don't know. I don't want to say it's malfunctioning. I'm just saying.
Because he was such a little boy, y'all were trying to portray. How about watermelon felon? How's that one strike you? Charleston White, you look like a crackhead. Even though you got money, you're the only smart person around. Ooh. Oh, there was no black jurors. You know why? Because you can't be unbiased, you dumb shit. If you answer the question, I can't send a black man to jail because he's black, you're not getting on the jury. You're so unintelligent, you can't even fill out a form correctly. You don't even know who your daddy is because 78% of you don't have your father in the home anymore.
Stop the cap. You
got baby mamas running around with 8 kids so they can get EBT cards to feed you all.
That's the pot calling the kettle black. Isn't this motherfucker divorced? He ain't at home? That sounds like some projection. The other boy's daddy was at home working. This motherfucker separated or divorced, whatever, separated. Did you see the mama? Cuz like this is some ugly ass heathens, right? He ain't even at home. He's a fucking degenerate. You know what I mean? He ain't even at home as he's spitting all that fucking wildest venom.
You think I'm being racist? No, I'm being real. He's an asshole. Or he's the greatest guy, he'll give you the shirt off his back. So they both can be right. Because I give what you get. Or what you give to me, I'll give you back. So am I racist? Yeah.
Any ounce of compassion, empathy, or sympathy I had for Austin Metcalf went out the door because this is his dad. And I know everything his dad is saying has been passed down to his sons, which is a reflection of their character because it's his character. We are our Father. But he has disgraced the entire name in bro, why would you even get on the internet and do this? The judge lifted the gag order. So Jeff Metcalf has shown his true feelings about the black community. You can say he's grieving, but do your grief make you racist?
Admitted he was a racist right there.
It's never about race.
A black nationalist.
Please don't make it about race and don't politicize it. And what did you do? You chose both. The race card, black fatigue, it's real. I'm sorry.
Black fatigue.
You have embarrassed your own culture and race.
They told me, hey, House, you need a product. And for the longest, I'm like,
check it out. We're the ones that created that shit, black fatigue. Right? And they use it as our worst fucking direction. Like, you see where the builders in the country, cause and they thinking of using like, I'm so tired of black people. I have black fatigue. And we're like, man, we got white people fucking fatigue. And fuck them fucking crackers. It's like, well, you know what the fuck. But they turn around and use it like, just like woke. Like, only, you know how we know what that really means? They use it like wokeism and the far left is woke. Whatever bullshit, cause it's like, you turn around and don't know the fucking proper thing, and you go perverse it and make it like whatever. Don't make it about race and politicize it. Fuck you mean? It is about race. Clearly. And if that's the daddy, he's right. The daddy that instilled some racist shit. And why else would you be trying to do that? You know what I mean? You basically you just gonna go up to go up to some black dude or black kid and punk him and try to put your hands on him too a couple times, whatever. Try to get him up and out of his seat and tell him to move around. This what? Those days of sitting in the back of the bus is over. What the fuck? What the fuck you mean? It isn't about race. Oh, it's about race. Like, you hear how this motherfucker's talking. You know he talking like that at home in front of them kids. Probably been talking like that for the last 18, 19 years.
I don't want to sell y'all nothing that I just trying to get money off y'all. You feel me? I had to come up with something that I actually believe in. I believe in this. This is black on black love. It's a protest to black on black violence. It's a protest to black on black crime. It's a protest to, man, that, oh, if a black person would, nah, man. Our community is full of love, bro. Y'all just want to promote our dysfunction. So you wear this as a message, but you live it as a mindset. Cop y'all merch. Another thing.
This guy right here.
This is all in-house, baby. Everything. All these shirts, especially these, will be shipped out by me. They designed by me. They printed up by me. I buy the goddamn material. Everything is in-house, black owned, baby. And if you need orders, hit me at househypocrite@gmail.com because I can fulfill some orders as well. But yeah, man, copy y'all black on black love t-shirts. Got them in all sizes. Let's get into the video.
Drew Anthony, Kayla, you're cowards.
They are Carmelo Anthony's parents.
You wouldn't even show up for your son's sentencing.
What?
Or victim statement impact. You abandoned your kid.
Stop the cap.
You left him there. I guess he's no more used to you because you can't get any more GoFundMe money or GoSendGo money. You are grifters. You should be ashamed of yourself. You raised that child, and I swear to God, CPS to come check on those other 3 that you still have.
Jeff Metcalf, if you would have raised your son, Austin Metcalf, a little bit better, for him not to put his hands on somebody else's child, maybe he'll still be here.
You never once admitted or took accountability. You tried to play victim.
Be aware, if a white person say you are a victim mentality, any of that shit, it's meant to demean your voice and minimize it.
The real victim is the one who died, not the one who shoved a knife in his chest. I come to pray with you and show the world we can close the gap of this unbelievable racial divide. And what'd you do? You widen the gap even further.
Nigga, ain't nobody trying to pray with no motherfucking racist, bro.
Facts.
If a white person tell me they're a Christian, that shit should scare you.
Facts.
Do you know what white folks have done in this history in the name of goddamn Christianity?
Facts. Facts.
And I'd rather white people be atheists, because once they start believing in God, shit catastrophic start to happen.
Facts.
You hire a convicted baby-shaking felon who's only in it for the money, who gives you bad advice, kicks me out of a press conference. Oh, funny, I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, but I left when asked. I didn't stab anyone.
So fucking
and then you proceeded to gaslight me with your convicted felon, quote, advocate? Minister? Minister of what? Minister irrelevant? Minister of bullshit? How about Minister fuck you? Y'all think I'm a saint? I'm no saint. I'm as human as you. I have emotions. Just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I don't sin, because I don't walk on water and I don't turn into wine.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
How did you get that fat? You did it to yourself. That's how you got fat. How you get swatted? Your little piss-at disruptors? Your little army of people? Maybe it was your Black Panther friends. Ooh, y'all are so tough. You talk a big game, but really at the end of the day, you ain't shit. I'll scrape you off the heel of my boot.
See, that's that racism coming out.
And normally, I don't normally attack people like this, but I have been cooped up and caged up in this anger, and this is something I'm trying to work on. I need to develop it and funnel it into a more constructive way. But tonight is the one time I'm going to allow myself. It's okay.
Allow.
Tonight I'm allowing myself to say what I really want to say.
The 90s.
Because most of the time I don't say what I want to say because it's not correct. Just because you think something doesn't mean you believe it. Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it wrong. Doesn't make it a fact either. Because all you believed, Carmelo was innocent. Newsflash, guilty, prison. You were wrong.
Just because y'all had a favorable jury, y'all had a favorable judge, y'all didn't have a defense that was going to attack the defense, self-defense argument.
He's telling the truth.
And these folks rushed this trial. They rushed him off to the TDC.
Yep, which is crazy.
Gave him a public defender for appeal, as if his family hired the money. Just because all that happened and he's been convicted of murder does not mean he's not innocent. Black people get acquitted at a high rate and exonerated at even higher percentage all the time.
Admit it. But no, what do you do now? Oh, there was no black jurors. You know why? Because you can't be unbiased, you dumb shits. If you answer the question, I can't send a black man to jail because he's black, you're not getting on the jury. You're so unintelligent, you can't even fill out a form correctly.
This motherfucker right here.
You don't even know who your daddy is because 78% of you don't have your father in the home anymore.
Stop the cap.
I'm gonna say it again. White people are the most oppressed people in America when it comes to accepting and believing in propaganda, especially if it's tailored for the Black American. So they can focus on our issues and ignore theirs and ignore the elite power structure as if they're included within this shit. So they get little trinklets of privilege or leeway or get out of jail free cards when they commit these crimes, so it can mask what the people with real power is doing. And these are the type of talking points that they've been fed for years on years. Like, there's no surprise that this is the mind of this white man. Yeah, he's grieving, but does grief make you racist or make you prejudiced?
You got baby mamas running around with 8 kids so they can get EBT cards to feed you all.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You think I'm being racist? No, I'm being real. Because they ain't only black people. White people do the same shit.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
I'll call them out just as hard as I'll call you out.
Yeah.
Anybody who doesn't work, who wants free government handouts,
Wow.
who wants to live in a socialistic society, move to first job. This is America. Be respectful of this country. We have many people who have fought and died for this country, so you can run your mouth.
I wonder if you know
God, he's so stupid.
black folks been dying for this country for a very long time.
Been here a long motherfucking time.
A very long
Out
time.
here.
Out of the war, in the war, spoils of war.
And be respectful of this country, cuz
Think of
you
veterans.
know who he's talking to. He's talking to fucking black
They're the
America.
ones who lay their ass on the line for you, who sacrifice for you and this country.
Oh my God.
I didn't serve. I was not fortunate enough to. I wish, looking back in my life, I wish I would have. But at the time when I was that age, my life was not all together.
Right.
But those people who sign up voluntarily to defend your rights so you can run your mouth.
What?
You show them respect. You don't kneel for the national anthem. You respect that flag.
Fuck the flag.
You don't like this country? Guess what? You're free to leave.
Done by a black woman. Yeah.
I'll even get you a plane ticket.
The Pledge of Allegiance and shit like that. That's like saying you're
If you don't love this country and you're not patriotic,
racial white supremacy.
you have the free will to go somewhere else.
You know one of the most patriotic things that you can do?
Black people in athletics is a
Defend yourself and stand your ground.
If a motherfucker is in protest of that,
They don't like it when it's them being the victim of somebody protecting themselves, especially if that person is black, bro.
Cause I'm American, that's it. That's all.
We the most patriotic thing in America.
Fucking black people.
A foundational black American.
Well,
is the most patriotic
all kind of
it
different
gets.
elements to it.
Look, we change presidents every 4 years. If you don't vote, don't bitch. If you want something changed in your community, get off the couch.
Listen to the New Black Media.
Quit watching TV.
You stupid.
Be involved. Be
Yeah,
present.
throw it in our face, cause you stupid. And man, don't you listen to it, Blake Belly?
The only way change occurs is by you putting in the effort. So don't complain when it doesn't go your way, when you don't do anything about it. Don't bitch because Trump's president because you didn't vote.
What?
With the case, cuz.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Don't vote for somebody based on skin color.
Who the fuck is he to tell us what to vote for, Mr.
But
Politician?
you'll jump on the side
Don't
of a
make it
murderer
about race and don't
for skin
politicize
color.
it. Isn't that what he's doing?
Do you know how stupid that really makes you look?
It look like
I'm going to support
it
somebody.
looks like you're deflecting your personal shit about us. That's what it looked like. Yeah, you just deflected your personal shit on us. Black barely don't listen to none of this bullshit. It's all deflection. He's got all kinds of shit going on. He gotta talk shit about kneeling at the football game, not standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, of loving the flag, be the patriot. He wished he would have served, so he didn't serve, but he's talking about, showing respect to veterans, blah 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 blah. None of this shit has anything to do with the case. It's like he daddy lecturing us and shit.
Blindly, even though they did wrong. You're going to support someone who does something against the law.
Your son done something against the law once he walked up to Carmelo and he assaulted him by putting his hands on him.
Exactly.
In a violent way. Yeah, we know the witness lied and said it was a soft touch. It was a two-hand grab. It was a lineman push. It was a one-hand push.
Touched him. You still touched him. You supposed to keep your motherfucking
Your
hands
son
to yourself.
committed a crime which led to the ultimate crime.
Yeah.
You're encouraging and saying it's okay because he's a certain color.
Is that what we're
Oh, you've got more melanin than me. Ooh, so you get more in privileges, more entitlement? Because 400 years ago, someone actually sold you to us, and we took you over here and put you to work. And then we had a civil war to free your ass.
White people really think they were the reason black folks were free. Nah.
They really do.
It don't work like that.
They
It
really
was
do.
too many black
Act like they didn't
rebellions.
eat us or nothing.
Revolts. Niggas like Nat Turner, Shield Green, Toussaint.
You know what I mean? Like, are you serious?
Taking the lives
Like, we
of
just
your white
literally-
ancestors. Up until a point, Abraham Lincoln was like, let's just give these Negroes what they want.
Please.
See, this is the history that they don't tell you. It's like they gave us our freedom, like we weren't able to take it from them.
Fucking stupid war.
This is what they think. This is their mindset. This is the propaganda and brainwashing of the poor white, thinking they're superior.
Oh my God. Yes, girl.
Not knowing niggas was pulling y'all muffin caps back blue.
Yep. Sure did.
The same way that your son
it's almost
thought he was just going to bully and overpower and insert himself into Carmelo's life is the same way your ancestors thought when we started poking their ass.
Yep.
Oh, that ain't sound right. Y'all know what I mean, bro. Yeah, no, it don't work like that, homie.
And now you want to talk shit. Oh, I've been so oppressed. You couldn't even vote 1960. Look how far you've come. Look at all the free shit we give you.
You.
You're not oppressed. You're entitled.
What?
You know what DEI stands for? Yeah. Means I don't have to be qualified. I just have to be a certain color or a race or gender.
Well, you know, they were the ones benefiting from it, right?
Whose broad ass idea was that? I don't know about you, but when I grew up, there was no participation trophy. There wasn't a safe space created for me because my feelings were hurt. We had to take actual responsibility for our own actions. Wow, what a concept. If you want society to change, if you want a better place for your kids, then get involved in your kids' life, in your community, in your church. But don't sit on your couch and bitch when it doesn't go your way.
Seemed like he should have took that goddamn advice, but yeah, let me know, man.
Because
the t-shirts, man, they own the shop right now.
It's stupid. The way he said that was stupid. Like, he was just all over the place with that, trying to lecture us and shit. Oh,
Carmelo Anthony sentenced to 35 years. The fatal stabbing of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet last April. Good-looking kid that we lost, and his father, Jeff Metcalf, joins us now. And sir, thanks for coming on. We do appreciate it. I know what this must be like for you. I want to just start by asking you, after the sentencing and after everything you've seen, are you satisfied with how this has resulted?
No.
35 not enough?
It's never about the number. Yeah. The whole thing, satisfaction would be for me to watch Austin walk through my door and hug me. So I don't wish harm on anyone. I actually feel sorry for Carmelo Anthony because I know I can't imagine. I've never been to prison, so but I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. But unfortunately, we live in a society where your actions have consequences. And, you know, as a Christian person, people question me about my forgiveness so quickly. I had to explain that to everyone. The forgiveness was for me.
For you.
So I wouldn't carry the rage and the hate. It doesn't excuse his actions. It's not that oh, it's okay. It's not okay. But it's unfortunate you chose the decision to take my son's life. But you do have to answer for that.
What do you think this young man whose parents are so forcefully defending him, saying that he was simply defending himself, which is outrageous when you look at the actual testimony in the case. What do you think he was trying to do that day?
Well, this is the big question I have. If you're claiming self-defense, if I was being accused of something and I was claiming self-defense, I would want to get on the stand and tell my story. I would want to explain exactly what was in my mind, what I was thinking, and why I reacted in the way I did. He chose not to. That says a lot. Maybe it was on the advice of attorneys. I don't know, but we'll never know the answer because he was never asked the question of
Give up the game
why.
already, because you already know why.
Now, I'm not going to throw his parents under the bus. Their character can speak for themselves. They can conduct themselves and however they choose to. I understand it's their son, but you need to teach your son about accountability.
Yeah.
And they're deflecting.
Try to lecture us.
Take accountability. First of all, you've never said, the boy never, ever showed remorse.
That's not true.
Never apologized. The Anthony family decided to kick me out of a press conference instead of, I was there to show the world we could come together. This is not a race issue.
No.
But what they do, they chose that path. I didn't choose it.
You guys are getting,
and that's the problem.
Yeah. You're getting threatened by supporters of the killer. I mean, what the hell is that? And what's your response to it?
It's that media news. It's that media propaganda.
You're all responsible for two things in your whole life. You only control two things. That's it. It's your attitude and your actions. Outside of this little circle, nothing. You control nothing. It's all noise. So if someone chooses to be that way, that's a reflection of their character. It has nothing to do with me. When I go to heaven, I feel that my faith and the way I have conducted myself,
his heart weighs heavy
to the best of my ability. I'm not perfect. No, I'm human. I have anger, rage, emotions, and at the end of the day, I feel like I will get into heaven and sit beside Austin, and then I will have understanding. But for people to lower themselves and show the moral decay of society, to take a dead child and make memes and derogatory terms just because you're trying to defend someone who murdered him. I don't understand the concept, or what are you teaching our future children? Because I'm only going to be here probably maybe 20, 30 more years, but I'm more concerned about the future of our children. Those are our leaders. Those are the people that they're going to carry on after I'm gone. What does that future look like? What are we teaching them?
Black.
I can't fathom. I can tell you're a good dad. I can tell you raised good boys. I'm so sorry for what happened, and that doesn't even begin to cover it. But I appreciate you coming on and telling us your side of the story, because it's just such a terrible story. And I see that picture of your boy, and he just looks like such a good kid. Lost way too soon.
I'm proud of both my boys.
Yeah.
And I still have two sons.
Yeah.
Just one's upstairs and one's here. It's okay. They, I can't speak to the bond of a twin because I'm not a twin, but I witnessed it and I saw it. And my boys were, the lies that were spread where I under a gag order where I can't defend my dead son. The mental health issues that it caused me, the strain, the stress, physically, spiritually, mentally, it's been exhausting. And I'm just glad that at least the trial part now is over. It's done. Because I woke up every day with this dread and anxiety for 14 months.
Yeah.
And today I woke up, I still miss my son. He's still not coming home. But at least I don't have to sit there and relive it in the courtroom. It was just
Oh,
to
4
have
days, Jesus.
the body cam footage and the video and the audio, and to hear my other son screaming, God, please, he's my best friend. He's my twin. God, help him. Someone help him.
Yeah.
No parent should ever have to feel this.
No.
And I don't care what color you are. I don't see color. God doesn't see
You're
color.
a liar.
Justice doesn't see color. Hate doesn't see color. Love doesn't see color.
You're a liar. Ooh, Lord.
I just tell the world, if the world needs more kind people in it. And if you can't find one,
you're
be
not one of them.
Jeff, I want to thank you so much for coming on tonight.
You're not one of them. See the bottom line right there on national television.
Peace, everybody. Welcome back to All Viral Access Media, man. Make sure y'all like. Make sure y'all comment under the comment section. Most importantly, subscribe. But the real most important button you need to press is that share button. Please make sure you share this live. Now, don't forget, stay out of Asian businesses, okay? And other people that is not foundational Americans, because they don't respect us. They just want to extract from us, so off and so on. Now, listen, before we get into the charge talking to Carmelo Anthony's father, I want to show y'all, since I'm talking about stay out of Asian businesses, let me give y'all a little update. Check this out.
Yo, just a quick PSA to all of the Asian business owners out there across this country. If y'all are losing money due to the fact that the Black community are boycotting y'all, and with the Chinese restaurants having all of these orders and no one show up and pick up, whatever, just letting y'all know that this motherfucker right here is the one to blame it on. He's the one that dared the Black community to boycott Asian businesses. And now, instead of standing on business, the motherfucker himself decided to delete all of his social media and go into hiding. This is why a lot of Asian motherfuckers out there just bark out loud. When it comes to standing on business, they shut the fuck up.
Listen, man. Listen, we gotta continue to stay on code and stay out of their businesses. Do not feel sorry, because nobody has ever felt sorry for us. Do not play no games. Don't let nobody play with your heartstrings. But let me give you an extra update on the ramifications of this boycott, and we have to divest, not invest in their businesses. This is forever, perpetuity. Okay, this is not a few months. This is forever. Facts. We gotta get our shit in order. But let me play this shit right here.
Is to serve with everything.
Now, listen, you see that lady, right? Hold on, you see that lady. So we have to make sure that we understand about others. This is an African lady. You can tell by the accent. She's consoling this Asian lady crying because there's no business. They there to help. They don't see us as them. This is why we have to really pay attention to the people in our communities. All of those things. I'm not even going to talk your head off because I want to get to Charleston White. But again, I'm going to bring it back. Just listen. But look at what we doing to their businesses. It feels so good.
Our desire is to serve with everything so that we can able to.
Sound Caribbean.
Let's dismiss God.
Y'all is boycotting these people businesses and they feeling it. I'm talking about the lady was in there real life crying. Y'all is doing y'all big one.
Continue doing what we doing. Let's get to Charleston White.
Make you believe what I believe. Because I really believe that, fam. Nigga, I don't want to get my own people trying to convince black people, white people is good, homie. But all white people ain't bad. Why? I ain't never met a bunch of bad white people. So when I saw all white jewelry, I called you and told you, have no fear. White people ain't that bad. I had faith in that all-white jury, didn't I? Didn't I? Man, listen, I feel horrible because I'm trying to strengthen your faith with my faith in white people, homie. I told you, man, that white jury go do right by us. I told you that, homie, and I believed it. I feel foolish.
I believe any of that.
I feel stupid for even calling you, trying to make you believe what I believe. Because I really believe that, fam. Nigga, I don't win against my own people trying to convince black people, white people is good, homie. Only to look like a fool in such a case. It's hard to defend. It's hard to defend what we see, homie. When they defend the Chinese man, George Floyd laid on the ground, homie, and didn't flinch. And white people had no compassion for him. So why would I expect them to have compassion for a kid who has epilepsy, like an autistic kid? This kid has saved more children's lives as a kid unintentionally than he ever thought on a punch or had a fight.
That's the thing I forgot to mention. The boy, Carmelo, had a seizure right after they took him back. When they took him back to, get him processed and get him ready to go on the bus to the fucking prison. He had a seizure. And they didn't really talk about it. The boy had a seizure. Parents had to come all the way back up to the courthouse to bring his medicine. He had a seizure. So this is that right there is serious. Because once just like jail, right? You have any kind of condition in jail, they gonna want you to be on your medicine by the times they tell you to do it. Basically, they tell you when to eat, sleep, shower, go outside. When you got a visitor, they in control of everything. So when you go to work, to work your shit off, the class you could take, things like that in the side of jail. So they in control. Meaning meds probably come around maybe 3 times a day, right? So he gonna have to regulate his body to adjust to the prison schedule. And he had a seizure right after they took him. So that's what they said. I forgot where I was watching that. Like I watch a lot of things. But yeah, the boy had a seizure, and the parents had to come bring his medicine up there to him. I can speak about black people having seizures. Know a lot about it. So epileptics, it's not nothing to play with. And if you don't take your medicine, you will have a fucking seizure. If you get off your medicine for you can't even be off of it for a day. You really need to take it. And depending on the type of seizures you got, you ain't really beyond that shit. They didn't specify what type of seizure he has. There's a few different types that are serious. Very fucking serious.
And remind y'all, the kid had epilepsy. Why it wasn't brung up in court by Toby Shook and Bill Werski? Oh, I forgot, because I'm going to do the video next on this. I'm pretty sure some of y'all may know, but this is a setup. That boy did not have a chance, but let's continue.
I paid for a training to teach the kid how to throw a punch last year. The kid don't even know how to throw a punch, man. I paid a trainer to go teach him how to fight. And you know what the trainer said? Homie, fighting ain't in him. He a good kid. Even the trainer said it ain't in him, homie. So he didn't go back to training no more. Teach him to be good. He a good kid. Damn, nigga, man, I can't believe though. Like, homie, man, listen, we're gonna make it right. And one thing I know about the white man, the only way to beat him is you can beat him with his law. I did. I served time for killing a white man, nigga. Bragged about it. I committed some of the most, nigga, I ain't got nothing on my record. No felony conviction, no what. And I got a murder for a white man, nigga. So if white people can do that for me, they'll do it for your son too. I served time for killing a white man, nigga. Front page paper. My brother killed the nigga. My homeboy killed the nigga. I'm the only black man I know that ever served time for killing a white man, nigga. Stood over and watched him die. That's a badge of honor to me. And white people can't take that from me. So during these times when I close my eyes, my heart smiled. Because I done something I know they wish I was dead for, nigga. They can't take that from me. And guess what? Your boy got the same thing when he lay in the bed and smile and feel weak. He can feel strong, that nigga. His nature kicked in when he was afraid and scared. When he was afraid and scared of them two big bully white boys, his nature kicked in. And nature's first rule is to self-preserve. So he was too afraid to stand up and face the bullies. So he sat there subservient. Sitting down is a sign of submission. So he was already submitting to the white boys. When they tried to come put their hands on him, his fear in nature kicked in.
I think he talked to
He didn't have a knife.
Anthony did.
Hey, listen, your lawyers were supposed to object to every time they mentioned a knife for it to be on record. It wasn't a knife. It was a multi-fashional tool. Multi-tool. That the state of Texas, that listen, because if it was a knife, he would have 15 or 20 more years for bringing a weapon to school. That's the smoking gun. If it was a knife, it wouldn't be 30 years. It'd be 60. Because the knife enhances it for bringing a weapon around children to a school. The judge wasn't supposed to let that lingo into the courtroom. This is not a knife. Correction. I object, Your Honor. It wasn't a knife. I object, Your Honor. It wasn't a knife. It was a tool that all white kids get out their mama's pussy. Because we're all Boy Scouts in white world. And kids pack it to school in elementary. How did it become a knife with a nigga? Because it's a nigga with the tool. Just like a nigga is dangerous with knowledge, that's what makes us dangerous, knowing what they know. So my mama sent me to know what white people know, nigga. I'm smarter than any white person you can pick before my face. I know more than they know. I know everything about white people and black people. History, science, English, math, technology. I went to every school white people went to. I didn't want to know nothing black people know. That's how I got so many guns and black people don't. That's why I talk politics and black people don't. That's why I talk law, nigga. Can't no white man beat me. That's why I ain't got no felony convictions. And I brag about the shit I've done.
This is terrible.
With nothing on my record. I could be lying.
Terrible behavior, right?
It ain't on my record, but I've done it. And they know it too, nigga.
This is like
my mind and my mouth is more dangerous than that courtroom.
Right.
They know it.
About
Wow,
you,
I can overturn law.
Get back to the fucking topic.
We got juvenile life without parole abolished in America. It took us a few years to do it, but we got it done, nigga. I ain't lost shit, school. I ain't lost shit, school. And I got the world paying attention to what I'm saying, good or bad. Just like I got Aiden Ross to donate to the Metcalf family. I got people working on millions. I got people working on getting you $1 million like they got Chud. Without going through GoFundMe. That's how.
I just seen something where that they don't have enough money for a lawyer right now.
Aiden Ross,
since he's been transferred. So, but that's why I'm glad.
Is that what you said?
You know, people was getting up money because we already know they shut down. They GoFundMe. They go send go, and all of that.
I can overturn law.
This
we got juvenile life without parole abolished in America. It took us a few years to do it, but we got it done, nigga. I ain't lost shit, school.
What you mean, cuz? Like, what you mean?
I ain't lost shit, school. And I got the world paying attention to what I'm saying, good or bad. Just like I got Aiden Ross to donate to the Metcalf family.
Why?
I got people working on millions. I got people working.
Why? You old fucking coon ass motherfucker, Charleston? Why would you fucking do that? Why? And then be up in these people's faces trying to help the boy. Why in the fuck? Why? Cuz why?
Getting you $1 million like they got Chud. Without going through GoFundMe. That's how.
I just seen something where that they don't have enough money for a lawyer right now since he's been transferred. So, but that's why I'm glad you know, people was getting up money because we already know they shut down. They GoFundMe. They go send go, and all of that stuff. But we're gonna make sure that they get the cash directly and they spend that money on a legal defense team. There was a dude is a white guy who actually drawn up, I believe, the actual appeal papers. But let me say this real quick about the appeal. let me say this about the appeal real quick. Now, the appeal, when they appeal it, not necessarily is going to happen immediately. So they're going to keep him in there for some time because you got to go to a higher court. So that boy may be sitting in there for some years before he even get a new trial. That's why everything was so speedy. That's why it was a speedy trial. The judge just came out with his own, basically broke his silence. It's an 18-minute video. I'm going to do a video on that. So just expect a lot of videos today. Okay? The Jeff Metcalf came out saying some racist stuff. I did a video on that yesterday, but the audio kept coming out staticky. I did it like 3 times, and I said, you know what, fuck it, I'll do it tomorrow, which is today. But long story short, that boy may sit in that jail for years until he get a new trial. You dig what I'm saying? So that's sad right there. It could be quick. It could be, it could be in a couple of months. Who knows? But 9 times out of 10, he's going to sit in there for a minute until that new trial. But let's continue.
How connected I am as a black man in America. I got white friends, politician friends, rapper friends, acting friends. And I'm going to use it for you, fam. You have $30,000 before Saturday. I'm putting up $75,000 to start the appeal process for your son. We have 29 days, 28 days to be exact. I just need Mitch Nolte to file the appeal. I already got an appellate lawyer ready to go to write the entire thing. Collin County is dumber than what I thought they was. I thought at least they'll put one black on the jury. But I told you something about that judge. I told you that judge is not going to let it happen like that, right?
Let's go to the actual parents when they broke their silence yesterday, the day before.
So talking tonight, they believe the trial was unfair from the start. They do plan to appeal. Our Ken Molestina to continue now our team coverage.
A day after the trial, Carmelo Anthony's parents, Andrew Anthony and Kayla Hayes, sat down to break their silence and to let the world know how they're feeling as their son begins his 35-year sentence for murder. Despite what a jury found, his parents dispute their son ever wanted to kill Austin Metcalf.
My son is no murder. My son didn't intend to hurt anyone. My son was defending himself. And that's what hurts so bad.
His mother recounts the moment she addressed the jury and made her plea to them during the sentencing phase.
To have mercy on my son. That's what I told the jury. I know they had their minds made up already. So, I mean, really wasn't much I could say to change their mind.
Both parents fighting back emotions and tears as they described what they believe was a flawed trial.
We were delusional. We thought we was going to get a fair shake.
They claimed there were inconsistencies from the get-go, despite witnesses who took an oath vowing to tell the truth.
Everyone actually lied on the stand.
Everyone.
All of the witnesses' statements were inconsistent. All of them.
His father says the court of public opinion had made up their mind about his son long before the trial began.
He was convicted when he walked out of the jail. If you looked at the news all last year, he was already convicted. It was already done. It was no innocent until proven guilty. He was already guilty.
He says the threats of violence against them continue.
People want us dead. That's what.
After they still got what they want.
After they still got what they want, they still want us dead.
See, this is what I'm saying. Even after they got the justice that they want, it's still not enough, and he's still threatening the family. Can I just say something real quick? Now, listen, I'm not saying all white people. I'm not saying all white people, but I'm saying 99.99% of y'all are Satan's children. There's no other way to put it. If you look through history, they have a literal track record for centuries until this very moment. Their racism just got sophisticated and they got a law and a government to protect it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you want to talk biblically, in their history, they have done more evil than any good they could have ever done. Okay? There's no way of all of things, all of the atrocities that they have committed against the world, against our people, and what they do to the earth, the food, what they do to children, even to this day. Everything. You cannot tell me they are not the descendants of Satan. You cannot tell me. They are the only people on this planet that created this damn atmosphere the way it is. Of course, there's tribal fights in other countries and things of that nature, but not to this magnitude and the destruction that these people have done once they came out those caves. Now, out of 54 million people, or 59 million, I say 54 million Caucasians that's in America, 1% of that is like 1,300,000. You understand what I'm saying? So there's some good ones out there. Well, there is some real good white people out there that maybe you can't trust more than a black person, how some say. It's weird to me. But I will never let that overshadow the bad ones. That's the problem that we have. The few little good apples, we trust the rest of the motherfuckers. No, it don't rock like that. But let me continue, because I'm ready to get out of here.
I can see, you see, I go look at my phone, people want us dead. They want our family dead.
And now they're preparing to appeal.
They did a number on us.
A judicial process they believe wronged them.
We didn't get justice. A lot of things that were missed that should have been handled a certain way. However, we couldn't say anything. We did what was instructed. We was told. So we just did what we was told.
Ken Molestina, CBS News, Texas.
And you see that this kid was raised by a good family, good mother, good father. They don't seem ghetto. I don't see they putting on an act. Make sure that their kids grew up in a good society, that there was the cliche, upstanding citizen, a law-abiding citizen. But see, just because you have that melanin, they'll paint you as the thug, and they trick the world to look at black people as criminals. It's unbelievable how they trick the world to look at it like that. But it's all good. But let's go to the next one, then we out.
If your son received a fair trial?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. And we're going to keep fighting. We will not stop fighting for justice for my son.
And as parents, have you all struggled with guilt, asking yourselves, is there anything differently? I know, Kayla, you said you wish you had gone to that track meet. Is there anything that you both wish you could have done differently?
I wish I would have just been rebellious. I was told, don't talk to this person. Don't talk to this person. I feel like it was just a setup. Now, so they told us, go get white attorneys. Every black person I went to, white attorney. White attorneys, they set them up, pushed them. Hey, here you go. I mean, no objections. It was things smooth. So because as a father of me being who I am, I got to make sure she's straight. This mama, I got to make sure she's straight mentally, because if she's not straight, my house ain't straight. I'm not straight. Then so because I got the kids to worry about. Got to make sure his mental health. I can't go back and forth with him right there because his mental can handle it. The misunderstanding of what daddy's trying to say. This ain't a daddy moment.
They need to have him do an interview from jail and speak his truth, because the gag order is gone. Everybody, please make sure you continue to boycott. Stay on code. Make sure you share this live. Please, make sure you share this video. Please share this video. Share. Everybody have a good one. Peace.
Nigga, I got it. You don't think I got it? Nigga, I got it. I got it. Nigga, I got it. You don't think I got it? Nigga, I got it. Nigga, I got it.
Okay. So funny. Hey, go to the bathroom.
Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day. We don't play. Lineage all day, every day, any day.
Come on, son. Sorry.
They said he wasn't supposed to be under that tent. He had every right to be under that tent. He was just under the same tent last week with these same kids. You know who wasn't in the tent? The Metcalf brothers. The coach didn't give them permission to run nothing. Children can't run anything over children, and this is other schools here. And I looked in their eyes and I told them one of the best thing they could have did was gave us all white jewelry. He said, why? Because you can't make me believe 12 white people's hearts would be so cold at one time. Because I know how they get the jewelry pool. They get teachers, they get nurses, they get doctors, they get people who have compassionate spirits. White people don't feel the same about George Zimmerman that they do about the kid Carmelo Anthony. There's a journalist named Jim Lane stood outside the courtroom all week long, publicly saying if he walk out of there innocent, they're gonna shoot him in the head.
Welcome back. I'm sure we got ourselves another video. We got ourselves an Anton and Charleston White video. Charleston White is about to get emotional, like really emotional in this video. It's about the Carmelo Anthony situation that happened. You know, they gave that boy 35 years. I have my own opinions on this case, but I don't think y'all came here to hear my opinions. But in this thing, Charleston White called in emotional about the situation because Charleston White gonna say something which I think a lot of people can take in consideration. Pretty much how he explained it is that the public, black people and white people, he said they made their situation into a race thing. Those boys and like that, they made their situation racial. He said those boys were just being kids. Like the two big kids, the Metcalfs, he said that they, you know, allegedly, he was saying that they're bullies, or like at least people who use their size against other people. That's what he was saying. And you already know Carmelo was just a normal person. He's just a normal boy. And that situation happened. So he's about to explain all that while being emotional. And I ain't gonna lie, y'all, he's gonna say a lot of things. And I'm gonna say allegedly for all those things, because I don't know if it's true or not. But you know, we're just here to listen to the conversation. And hey man, I feel bad for
I can't believe
but, you
I
know, let's see how this conversation go, right? But hold up, just hit the video, hit the like button, hit subscribe, hit notification bell. In the comments, just give me a thumbs up or a heart. Just let you know that it's real. And you know, before we get to the video, go ahead and hit the hype button. All right. Like the video. Charleston White video. You about to listen to him spread some Charleston all over the room. So for some reason, I feel like I should say pause after I said that. I'm gonna just say pause. Let's waste some more time. Let's roll the clip. You know what that was? Oh, that doo-doo, baby.
Yo, C, I'm on a live stream. What's going on, big dog?
Oh man, I'm in the closet crying, homie. We got this kid is innocent. I've been with this family since day one.
You talking about the Carmelo Anthony kid?
I was calling you with the dad on the phone. I want you to interview them. Home, I never spoke on it. Man, I've been with the family since this happened because I went against the family.
I can bring him on tomorrow. You talk the dad of Carmelo Anthony?
Yeah, Carmelo dad. I want you to interview the mom and dad. This kid has no blemish.
Wow.
He's a real lamb.
I would not even go.
When we think about the lamb, he's a real lamb.
Like media.
Police is white as snow. He has no blemish. He has no blemish, homie. They wouldn't even let the fact that these two white boys, 6-something, almost 200 pounds, are trained mixed martial artists. You got one on one side. These boys are bar hand destroyers. The one he killed broke his daddy collarbone. These kids have a reputation of.
You see, Black family, you see, and how can you see? So is it wrong to defend himself against motherfucking minutes?
Sexual misconduct, drugs, alcohol, guns, they are terrifying.
I didn't know that. Is that true? Is all that actually true? I don't know if that actually mean. I don't know if that. You know what? I told you. Keep my opinion out of it. I'll just let you know. I did not know that. Did not know that they were some wild boys. But I don't know if that actually plays a part in this situation. It could. It possibly could. Well, you know, let's find out.
That is down in the area where you was born and raised too.
I've been here. I told every black person in the beginning, I went against the family. You know why? When I looked on the press conference when that killing happened, He's standing with a bunch of civil rights activists, civil rights lawyers, not criminal. I got
Talking about the father and the son?
The black, they don't know where to get a lawyer from. They've never been in trouble before.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually very true right there. When I heard that thing, I was concerned that this situation is happening. You're beside activists. There ain't no time for activists. You need like legit criminal lawyers. That's wild. That's just black people. Come on, man. It's like it's wild. It's wild. Like, who told you to do that? Who told you to get activists instead of criminal lawyers? But it's triggering. This is triggering.
Man,
and the son?
The black, they don't know where to get a lawyer from. They've never been in trouble before.
Yeah.
The lawyers showed up. Why? Because the black people came with a narrative that white people hadn't put out yet, that this was about race. We did this to that family, nigga. All the niggas that claim thought race into this. This wasn't a racial issue. This was a bullying issue. This was a school bullying issue. This had nothing to do with race. Two white boys bullying a new nigga that was favorable to everybody. They said he wasn't supposed to be under that tent. He had every right to be under that tent. He was just under the same tent last week with these same kids. You know who wasn't at the tent? The Metcalf brothers. Why? They were the ones suspended. So that's why the narrative come in saying Carmelo was suspended. He wasn't supposed to be under the tent. No, the Metcalf brothers were suspended a week prior. That's why when they showed up, they hadn't seen the nigga. Everybody else was comfortable with it being there, except the two bullies who scared everybody. The coach didn't give them permission to run nothing. Children can't run anything over children, and this is other schools here.
That's true. That is definitely true. You're not allowed. Children are not allowed to try to enforce things on children. That let's just say if the teachers or the coach actually said that was that nigga fault. I can honestly say that I don't know, there ain't never been a thing where you just let children try to enforce things on children. I understand some of y'all gonna say that y'all might have went to school and the coach or teacher said that they left you in charge. They ain't supposed to. They weren't supposed to do that. So if they let you do that, just know your teacher or your coach put you in a position where something can happen to you, and that nigga was gonna get in trouble because he broke the rules.
Metcalf brother was just coming back to school from their suspension from track meet. The coach texted him to keep good leadership, not run nothing.
Yeah.
They had to use that text to make it like they gave him authorization. How would Carmelo know he has authorization to tell him to move and he's physically trying to move me?
Yeah. Yeah, I talked to the father.
So hear me out. These black people, these civil rights lawyers, this is what we do to one another. The Ian Crumps, the Lee Marys, all these people, y'all think somebody, nigga, they ambulance chasers. That black man and his family, black people throughout the country, gave their money and not their hearts and attention to this family. And they raised a GoFundMe up so high, they made this family a target to every black lawyer, civil rights. Look, they got $800,000 in a GoFundMe. They could never get the right kind of lawyer. Why? They paying for the money, and that's what happened to this family. So you got the black community activists go out to a redneck town with a liberal mindset, liberal lawyers with no power in this cracker town. You got to go get a good boy from now. They got somebody from the outside to go fight inside. And none of them people in that courtroom respected them docile ass crackers in there.
I just spoke with
Sweet Jesus, he's Charleston White is. I ain't gonna lie to you. He said it like 5 times. He said like a lot of times. Jesus Christ. I don't know if I'm supposed to bleep it out. I don't know if I'm supposed to keep it, but I guess I'm supposed to keep it because over here we say nigga, so we can use nigga. I guess I gotta keep it, right? But sweet Jesus.
I was just talking with Sean Kent. Sean Kent is the lawyer. I just interviewed him on a live. You on a live too, C? Just to let you know.
So let me finish it because I gotta get this out, homie.
No, go ahead. Do your thing.
Black people did this playing racism. It took away from the fact that these was actually two children and not two racist boys. These was two children at a sports event. Have you noticed we haven't heard no children speak, whether they need counseling, therapy for the aftermath of a death in front of them? They went out there and silenced every kid. And they made kids change their story. Why? Everybody's testimonies was changed from the original statements given to the police. How can a kid have a murder case and he never stood up to kill anybody? He stood up out of fear and ran. Well, where did he run to? Directly to the arms of a school teacher with tears in his eyes, asking, is this white boy okay? He's initially, every police report that they got said this kid had tears with empathy and compassion.
Is that true? And I do know in this case, he did that thing. He did that thing, and then he ran. And I'll be honest with y'all. That's why in this thing, what I thought was this. Y'all remember the Rick Child case? That one, the Rick Child thing, he couldn't get, he was able to get acquitted because they couldn't prove first degree. Didn't they set Carmelo's on for first degree? When literally everybody know, well, how is that first degree? If he say touch me or whatever, he ain't planning this thing. There's no plan. Like he did some type of crazy mind trick, say, I know you gonna do this thing, so watch when you do this thing, then I'm gonna do this thing, and then I'm gonna run. There was so many factors in that situation that happened. I was like, that wasn't first degree. It's not first degree. Let me make sure. Let me make sure I'm not just shooting a gun. Carmelo Anthony was found guilty of first degree. First degree? That was not first degree. No. You know what may convince me as first degree. Just like the Rick Child guy. To me, it's not first degree. It was first degree, but it was not self-defense. It's crazy. It's crazy how we did it, but let's let Charles White keep going.
Jesus. But this is what I'm saying, and I sit in this closet to hide my tears from my son. I stood in front of black people, and I stood in front of that family, and I looked them in their eyes, and I told them one of the best thing they could have did was gave us all white jewelry. He said, why?
Why?
Because you can't make me believe 12 white people's hearts would be so cold at one time.
Are you fucking
Because I know how they get the jewelry pool. They get teachers, they get nurses, they get doctors, they get people who have compassionate spirits.
Oh my God.
I wouldn't believe in my heart and my mind
You want to tell us
that white people are that evil. So I told black people, man, they ain't finna do that. I sit in silence. How can I defend any white person when every time they kill, they find a justification for it? Trayvon Martin didn't have no weapon. White people don't feel the same about George Zimmerman that they do about the kid Carmelo Anthony. There's a journalist named Jim Lane stood outside the courtroom all week long, publicly saying if he walk out of there innocent, they're gonna shoot him in the head. So I sit in my prayer closet, God said that's why I had to let him be guilty. They were gonna kill him. They were gonna kill him, homie.
Yeah,
they were gonna kill that baby. They was gonna kill him. They made declarations outside of the courtroom. And what was black people online arguing by each other? This family have moved 8 times in less than 2 years for death threats.
Wow.
They got so serious, they found out what kind of car Carmelo Anthony drives. He drives a red Jeep. They started riding and scavenging neighborhoods looking for the Jeep.
Wow.
I bought the Jeep so I can drive it and can find me and I kill one of them white boys. And I made him come after me so that family can have some rest. I ride around in the Jeep, letting them I got Carmelo's Jeep. I bought it.
You bought the Jeep?
I bought the Jeep because they've been riding around looking for it. They can't sit outside the hood. White people were discovering everywhere they live, homie.
Okay, maybe let's get one thing straight. Maybe I told you allegedly. This is allegedly. Charleston White is in an emotional state right now. I don't know if what he's saying is true. It could be. It could be. Could be not. But you bought his red Jeep and start riding around so people would chase you. All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I think Charleston White right now, some of the things you're saying is like, I understand, but now it sounds like you're going on an emotional, like you're emotionally triggered, which I can understand, but I need to also acknowledge that you're emotionally triggered.
His dad was a high-end car salesman at Mercedes-Benz, one of the top in the nation. They started going up to the job playing like they want to buy a car, get in the finance department and bring up the murder. He lost his job. He called me crying. I made him my road manager, just give him some money to help him pay bills. But I got him on the road with me away from his family. Who protected his family? His son, his mama, his daughter. I mean, you can't be on the road with me, but I'm going to help take care of you.
Was they able to use some of the GoFundMe money in order to help support themselves?
Man, they stopped it. Why? Because the white media on Twitter saying that they were buying mansions.
They stopped their GoFundMe money?
They stopped the GoFundMe money because they say they were buying mansions.
Well, maybe he ain't triggered. Never mind.
White people attack this family like we see, like no other Jim Crow. I used to say racism was not alive in America.
He's lying.
Racism is thriving in America.
Yeah, you're right.
Why? It's embedded into the fabric, into the hearts of white people.
That is trying to walk back it
ain't in us.
A lifetime of detriment.
Hate is not in us.
No,
We're responding to hate. So we look hateful. White people are over us. They can do to us whatever they want to do to us. They can go back to raping our women, and a jury can say, hey, they find mitigating factors for the people. And the only way to beat the white man is with his law.
Come here, son.
This kid went to law school because I failed. He was out on bond for murder. He graduated high school, my nigga, and went to go be a lawyer for Mr. Josh. And the kid studied all year long. Every book I gave him, he read.
Come on,
that's a good kid. When you talk about fleece white as snow, that's Carmelo Anthony, not those two white boys that died. They found a reason to justify George Floyd killing. They found a reason to justify everybody who they kill us. And we're never right with white people. We're never right with white people if we don't play white. Because white is right.
Oh my God, cuz.
I don't like white people that much, nigga. I wouldn't play on white people so I can have influence on my people. I would have learned everything white people know about English history. That's why I'm so good.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna be honest with you right now. I'm gonna be so honest with you. It sounds bad. It sounds bad. No offense. No offense. But I don't think Anton agrees with Charleston White about almost anything he's saying. I don't think you do. I think he is sitting there just letting Charles White say what he's saying because he can tell that Charles White is emotional right now. Charles White feels they're feeling some type of way. He's like this. I don't think he got in him to say, Charleston, you're wrong. I don't think he got in him to do it right now. But AO, man, these niggas turned Charles White to like it sounds like he about to become like extreme, like almost like extreme pro-black. If all that stuff he is saying is true, that's wild. That's crazy work. Crazy work. I don't speak like that. That's some crazy shit.
I did this much, nigga. I love white people that much.
Come here.
They gotta pay like I do.
Come here, son.
I wake up thinking about doing something with white people every day because I see how they do it. But I gotta look in the mirror and grab the cow side so I can live and be happy as a black man. I really want to die for some shit because
we can't be like that though, see. We can't be like that though, see.
I can't, but guess what? They like that, nigga. You fight fire with fire. Nobody have ever been able to beat the white man not being like that. He's like that. How can we in America look at this trial and see racism when children are involved? Why? Because the white people came and made it racism before the white folk got there. Every step of the process, this black kid had to be passed along to a white face. Every step of the process, this kid had to be passed along to his enemy, and they never saw him as a kid. With epilepsy, no violence in his background, this kid has saved more lives than he's thrown any punches throughout life. He made the news when he was 19 years old for rescuing a little white baby.
Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. Now, he just brought up something. I don't know about. Ayo, you rescue a little white baby. All right, you rescue a little white baby. White baby, baby. Like, nice. But The fact that they literally did not consider his past. I told you, all I can do is keep bringing up the child nigga. I say they ignored the child guy was known for doing crazy, overly aggressive shit to people. He had a pattern for it. If this boy didn't have a pattern for this thing, how you throw the book at a nigga? How you give that nigga a first degree? A 17-year-old first degree if he don't have no pattern of any of these things. If he did, no offense, if he did a poker and then ran, especially ran to a teacher, my mind is blown. I don't understand. But I told you, I just keep using the Juan Batal. I keep using their, no offense, Juan Batal. I keep using them, but you understand, like, this is crazy that that case was just finished, and then this happened and we can't like connect it to look at how things is going.
This ain't the one we turn our hearts cold to, people. Y'all ain't never heard me talk like this. Like, this ain't the one we go cold on.
So what do you think we should do?
I'm raising $75,000 in 29 days because we have to get this kid an appeal. We only got 29 days.
Can we get his? I could use my platform to get his father story. If you want me to talk to his father, I definitely can talk to the father.
That's why I'm calling you with this. That's why I've been calling, fam.
Do you want to join a live stream? Because I got thousands of people watching right now. I
don't think they can. They gotta up and move.
Okay.
These people's life is in danger. White people got what they wanted.
Give him my number. Give him my number. And
I'm gonna do a conference on text message. Let me just say this. They want to hurt somebody. They got 35 years, but this don't seem to be enough for white people. So all I'm saying is there's two sides of the law. You have the letter of the law, and then you have the spirit of the law. This is where the spirit comes in. Compassion, mercy, forgiveness. And we didn't get all the facts. The reason that kid was so fearful is because these were some dangerous two boys. And everybody out here knows that. Have you noticed that the black judge who lowered Carmelo's bond, she's disappeared.
Oh, that's true.
All right, that's crazy. That's crazy to hear. She's gone. Okay. Explain.
Disappeared, people. When that black judge who was voted into office out there, when she lowered that nigger's bond, she's been in hiding in secret protection since then. The white folks went after her. She got to have private security now as a judge. Nobody mentioned her anymore either. She had to go in hiding. This family done moved 8 times, Sean. In fear and hiding. Every time they find someone, somebody, a lady by the name of Sarah Fields, they was leaking information from the courts when he was making bond to Sarah Fields. Sarah Fields would come online giving all these people personal information.
Fucking billing.
Everything. So I attack Sarah Fields to put the heat on me. I make me to target white people. Come try to hurt me. I got the guns. I got what
see, we don't want that. We don't want that.
No. That's what I said then.
Yeah.
So that family can find peace into the trial. I brought the heat on me. You know what them white folk did, including Sarah Fields? They're trying to sue me. It's a lawsuit. They're trying to serve me with a lawsuit after one of my comedy shows. For speaking out against Sarah Fields and family. It's a lawsuit on me right now in the document.
Yeah, that little white
I won't respond to it. Why? I'm an ignorant nigga. I can't read or write. If I hadn't read it, you gave it to me in small print. By law,
I'm on a live stream. I'm on a live stream. See, I want to be careful.
I got to get off there. I'm not playing for country. I'm talking out of passion in my heart, my man. I'm talking.
Yeah, I don't want it to get get a little bit deep. So shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Make sure y'all hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel and turn on your notifications. Wednesday, hump day, y'all. It's hump day. So hold on, let me send a text message real quick.
He hung up on him.
On Wednesday. You usually used to getting this type of stuff on Mondays, Thursdays. We're not used to getting this much content on a Wednesday. Somebody said called the wrong one. No, he called me. And then I called him back. He called me and then I called him back.
You gonna address anything?
And then he called me back again. So.
Are you gonna address anything he said?
All right. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me read a few more super chats.
Okay,
See, he ain't gonna say that. And that was the fucking Charleston White, man. He tried to blame black people, but really,
Judge O'Brown said, I hope they wreck him.
Mm-hmm.
The stupid cowards that are out there trying to justify what he did don't seem to get it.
I watched this earlier. This is a video I was looking for. I watched it earlier. I was like, oh, goddamn, fucking Judge Joe Brown. Like, why? Why are you like this? Like, good Lord. Like, come on now. Yeah. Yeah, on some other shit.
They start talking about he might have been hurt. Yeah, that's the point of a fist fight. You might get hurt, might get knocked out, might get a tooth broken, a nose broken, a jaw broken, cheekbone broken, all kinds of other stuff that can happen. That's why it takes men to deal with man-on-man, one-to-one, fair fight, because you have the balls. I hope they really wreck him, because I am embarrassed that so many of these fools are trying to associate cowardice, dishonor. I have a long list I don't even want to go through because I'll start cussing thinking about it. They want to associate that with what I am. I'm a black man.
Oh, come on, get in your chair.
What in the horn-swaddling, swashbuckling, coon shit is that?
All right, get in your chair. Come on. Get in your chair.
Let this be a lesson.
Get in the chair.
To us, especially to teach our young black boys. Because we have definitely seen this in our community, where the slightest of things has touched off something.
There's nothing up there for you, big back. Get up here.
That can't be reversed. So we need to be having conversation with our young black boys about emotional regulation.
What in the horn-swaddling, swashbuckling, coon shit is that? Yeah, you're not too old to get called out, motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
You're not too old to be called out. I know Dana's over there saying like, oh, I need him to get these numbers, but Jesus Christ, if he don't shut his old ass up, he gonna sink my channel.
You get over there.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
Son, I
said live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yeah.
Imagine putting that in your title of your damn video. I hope they wreck him. You talk about a young black man that's never been in trouble before in his life, who made one horrific mistake.
Right.
I never seen Judge O'Brown make that kind of comment about some white motherfuckers.
Never.
I wonder if he did that when Tyree Nichols, the cops beat the shit out of Tyree Nichols. I wonder if he did that when Daniel Penny choked the life out of Jordan Neely. I wonder if he made a post like that.
Fine. Don't do it. You stop being wild over there.
Sonia Massey had her face blown off. I'm just wondering. I mean, I don't want to get too graphic, but I'm just saying, this is what I deal with. This is what I deal with, guys, being in this business and seeing these people right around my YouTube streets, on the YouTube streets, saying crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
They are. There's no excuse for it. When you make Willie D be my ally, damn.
Yeah.
Can't even be mad at Willie D these days. Willie D. Man, I'll go down here and start naming names and shit, man. What's this responsibility shit? I saw Dennis Sperling. Dennis Sperling. Give it up for Dennis Sperling, y'all. Give it up for him. Give it up for him. I don't have beef. I don't have beef. I have questions. I have questions. Brother, Stop telling black people we need to be more responsible. Stop doing that shit. This country racist as hell. Okay, stop doing that. Stop acting like all problems that we have are self-induced. Don't do that.
Right.
Brother, stop this shit. Cut the cap. Stop this shit. What, nobody else gonna say it? Nobody else want drama? I don't want drama, but I got questions. What possessed you to say this shit?
Right.
Stop saying black people need to do shit. We don't need to do a goddamn thing today that we weren't supposed to do the day before or the year before or 10 years earlier. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Stop taking this opportunity to say all the shit we need to work on. Oh, Lord, we need to get our shit together. Motherfucker, there's been a lot of things that ail the black community, and I understand that. Now's not the time to bring them up because this shit did not happen because the black community, this is an isolated event that took place, a horrific, isolated event. This is not a harbinger, and two other things. This is not the canary in the mine shaft.
Right.
If that white boy kept his hands to themselves, everybody has a happy Christmas and a pleasant New Year. So bump what you heard. Sound like Carmelo Anthony was a ticking time bomb running around with a gun, with a knife, looking at people to stab and shit.
Right.
Stab one guy, the guy that put hands on him. And I know it's bad. I know it's bad. And here's something else. I would like everyone to do for me. Do me a favor. Every time you say something critical of one side, you don't gotta go.
No.
You have no duty or obligation to go on the other side and try to clean that shit up. Let's stop doing that.
Right.
I hate that. Every compliment is met with a backhanded diss, a slick diss. Every horrific, every judgment about the dominant society, about what happens with corrupt cops and corrupt courts, and they're corrupt as shit. I got a good friend of mine right now who can't even get his medical coverage right, and he has money. He in actual pain, can barely sit up, can't even walk because his back went out, and they don't want to give him any medication because he doesn't have a general practitioner, doctor, or whatever. And he's white. They think he's gonna get high with it, sell it for drugs, sell it for money to go buy more drugs.
Wow.
Put it on the black market.
Wow.
And there I thought it only happened to black women. But my point is this, man. It's fine to say, look how shitty this is in Texas, what they did to that young man, they railroaded him. You don't then have to say, but Kamala could do better because, we've got to train them better. We got to spend time with our kids and we got to teach. Motherfucker, we both got kids. We spend time with our kids. You spend time with your kids, Dennis, Esquire. I spend time with my kids. Black men spend more time, when they're with their families, they spend more time with their kids than any other group. We both know this, right? Stop saying that shit right now. Say it later. Just say it later. Everybody can always improve. That's got nothing to do with this shit. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. It's got nothing to do with where we at right now. Right now, we need to circle the wagons and support our people. That's what we need to do. We don't need to be talking about what black people need to do. The only thing black people need to do is get our money up. That's it. That's all. This is money. Money and power. Okay. Crowds clashing outside the courthouse after the verdict. A lot of people that were been there and they're very much emotional. They were devastated by the announcement that Carmelo Anthony will be receiving 35 years. They were devastated to hear about the murder verdict to begin with, and then to get the sentencing right after that. Wasn't ready for that either, man. I'm trying to tell y'all. Because typically sentencing takes a while. That's like something to kind of circle back and do. They wanted to give us a whole shot right then, huh?
Yep.
This is what we doing, huh? This is what we doing. Just crush the blacks. Crush the blacks. Don't you love it how the whitest of white people are talking about, this had nothing to do with race. Yeah, and the Knicks loss had nothing to do with the Spurs. We saw what they did, right? Yeah, man. Any more updates? So the verdict was yesterday. Today, Carmelo was in isolation, filling out his appeal form because he's broke. The Batson challenge that you covered all week is now the centerpiece of his appeal. Thank you, Tim Black. Thank you. Thank you.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Yeah. Your brother's ahead of the curve. You understand what I'm saying? Because I've been talking about this Batson challenge. No, I don't need you to. Don't do that for me. I wasn't talking to you. I'm reading notes. What else? Is that it? I think that's it. Anything else? The people celebrating got their pound of flesh.
And they were not letting up.
And a 19-year-old boy won't be eligible for parole until he's 35 years old. At least. 36. 37. Sit with it. Sit with it.
Thank you, Tim Black. Now, I'm just going to say this. I play
the story. According to Bryant's testimony in court, as well as her memoir,
I cannot stand Matt Walsh. So fairly, as you can see, this is what's been going on. Like we learned a lot. I'm pretty sure, like we have learned a lot. Charleston White is motherfucking. He try to blame black people, like, and cause what? Like, he tried to blame black people, and he's the one that did all this shit. He's the one that was advising everybody, which we knew was a bad sign already because of who he is. But the shit he was saying was like, wow, wild. He is wild for all of that, like wild. I'm gonna play a little bit of this interview. I can't stand this motherfucker. I can't stand him, and I wish he'd hurry up and get off this motherfucker, like get canceled or something. I cannot stand him. He's like, I'm gonna do an expose, or not like an expose, but I'm gonna bring up on the next one. I'm gonna bring up a couple of things that he talks about that I'm like, I just can't believe they let him talk. Like, and he is beyond racist. Like, this is just like he's just spreading misinformation, propaganda, and all kinds of shit. But I just wanted you to hear how he talks, Black family. I want you to hear how he talks because there's many people out there that speak like this and are avidly racist and spill misinformation and are just on some sort of like this, like what did they get out of it? Like, what's the incentive to do this? You know what I mean? But they make it a point that they got to go out their way. And we're not going to watch all of it because I don't think I can hang. I barely get through 15 minutes of it. So we'll see.
family. But there was a very important element of the Carmelo Anthony case, one that we should never forget, even if the media wants to pretend it never happened. And I'm talking about the absolute unrestrained brazenness of all the lying that we had to listen to over the past year. It rivaled the Kyle Rittenhouse trial in terms of how flagrantly dishonest the coverage was.
Yeah, that's what this whole oh my God, it's so disgusting. He is disgusting. He is disturbing. He is just a fucking mound of shit, cuz.
Democrats, BLM activists, the corporate press all repeatedly deceived the public about basic fundamental aspects of the story, even though anyone with an internet connection could disprove the lies in about 5 minutes. They claimed the video footage was irrelevant, even though it was a key part of the case. They claimed Austin Metcalf pummeled Carmelo Anthony when Metcalf barely actually touched him. They claimed there was an all-white jury when only about half the jury was white, and on and on and on. The lying had the desired effect. Anthony's family raised hundreds of thousands of dollars. Millions of Black Americans were outraged. The other day, one of these outraged Black Americans randomly attacked a white person on the side of the road, falsely claiming he was involved in the case in some way. Watch.
Hey, weren't you on jury selection?
No, he wasn't. Man. No, he wasn't. Seriously. No, he wasn't.
He was on jury selection.
No, he wasn't. I ain't feeling He's a vet, dude. He's a vet. He's a vet. He ain't been on jury selection.
I ain't worried about that. You gonna die.
Bicycle.
Now, when this footage was uploaded to Facebook, virtually all of the comments were positive. And you can see some of them on the screen right there. Quote, Maine, that's so funny, bruh. I'm crying. LMAO. You out here doing the Lord's work. I'm quoting. It's not just me talking, if you couldn't tell. If you've been paying attention over the last 30 years, none of this is new. Black activists lied about O.J. Simpson, about Michael Brown, Trayvon Martin, Jacob Blake, George Floyd, every other Black martyr in their war on white people. They've been telling flagrant lies for a very long time, even when those lies are extremely easy to debunk. And by any measure, though, the Carmelo Anthony case is one of the most egregious examples. It was such an obvious case of first-degree murder that the defense didn't even present a case for all intents and purposes. And really, the defense witnesses helped the prosecution over and over and over again. There is no coherent version of events that justifies the killing of Austin Metcalf, and yet the lies and the outrage persisted. And seeing all of this, one of your first reactions, once you get past the pure disgust and the desire to bring about immediate change in this country, should be to ask yourself, what else have they lied to us about over the years? I'm not talking about the narratives that all reasonable people have already rejected. I'm not talking about O.J. Simpson or George Floyd. I'm talking about the narratives that, even if you're pretty skeptical of left-wing race propaganda, might still seem convincing to you. In other words, now that we've seen how flagrantly they're willing to lie for the benefit of a killer like Carmelo Anthony, what other famous Black, quote-unquote, victims in American history need a second look? It's a difficult question to address because the entire point of propaganda is to muddy the historical record so that no one in the future can debunk the lie. And that's why, for example, NBC News ran this headline a couple of weeks ago, quote, Kyle Rittenhouse gained fame for opening fire at a 2020 civil rights rally in Wisconsin. Now, they know that Kyle Rittenhouse was attacked during a riot that caused tens of millions of dollars worth of property damage. They know the rioters tried to beat him with a skateboard and shoot him with a handgun. But the goal of NBC News is to recast this event as a civil rights rally so that 50 years from now, historians will portray Rittenhouse as a deranged gunman who mowed down peaceful protesters. NBC News doesn't care that there was a public trial complete with extensive video evidence which proved Rittenhouse legally defended himself during a riot.
Supposed to be there.
They're hoping they can
Let alone
rewrite history anyway. And they're probably right. 50 years from now, I mean, you can imagine what the history books are going to say about that episode. I mean, that's the whole point here, that, you know, seeing through this kind of propaganda isn't easy.
I think you tried
when the propaganda was written more than 70 years ago, but we should try anyway, just to see what we might find out. You know, again, they're lying blatantly to our faces about events that we all experienced, and that in most cases were caught on video for the whole world to see.
Exactly.
If they can and do lie about those sorts of things, imagine what kind of lies they can tell about events that none of us experienced with no videos to go back and check to confirm the record. Consider every supposed racist atrocity from decades or centuries ago, every quote-unquote innocent minority wrongfully persecuted by racist whites. I'm not saying that all of those stories aren't true. I'm saying that you can't assume that they are true. You have to go back with a skeptical eye, willing to question even the narratives that are most taken for granted. Indeed, especially those narratives.
I don't know. What...
So let's go through a couple of examples now. Let's begin that process today. And let's start with the killing of a 14-year-old Black boy named Emmett Till.
Ooh, yeah,
now, there's a good chance that you've almost certainly heard of Emmett Till. As the writer Steve Saylor has pointed out, he's not just a fixture in high school history textbooks. He was also center stage during the BLM hysteria of the past few years. Quote, Emmett Till, who was murdered in 1955, has been mentioned in 427 different New York Times articles over just the last 10 years. Emmett Till was mentioned more often in American books in 2022 than in any previous year. So as far as enduring myths go, Emmett Till is certainly up there. The basic narrative, which you've probably been told in school and by the media, is that Till was abducted and lynched by racist white people in Mississippi back in 1955. His crime, allegedly, was just simply whistling at a pretty white woman in a grocery store. Her name was Carolyn Bryant Donham.
Oh my God.
That was a serious violation of racial codes at the time. So Bryant, who was offended, lied to her family and told them that Emmett Till had groped her. This is the story.
What?
And in response, Bryant's husband and his half-brother hunted the boy down a few days later, abducted him from a cabin, and brutally lynched him.
A few days
The
later.
story was a major catalyst for the civil rights movement. Many decades later, in her 70s, Bryant admitted that she had lied about Emmett Till. Black activists then demanded that prosecutors charge her with a crime, and ultimately Bryant died before they could get their vengeance.
They were hiding her.
That is the official narrative. A few years ago, when Bryant passed away, CBS News repeated this version of events verbatim on air. Watch.
Carolyn Bryant Donham, the white woman who accused Emmett Till of making advances towards her, has died. 14-year-old Emmett Till was kidnapped and brutally murdered by Bryant's then-husband and his half-brother in Mississippi in 1955 over the allegation. The two men were acquitted in his killing by an all-white jury, but later confessed in an interview. The case gained national attention after Emmett Till's mother allowed Jet magazine to take and publish photos of her son's mutilated body in an open casket. The horrific image shocked the nation and served as the catalyst for the civil rights movement. Years after Till's death, Donham admitted to fabricating parts of her story, although she was never charged with a crime.
Right.
Now, the problem here is that virtually every aspect of what that anchor just said is a fabrication.
No.
First of all, Emmett Till was not accused of merely making advances towards Bryant. That's an extremely, I guess we would say, sanitized and deliberately misleading way to present the story. According to Bryant's testimony in court, as well as her memoir, Emmett Till grabbed her hand and said, "How about a date, baby?" And when she tried to flee, Emmett Till followed her to cash register, forcefully grabbed her waist and said, "What's the matter, baby? Can't you take it?" He told her she didn't need to be afraid.
You know
and
that's a
explained,
lie,
quote,
right? That's a
"I've been with white women before." Emmett Till did not leave the store until one of his friends entered and forcefully removed him.
He's a lie. He's making that up.
So this was, according to her, an attempted sexual assault,
He's a lie.
not just in advance.
Oh my God.
Now, these facts are obviously not flattering for Emmett Till, and for what it's worth, this behavior would not be out of character for the Till family. I think it's worth noting Emmett's father was named Lewis Till. He enlisted in the Army during World War II to avoid going to prison for domestic violence. But Lewis Till's behavior did not change overseas. He was court-martialed for the murder of an Allied civilian during the Italian campaign, as well as the rape of 2 pregnant Italian women.
Oh my God.
Ultimately, he was found guilty and hanged. And incidentally, he had been incarcerated at the same military prison as the American poet Ezra Pound, who was jailed for treason. Pound even wrote a verse about Lewis Till saying, "Till was hung yesterday for murder and rape with trimmings." Now, of course, the fact that Emmett Till's father was a domestic abuser and rapist does not by itself demonstrate that Emmett Till did anything wrong. But, you know, if we're just being logical about it, it makes it more likely that he would engage in similar conduct. And taken together with Bryant's testimony, it's obviously context that makes her claim more credible, though still none of us can ever know for sure what really happened in that store that day. I mean, we really don't know for sure. But the major lie about Emmett Till is what happened many years after his death. And the claim from the left and the media and activists is that Bryant later recanted her allegations that Emmett Till had physically assaulted her. They say that Bryant admitted in her dying years that she made the whole thing up, and she feels really bad about it. This is a core part of the story, and here's ABC repeating that claim. Listen.
We're coming. Reverend Wheeler Parker says that his Bible tells him to forgive. And he says that's what he's doing here. Thank you. Taking an overnight train to Mississippi with his wife, trying to make peace. Oh my goodness. With the murder of his cousin by a clan of racists.
If you dwell on it, you'll come out of it injured.
Nearly 70 years ago to this day. This is where the white woman who worked here claimed that his 14-year-old cousin had grabbed her, put his hands around her waist, and then told her he had slept with white women before.
Oh my God.
It was all over the daily papers with quotes from a young Wheeler Parker calling 21-year-old Carolyn Bryant a pretty lady, interviews he says he never gave. Bryant and her husband Roy own the store. In 2007, she told a book writer that she lied. And then she died in 2023, never apologizing to the Black families.
What you should notice about all these stories is how definitive they are. All the official versions of the Emmett Till story make the claim that beyond a shadow of a doubt, Bryant admitted she was wrong. Pretty much everyone accepts this version of events to the point that just a couple of years ago, Black activists tried to have the elderly woman thrown in prison. At the time, she was in her 80s and in failing health.
Sure did.
But they didn't care. They went all the way to a grand jury, which rejected their claims. Watch.
Well, a grand jury in Mississippi today declined to indict the white woman whose accusations set off the lynching of Emmett Till nearly 70 years ago. Carolyn Bryant Dunham, now 88, initially claimed that Till made unwanted advances towards her at her family's grocery store. It led to the brutal torture and lynching of the 14-year-old. The prosecutor said the grand jury found insufficient evidence to charge Dunham.
Here are just a few of the top comments on that video to give you an idea of the public reaction. Quote, "She's definitely going to hell." Quote, "You got to be kidding me. Don't worry. God knows what you did. We know what you did. One day you'll receive what you deserve. May God hold Emmett in his hands." Quote, "Always angers me when the truly evil live to a ripe old age."
Yep.
Now, those are the least deranged quotes I can find.
The good die.
It's all out bloodlust over a dying woman in her 80s. And it's all based on a total fabrication. Bryant never recanted her allegation. The claim that she recanted was made by a historian named Timothy Tyson. He wrote a book in 2017 called The Blood of Emmett Till, in which he claimed that Bryant recanted her claims about Till in 2008, many decades after the incident. He recorded all of his interviews for the book, including his interviews with Bryant, standard practice for historians who are writing a book. So you'd think he'd be able to support his claims, especially a claim as explosive as that one. But it turns out that somehow Tyson's transcripts and audio recordings did not capture this bombshell admission. The FBI opened an investigation into Tyson's claims, since it would obviously be relevant to a criminal proceeding, even if the statute of limitations had expired, and they found no support for it whatsoever. This is from the Washington Post. The article is from 2021. Quote, "The Justice Department has closed the latest federal investigation into the 1955 lynching of Emmett Till in rural Mississippi. Federal authorities reopened the case 3 years ago after a new book reported that Bryant had denied in an interview that Till had made any advances. In theory, that could have meant she lied in decades-old court proceedings. Justice Department officials said Monday that when the FBI questioned Bryant about these allegations, about these alleged statements to the book's author, she said she did not make them, and the author's interview tape and transcripts do not show her making such statements. The book said Bryant told Tyson that Till had not come on to her sexually, a disclosure that directly contradicted her testimony 6 decades earlier, which she told a jury that Till grabbed her by the waist and uttered obscenities. In a statement, Justice Department said the FBI was unable to confirm Tyson's assertion that Dunham had recanted her prior testimony. When agents interviewed her, she denied ever recanting and provided no new information, Justice Department statement said. Authorities concluded there was insufficient evidence to prove that she ever told the professor that any part of her testimony was untrue. Although the professor represented that he had recorded 2 interviews with her, he provided the FBI with only 1 recording, which did not contain any recantation. A transcript of Tyson's other interview also did not contain the alleged recantation, officials said. Separately, NBC News reported that, quote, "But Dunham denied to federal investigators that she lied in her testimony, a source of knowledge of the case said, and there were inconsistencies with statements made by Tyson." So to recap, to this day, they're lying to us about what the woman alleged Emmett Till did to her. They're lying by claiming the woman recanted her claim. She didn't. And they're burying a lot of information about the case, about Emmett Till, including the fact that his father was a rapist. And with all that in mind, you have to wonder if they're telling the truth about any aspect of this particular story. I mean, once they're willing to fabricate important details in order to create a myth for the purposes of launching the civil rights movement, then there's no reason to trust anything they say about it. Now, does that mean that his killing was justified? No, obviously not. It was a brutal murder. We know that. There's really no disputing that. But the popular narrative about this case leaves out important details and blatantly lies about others. And there's no disputing that either. Which makes you wonder about, what else about the story they aren't telling us. Nothing about the story or any of these kinds of stories can be taken on faith anymore. Doesn't mean they're all wrong. Any of these kinds of stories you learned in school, you should go back again and check. You cannot assume that any of them are entirely true, and many of them might be entirely wrong. And in fact, lynchings in general are one of the most inflammatory aspects of American history, and therefore nobody wants to be honest about them. There's a hysteria about lynchings that led to a federal anti-lynching bill just a few years ago, if you remember that. Even though no black person has been lynched in this country at all in living memory, white people have certainly been attacked for their skin color, as we saw.
Little girl was just lynched last week.
But there have been no anti-black lynchings at all in many, many decades.
He's a liar.
And there's this idea that if you object to any of the propaganda about lynching, then you must endorse the murder of innocent black people. But that's obviously not true.
He's lying.
And all that matters is the truth. That's all we're saying about all these stories. What actually happened? What is the truth? You're saying some things that aren't true. I want to know what the actual truth is. That's all.
Fucking lying. A little girl.
Now, the popular narrative about lynching today is that it was a form of murderous violence inflicted by white people on black people for racial reasons. Now, it's true, of course, that those kinds of lynchings have occurred in American history.
No news, no.
Not any time recently, which is what made that anti-lynching bill so ridiculous, not to mention the fact that lynching was already very much illegal anyway.
This year alone.
And yet, even Tuskegee University, which is a historically black university, admits that between 1882 and 1968, more than, and this is according to their tally, more than 27% of lynching victims were white. Now, if lynching was a form of racial violence, then why would a significant percentage of the victims be white? The answer is that historically, lynching was a form of mob justice. In the vast majority of cases, the victim, white or black, or any race, was accused of committing a serious crime. Now, often, we can't know exactly how often, but they were indeed guilty of committing the crime. The important point is that lynching was not an exclusively racial form of violence. Often it had nothing to do with race at all.
Lying.
I mean, we can confidently say that most of the 27% of white victims, assuming that percentage is not an undercount, which is a very massive assumption, but we can assume that they were not lynched, for racial reasons. Does it make sense then to assume that every black victim was lynched for racial reasons? Of course it doesn't. In a certain significant percent of cases, they were lynched for the same reason whites were lynched, because they had committed or were accused of committing a crime.
That's a lot.
And lynching was not invented in 1882, by the way. It had been used all through the early history of the United States and before that. It happened during colonial times too. We don't have any data, as far as I could find, on the racial makeup of the victims in the early 19th century and prior to that. But there is good reason to suspect that a large number of them, perhaps even a majority, perhaps even a large majority, were white.
What?
And this wasn't just mob justice. Sometimes it was. Sometimes mobs of angry townsfolk banded together to kill some alleged wrongdoer. And sometimes they would do that even though they had a court system and jails that could have brought the alleged criminal to justice in a civilized and constitutional way.
Imagination.
But sometimes lynching was less a case of mob justice and more a case of frontier justice. Large swaths of the American territory through much of its early history didn't really have a functioning court system. So there wasn't much you could do with murderers, rapists, and cattle thieves in those cases, but execute them quickly. And, sometimes they would leave their bodies hanging from a tree as a warning to anyone who might think of committing similar crimes. It was brutal and ugly, but sometimes brutal and ugly options were the only ones available.
Look.
If you can think of a better way to deal with like a murderer, if you're living in a frontier town and there's no court system and no jail, and you got someone who just murdered someone or is a rapist,
black people and black.
What are you supposed to do with that person?
The motherfucking soil.
So again, we have a story that is much more complicated than the one told today by the media and education system. Lynchings happened for hundreds of years. A huge number of them had nothing to do with race. Some of them were actually justified and necessary. Some of them were not. Some of them were racial killings. Some of them were not. We can't possibly know what the percentages look like. We can't break it down into a pie chart. And so instead, the popular narrative has simplified the pie so that the racial killings are the whole pie. And now lynching has become a symbol of anti-Black racism. But historically, the concept of lynching did not have that automatic racial connotation. It's only relatively recently that the noose has become this like racially charged symbol. But it should tell you something that literally every prominent case of a racist noose being left somewhere to intimidate Black people at any point this century has turned out to be a hoax.
What about
all of them have been hoaxes?
When they have a motherfucking black man
And maybe that should tell you something.
by horses.
One of the most powerful scenes, for my money, in the miniseries Lonesome Dove, one of the great
He's on his fucking rabbit
pieces
mind, man. He's stupid.
of television or film ever made. But one of the most powerful scenes is when Tommy Lee Jones's character lynches a group of thieves and murderers, including one of them who was a former friend. All of them were white. Now, it's fiction, obviously, but also a pretty fair reflection of historical reality, a pretty fair reflection of what lynching looked like and why it was done in many, many cases all throughout American history.
You said it right.
But importantly,
You said it right, Matt.
35 years ago, when the show came out, 35, 40 years ago, whatever it was,
Fiction.
nobody flagged the lynching scene as some kind of historical whitewashing. It looked normal to the audience because that's how everyone understood the concept of lynching until, I would argue, the last like 20 years or so. And that's when the propaganda went into overdrive. Young men feel directionless, and one of the best answers to that problem is building something real. Start a business, learn a trade, create something new and useful. Take ownership over your own life instead of waiting around for permission from some corporation or government agency. Problem is that actually building a business is hard enough already. Then you run into the banking system. A lot of small business owners are profitable. They're growing and doing everything right. But big banks still bury them in paperwork and drag the process out for weeks or months just to access capital they need right now. More than 70% of small businesses need additional funding at least once a year. That's why Cardiff exists. If you want bank rates without the bank delays, go to cardiff.co/Walsh for up to $500,000 in same-day funding. They funded more than $12 billion for businesses since 2004. The application takes less than 5 minutes. There's no impact on your personal credit. Businesses can get approved in minutes and funded the same day, which means instead of wasting months fighting bureaucracy, business owners can actually focus on growing their company, hiring people, expanding operations, buying equipment and inventory. Banks try to lock out small businesses. Cardiff has the key. Big banks may not want to approve your business loan, but Cardiff does. If you've been in business for at least a year and are pulling in $20,000 a month in revenue, apply now for up to $500,000 in same-day funding at cardiff.co/Walsh. Again, that's cardiff.co/Walsh. Real growth, fast funding. Cardiff. Borrow better.
It's a trip.
And of course, the propaganda concerns every aspect of our history. It's all encompassing. I mean, some of the most flagrant civil rights mythology involves, moving on to another case, the Central Park Five, who were supposedly railroaded and falsely accused of brutally beating and raping a white woman in 1989. Netflix recently released a drama about the incident called When They See Us. And in that drama, here's what one of the black suspects looks like. And so he's smiling and he's extremely tiny. Your first thought is that, there's no way he could assault an adult woman. He looks so small and innocent. And indeed, the whole series is about how the racist white police and prosecutors decided to frame this kid and his friends for a crime they didn't commit. Never mind the fact that in real life, many of the detectives involved in the case were black. This, by the way, is what the innocent black boy actually looked like in real life. Here he is. So there's a slight disparity there. They're not even hiding the propaganda. It's as flagrant as it could possibly be.
What is like he doesn't look like he's capable.
There is not one shred of evidence.
Imagine the frenzy of these teenagers ripping off her
They
clothes.
are innocent of these crimes.
They are guilty.
They do us like this. What other way they ever do us?
I've been having these dreams. I keep hearing these footsteps. And they coming closer and closer. That's me. Coming to bring you home.
They said if I went along with it, that I could go home. And that's all I wanted. The police will do anything. Lie on us, they will lock us up, they will kill us.
This portrayal of the prosecutor was so bad that the prosecutor sued Netflix and won a settlement. It was just totally over the top and false. The story they're pushing, which is the story you'll find everywhere from textbooks to movies, is that the detectives grilled these 5 teenagers, 4 black and 1 Hispanic, who were between 14 and 16 years old for hours on end. They told them to confess, and they planted all kinds of information in their heads. In the end, the teenagers broke. They implicated themselves in writing and on video, all because the racist police officers played a dirty trick on them. All 5 of them implicated themselves, several of them in the presence of their parents, all because the police pressured them to confess.
This is what they did.
Now, one of the first things you need to do when you're evaluating this narrative is to watch the interrogation footage. It's available online, and here's one of the alleged attackers, a 14-year-old named Raymond Santana, and pay attention to his demeanor. Okay, listen to how he answers the questions and adds details that weren't asked for.
Child.
And judge for yourself if you think he's telling the truth.
Why don't you tell me what happened on the night of April 19th in Memphis?
Well, it was supposed to be a bunch of us on a central to rob bicyclists and joggers.
Okay. What were the others doing while Kevin was struggling with her with the wrists?
Anton was going for her clothes, and Lopez was pulling her arms.
What was Anton doing to her clothes?
Trying to pull them off.
What was she wearing?
I don't know.
Were you getting closer?
Yeah.
You walked toward them? What did you see Anton doing to her?
Just pulling them off. And Kevin was pulling down his pants. And Lopez is smacking the lady in the face.
Was she screaming?
She was just hollering like, help, help.
And
smacking.
You said that Kevin knocked her to the ground? He tripped her?
Yeah.
What happened to her when she was on the ground?
Lopez came, and he was holding her by her arms. He pinched her arms with his knees. And then he covered her mouth with his hand. And then she was still screaming, so he started smacking her.
What did he smack her with?
His hand.
Where did he smack her?
In the face. Smacked her in the face.
Where was he in relation to her body? She was lying on the ground.
Like this.
And he was behind her head?
Yeah.
And he was holding her hands? You said that he was kneeling on her arms?
Yeah, on her arms.
And what was he doing with his hands?
He was covering her mouth. Every time she was talking, he was smacking. He said, shut up, bitch. He kept smacking her.
How many times did he smack her?
I think twice, 3 times.
And did she keep screaming?
Did
somebody stuff something in her mouth?
No, he picked up the brick and he hit her with the brick twice.
Where did he hit her with the brick?
Around her face, around here or somewhere up here.
After he hit her in the head with the brick, did she stop screaming?
Yeah, she was like shocked.
When you say she was shocked, what did you see?
She just stood there. She didn't do nothing.
Did she stop moving?
She just stood there.
What was Kevin doing while Steve Lopez was holding her hands and hitting her with the brick?
He was having sex with her.
What did you see him doing? Was he on top of her? You have to answer out loud and say yes or no.
Yes.
And did you see whether his pants were on?
They were off.
Did he take them all the way off or just take them down or just
He
open
pulled
this
them
one?
down.
How far down did he pull them?
About a little past his knees.
And did he say anything while he was on top of her?
No, he was just having sex with her.
When this woman was first grabbed, you said you first saw her, Kevin Richardson was holding her wrists. Was he saying anything to her?
He was just trying to put her. I didn't hear him saying that. I just seen him struggling.
When she got knocked down, and you said that Steve Lopez hit her in the head with the brick, was she bleeding?
I think so, yeah.
Was she bleeding a lot?
No.
No?
Now, the video goes on for a long time. His demeanor doesn't change. He tells a consistent story that he participated in the attack, but his conscience eventually led him to leave the scene as the sexual assault began. Provides a lot of details. Many of them are unprompted. Kind of details that he'd only know if he was involved in the attack. Anyone looking at this video would have every reason to believe he's telling the truth. And on top of this confession, the police had physical evidence. At trial, the jury heard that, quote, hair consistent with the female jogger's hair was found on the clothing of Richardson and co-defendant Stephen Lopez. Blood stains were found on Santana's right sneaker, Salam's jacket, and on co-defendant Lopez's underwear. And semen stains were found on the underwear of McCrae and Richardson and on Santana's sweatshirt. Now, none of this evidence has ever been refuted. And you're also supposed to ignore the fact that the defendants were convicted of crimes that related to other attacks that same evening, which had nothing to do with the jogger. But if you ask the left, they'll tell you that it's obvious all these confessions were coerced and planted, because the teenagers contradicted themselves on important issues. Of course, if the confessions were planted, then you would expect that they would be consistent, not inconsistent. The truth is that the confessions were consistent on all important matters. That's why they held up in court. The defense lawyers in every single case tried to discredit the confessions in front of the jury by pointing out inconsistencies, and in every single case, the jury rejected those claims because they recognized that the inconsistencies were not material. This is a quote from Armstrong Report, which was prepared by the Armstrong Report was prepared by a former prosecutor named Michael Armstrong in 2003. Quote, "We believe the inconsistencies contained in the various statements were not such as to destroy their reliability. All of the defendants were obviously attempting to minimize their own involvement, and the stories they told necessarily included fabrications. On the other hand, they were as a general consistency that ran through the defendant's descriptions of the attack on the female jogger. She was jogging, she was knocked down on the road, dragged into the woods, hit and molested by several assailants, sexually abused by some, while others held her arms and legs and left semi-conscious in a state of undress after an assault that covered a relatively short period of time. This general description was common to all or most of the defendant's statements, despite some differences in specifics." The report concluded that the consistencies found in the defendant's statements, the informal remarks made by the defendants at various times, and the corroborative testimony of other witnesses make it more likely than not that the defendants participated in an attack upon the jogger. So why did all 5 of these teenagers go free? In 2002, a serial rapist named Matias Reyes confessed to attacking the jogger. He said he was the only one involved, even though there was no evidence to corroborate that claim, and his DNA was a match for the crime scene. None of the Central Park 5 were connected to the case by DNA. This was treated as a major revelation by the news media, but it wasn't remarkable information at all. The authorities always understood, because of the unknown DNA, that there was at least one outstanding suspect. This all came up at trial. Police had no reason to believe that any of the teenagers would have left DNA on the scene, at least not the kind of DNA they were looking for at the time. So the identification of a new suspect and a DNA link really did nothing from a practical perspective to exonerate the Central Park 5, but everyone acted otherwise. The DNA in Manhattan, Robert Morgenthau, petitioned for the convictions to be vacated. A judge agreed, and that was it. There wasn't even a hearing.
Right.
Now, hearing this, leftists will say, but Matias Reyes confessed, and he specifically said he was the only one involved. And that's true, he did confess, but it's also a very ironic claim for these people to be making, because in one breath, when it comes to the Central Park 5, they claim the confessions are irrelevant and fake and coerced, and in the next breath, when they're talking about Reyes, they'll say that we should treat this confession as gospel. He said he acted alone, therefore he acted alone. Case closed. And never mind the fact that prosecutors barred detectives from interviewing Reyes and his associates. Never mind the fact that Reyes, who was serving a life sentence, had a motive to lie. He wanted a favorable prison transfer, which he received. Additionally, he was receiving threats through the prison's underground communication system, saying he'd be harmed if he didn't come forward. Never mind the fact that New York City criminal court judge Thomas Galligan was quoted as saying, if Reyes is a credible witness, then credibility has a new meaning.
Yeah.
And most importantly, you're supposed to ignore the fact that an acquaintance of Reyes said that Reyes claimed in a private conversation that he joined in on the attack after it was already in progress. So there were independent witnesses who came forward to say that Reyes was lying to the DA, but we're supposed to ignore that as well. So the idea that the Central Park 5 were exonerated, put simply, is total propaganda. But it worked. And to understand how it worked, you understand just how brazenly Black activists were lying about the crime from the moment it happened. This is from the Washington Post in August 1990. Quote, while many New Yorkers waited in uneasy silence last week for a verdict in the racially charged Central Park jogger rape case, Bill Tatum wondered aloud why anyone thought there had been a rape at all. There's just no evidence of a rape. None, said Tatum, 56, the portly, stylish editor and publisher of the Amsterdam News, the city's oldest and most influential Black newspaper. Something bad happened that night, but they certainly can't say it's rape. Other newspapers report on our community. Mayor David N. Dinkins said the Amsterdam News is based in it. Therefore, in many instances, it is able to provide its readers with a more accurate view of the African-American experience. The Amsterdam, as it is frequently called, carries weight, not just as a newspaper, but also as one of the city's most prominent Black-run enterprises, close quote. So it's very similar to the brazen propaganda we see today. They simply deny basic observable facts, and they get away with it. They become heroes to the Black community. One of the Central Park 5, a man named Yusuf Salam, is now a New York City councilman. Several of them work for the Innocence Project, which specializes in freeing criminals, many of them guilty, on technicalities. It's actually one of the worst organizations in the entire country. It's in terms of the damage that it does to communities by releasing these people. They use false narratives to spring dangerous criminals on society. And every time there's a story about innocent projects having some success in getting a criminal out, everyone just assumes, based on the name of the organization, that, oh, they proved this person was innocent. No. Very often they get these people out on very often it's someone who's clearly guilty, but some kind of technical thing happened. And so on a technicality, they spring this guilty person from prison. This is what this organization does. It's horrible. I started the Real History series because false historical narratives are fundamental to the left's power in this country. Their mythology is central to everything they do. They come up with extremely obvious lies, but they sell them with total sincerity, and it works. To this day, as we've discussed, millions of people think John Brown was a brave anti-slavery crusader. They don't know or care that he slaughtered innocent people, innocent white people, and an innocent black man who had nothing to do with slavery. Data brokers collect enormous amounts of information about you every single day. They track what you search for, what websites you visit, what you buy, what you click on, what apps you use, even how long you spend looking at certain pages online. They compile all that information into profiles and sell it to advertisers, corporations, political groups. ExpressVPN.com/Walsh. 4 extra months of ExpressVPN. That's They don't provide any context whatsoever. They claim that by something they call the Tulsa Race Massacre. A few years ago, a show on HBO called The Watchmen popularized this myth on the left. They depicted a genocidal and unprovoked attack by white people. Watch.
Are you saying
they don't provide any context whatsoever? They claim that white people just started executing black people solely because they were black. Every single comment is treating this footage like it's found footage from the 1920s. They're acting like it's an authentic historical document. The top comment reads, "The fact that this atrocity wasn't taught in schools is a travesty in itself."
It is.
Every other comment is like that. Even though, by the way, it is taught in schools. It should be obvious that people shouldn't get their history from an HBO show. That's exactly what happened. Here's a social media post with 700,000 likes, for example. Quote, "I remember when Watchmen aired and it showed the Tulsa Massacre. I had no clue it even happened. It's terrifying knowing this evil happened in recent history and the people involved tried to hide it." Now, HBO obviously didn't invent this narrative either. The so-called Tulsa Race Massacre has been a fixture of leftist propaganda for a very long time. Again, it is in the schools. They do teach it in schools. But there's a lot missing from the narrative. Okay, so I'll explain. Dick Rowland was a 19-year-old shoe shiner in Tulsa. Rowland, taking a break from his job, went into a nearby building where he sexually assaulted a 17-year-old white girl named Sarah Page, who was working as an elevator operator.
Wow.
According to local news reports at the time, Rowland grabbed her arms, scratched her, tore her clothes, and tried to assault her. The woman shrieked, and Rowland only abandoned the attack when someone else came over to assist her. Rowland denied that he attacked the woman and claimed that he just fell on top of her somehow. At the Blaze, John Doyle described what happened next. Watch.
So tensions explode in Jim Crow, Tulsa, and word starts spreading all around that there may be a lynching. And ironically, the only reason that people believed that there might be a lynching was because a year prior, a white man named Roy Belton was lynched after being suspected of murder. So a bunch of angry white people show up outside the courthouse, but they were kept at bay by the sheriff and his 6 armed men. And the most chaotic it got was when a bunch of white people, like 3 of them, walked inside the courthouse and said, "Hey, hand him over." The sheriff was like, "No." And then they just left. So now, seeing this angry mob of white people, a bunch of black people decide to go arm themselves to confront this mob to protect Dick Rowland, even though again, the sheriff pretty much has it all under control. So a bunch of them armed themselves with rifles and shotguns and marched to go confront this mob outside of the courthouse. So then the white people are like, why are they armed? We should probably be armed. So then they go get armed. And this standoff ends up turning pretty deadly, with black people actually attacking first, opening fire on whites after they claim a white guy tried to disarm one of the armed black guys in front of a bunch of other armed black guys. I don't know if I buy that, but the result was 12 people dead, 10 of whom were white and 2 were black. So total chaos erupts. Riots, shootings, fires. Over 24 hours, Greenwood burns. Up to 300 people die, most of whom are black, and thousands become homeless. But that did start because of the black aggression, right? It wasn't just like random white rape.
So to recap, after this black guy was arrested for attempted rape, a lot of people, including white people and black people, showed up at the jail. The black militia was worried that the suspected rapist would get lynched, just like a white guy had been lynched recently at the time this happened. But they didn't remain peaceful for very long. The black militia brought their weapons and opened fire. They killed several white people, and then the white people got their guns and retaliated against the people who had attacked them. Now, there's a reason that all of this context is stripped out of the official narrative. It completely undercuts everything they're saying. They know that if the narrative was, well, black people opened fire for no reason, but then the white people overreacted in response, well, then the whole event would lose much of the anti-white narrative power that it currently has. And this is the trend you begin to see. The propagandists take some event in history that did happen in many cases. They strip it down to the studs, clear away all the stuff that makes the event more complicated or that in any way implicates the narrative's protagonists, and then they retell the story with those details removed and some fabricated details mixed in. It's a very clever and effective strategy. It's extremely difficult decades or centuries later sometimes to separate fact from fiction when they're interwoven in this way. And if you're lying about a thing that actually happened and actually was bad, then the propagandists can always say as a last resort, hey, maybe you're right that some facts were left out, but why are you so focused on that? What does it matter to you? Are you saying that this bad thing was actually good? What are you really up to here? This is what many commentators did a few weeks ago when I tried to correct the record on Rosa Parks, on the Rosa Parks story. Many details are left out of that story, as we discussed, and my attempt to simply give the full story was met with accusations that although what I'm saying is true, I must really be trying to justify the segregation of black people on buses, right? That was the ridiculous claim. We could do the same thing with someone like Harriet Tubman. Her story is shrouded in mythology. Many of the supposed facts about Tubman and the Underground Railroad are fabricated or invented out of whole cloth, but she was a real person.
Wow.
She did help free some slaves. So extracting the real facts from the mythology is difficult.
Stupid.
And any attempt to do so, again, will be met with people not so much refuting your point, but rather impugning your motives in raising the point in the first place. This is how the game is played.
What?
And they play this game with the incident in Tulsa by just omitting the whole part of the black mob opening fire because it's cleaner that way. The HBO show literally begins in the violence of in the middle of the violence without any context, and they make it seem like white people were the only ones doing the shooting, and millions of people buy the story without any hesitation. They fabricate history in order to make white people look like genocidal maniacs and black people the perpetual victims. It's a never-ending story, and it's one we're all familiar with.
Stupid.
Now, if you read the official narratives carefully, you'll find that they try to paper over the storyline a bit. Here's the Washington Post, for example, quote, black World War I veterans who wanted to protect Rowland from being lynched rushed to the courthouse to defend him. A shot was fired and all hell broke loose. A massacre survivor recalled later. So as you catch that, a shot was fired. I made this point when I did my takedown of that atrocious Ken Burns documentary on the American Revolution. You always have to pay close attention whenever you hear the passive voice. When you hear a shot was fired, you should ask, well, who fired it? You know, along the same lines, when you hear slaves were sent to America, you should ask, well, who sent them? Whenever they want to hide the truth, they bring out the passive voice. This is a very common thing. And the reason I went into particular detail on these myths is that they persist to this day. There are plenty of other myths like the Tawana Brawley case, Michael Brown, hands up, don't shoot lie, Breonna Taylor nonsense, etc.
Wow.
Many others that we could add to the list. But if you're paying the slightest bit of attention, then you already know that those narratives are false. By contrast, the historical myths that I just mentioned, and many more that we could mention, are still to this day pushed by our schools and by the corporate press. We should use the conviction of Carmelo Anthony and the flood of lies that surrounded this case as an opportunity to remind ourselves that much of our history, as it's communicated to us in the modern school system, is simply fake. The lies are brazen because brazen lies, told with confidence, are the most effective. The same people who tell you that Carmelo Anthony was a victim are the same people who are lying to you about the civil rights movement and the extensive damage that it's done to our country. We just released a 2-part documentary on the topic on the Daily Wire. Could have been 500 parts, really. After enduring the Carmelo Anthony trial and all the lies we've been told, it's now abundantly clear that these people are never going to stop lying. All we can do in response is to read as many primary sources as possible, tune out the hysteria and intimidation, correct the record fearlessly, even if they yell at you for doing it. They lie about our past so they can repeat the same tactics over and over again. It's the only move they have. And as Carmelo Anthony rots in prison, like he deserves, while Rick Chow and Daniel Penny and Kyle Rittenhouse go free, as they deserve, they must be realizing that their one move, namely lying about everything, is finally losing its effectiveness. The truth is winning. All we have to do, which...
I'm going to move on to some short ones from Indisputable.
What if I told you that a racist bigot decides to spew racism, boot up like he's going to war with black people, and then he gets shot because, well, he threatened people and other folk were in fear for their lives? Well, that's exactly what happened. I have the footage and the update. Here it is. Yeah. The perpetrator got shot and got arrested. Okay. Put it up full mass. So a black family in Leesburg, Georgia is now traumatized after a white supremacist targeted them during their family reunion. You heard in the footage. He called the family members the N-word and returned to the scene with a rifle. He decided to fire several shots. Here's the perpetrator. Because he decided to come back to the scene and fire multiple shots at black people, the perpetrator, Jeffrey Tyler Kinzer, has been arrested and charged with aggravated assault. Keep his picture up. I'm going to get into how it unfolded in just a minute. I want to say something about the charges levied against him. These charges don't fit. This is easily an attempted murder charge. Easily. Okay? And he gets shot because he's actively putting others in danger. And the police know this. That's the reason why nobody else got arrested. But for him to be charged with such a light charge as aggravated assault when he could have killed members of a family at a family reunion is insane to me. And so I'm calling for the DA to do the right thing and update the charges, because the police officers don't have, well, the fortitude to do so. At about 9 p.m., this is what happened. At about 9 p.m., family members said they were standing in the front yard when a car drove past the home. Jeffrey Tyler Kinzer, who officials identified as the suspect, was reportedly leaning out of the window, shouting racial slurs at the group. Quote, he's talking junk. He started yelling the N-word. Ramel Green, a witness, said. He kept going, so we let him go. Okay? Now, before I continue, please remember, the state of Georgia has a hate crimes law, all right? And the bar for that hate crime law is basically, well, what you just saw. utilizing something that's an immutable quality as the reason you are engaging in, say, criminal activity. This guy has spelled it out clearly. He's charged with simple aggravated assault still. So the person who lives at the home also said she called the Lee County Sheriff's Office. This is down in South Georgia after Kinzer left. So you already have a 911 call. But about 5 minutes later, this guy and the driver returned. This time, Kinzer was reportedly wearing body armor and carrying an AR-15 style rifle. Those outside spotted the suspect with the gun from a distance and began running, Green said. Then Kinzer opened fire, and Green said a bullet flew past him. So what do you have now? You have premeditation. It's a plan.
And intent.
You're in gear. You've brought a weapon. You decided to aim and shoot at a particular person. That's not aggravated assault. That's attempted murder and premeditated malice at that.
And intent. Just an intent.
There's more. Put them up. Ramel Green said, quote, people started taking positions because they saw he had a gun. And I was in the middle of the street, and I grabbed my gun and started returning fire and moving with him, end quote. Green is a Marine veteran. He wanted to defend the roughly 20 children and older adults who witnesses said were at the home when the shooting occurred.
Wow.
According to the Lee County Sheriff's Office, Kinzer was injured after being shot by a family member. Yeah, they defended themselves. Quote, it's so hurtful. I cried all night. Lucinda Broussard, another witness, said, quote, I'm laying outside on the ground for a shootout. I'm under my car with my sister, who is 77, and I'm 62, end quote. The family said they were racially targeted. Quote, we were having a family gathering, and it was a great family gathering. Green said it was peaceful. He came in and caused that to happen, and he found out that he's not the only one that has training. It's an unfortunate situation all around, but very clearly, he's the aggressor. He decided to aim and shoot at members of a family reunion, engage in what people do at a family reunion, and then he gets shot. But the charge is light. We will update this story next week. Hopefully.
We'll be rushing through.
A rioter from January 6th that tried to take over the government through terrorism got arrested for threatening to, well, lynch Mr. Carmelo Anthony. Put it up full mass. If you don't think this case was about racism, case in point to this story, Jake Lang, a pardoned January 6th criminal and conservative influencer, was charged with making terroristic threats. The Florida-based activist is accused of allegedly stating that if the jury did not find Carmelo Anthony guilty, he, quote, would take care of it himself, end quote. That's according to the Dallas Morning News. He was arrested on January 16th, 2021, for his role in the attack that took place same year, January 6th, the attack on the United States Capitol. Lang was in prison for 4 years after being accused of attacking police officers with a baseball bat. On the first day of his second term as president, Donald Trump pardoned Mr. Lang. Now, I don't see how anyone can continue to carry a narrative that Trump or even Republicans that support Trump are somehow pro-police. That's a different story. In this story, the highlight of racist expression as it relates to an individual who is facing trial and going through the unfair but judicial process, has an external process waiting for him if the judicial process doesn't do the unfair thing, according to the rioter. So Lang's arrest was also the same day Anthony was convicted of murder. A jury found him guilty of killing Austin Metcalf, 17, at a high school track meet last year. Anthony is set to spend the next 35 years behind bars. Lang's arrest also coincides with the racial tension surrounding the case. But this was Lang's second arrest this month in North Texas. He was charged with criminal trespass outside Frisco City Hall during a, quote, rally against rednecks on June 2nd. Ross Story reported.
Oops.
5th anniversary of the Capitol attack. Lang reportedly told the officer that he should be, quote, put down like a dead dog and hanged from the Capitol. He also reportedly said Bagshaw should be dragged out by his ankles and thrown in the Potomac. Where are the I love the police people? Where are you? Where are the people that say, we must protect the blue? Nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be heard. Why? Is it because the individuals who are antithetical to the blue are somehow on point with your message against the black? Is that the reason you're silent? The activist pleaded not guilty and has been ordered to stay away from the officer. That's it. Lang also interjected himself in the immigration and customs enforcement protest in Minneapolis earlier this year, January 17, 2026. Lang attempted to lead a march against Minnesota fraud in which he vowed to burn the Quran. Lang was later arrested after recording himself vandalizing a $6,000 anti-ICE sculpture at the Minnesota State Capitol. That is government property. Meanwhile, hours after Give, Send, Go shut down a campaign that raised more than $600,000 for Carmelo Anthony's legal defense and family support, a new one popped up in its place, which was also removed immediately. There are many individuals, including me, who are contributing and willing to contribute to an appropriate appeal with the appropriate appellate lawyers for Mr. Anthony to receive a fair trial, As soon as we have verification of the absolute best place to focus those resources, we will tell you. Back to Mr. Lang. Crime after crime. And these crimes, ironically, have one thing in common: adversarial to the government. Adversarial to the government. He's still free. He continues to get a slap on the wrist, an apology, and a fine. Maybe probation is involved. But I guarantee you, if we were in the setting of Black Lives Matter, and one black male who represented Black Lives Matter had this much government, or governmental, had this many governmental charges against them throughout the country, he would be in prison.
All right, family, we're going to change up subjects real quick. And this will be the last one because we have Grand Rising with us in Chicago. So this will be the last topic. We're going to run through it really fast. I'm going to get off. Let's think about it real quick. I don't have it down here. Yeah, no, maybe not. Yeah, okay, fuck it. We're already here. This is going to be the last topic. I'll come back later on. Way later. But we're going to just go run through it real fast. We're only going to do like 15 minutes.
From 2022, Qatar has held a World Cup where everyone who could afford to attend attended. Wait till it's the USA hosting, and they will have visa restrictions even on the players themselves. Oh, it sounded crazy in 2022, didn't it? It sounded so crazy in 2022. But let me tell you how much of the Trump 47 experience sounded crazy in 2022. Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. My name is Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week, where we explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination in hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Today's... Say what now? The World Cup starts this week and there's zero hype. America ruins everything. Hey now. Hey, there's at least a little bit of hype. Because they giving Argentina penalties already. I don't know. Argentina got 2 penalties already. No, Messi's my man, but I know a snow job when I see one. Huh? I said snow job. Snow job. World, come on down. Come on down, world. Y'all thought when y'all listening to Black Americans talk about the situation here on the ground, it was a game? Y'all thought the rumors of American racism was a game. Y'all thought it was a game. Now look, the U.S. World Cup and one horrible photo. Yep. Hey, I've been seeing that for 4 decades. And they come out empty. I don't know whether he thought he had crack on him or what that was about. Hey, I guess he fit the description. When you put them boys in uniform, he fit the description. Now, the one thing that we could maybe be most fearful of in a situation like this is that America would be on its best behavior, right? America would be on its best behavior. Now, all of a sudden, all your circumstances seem fraudulent. Not this administration. The Senegalese delegation gets this treatment on arrival in the USA. Full tarmac searches, shoes off, bags turned inside out like criminals. This is straight up humiliation and a disgrace that never put white boys through the same. We gonna come back around to that because we got multiple things going on. We got racism going on, but we also have complete incompetence going on. So, you know what I mean? So some of the white boys might accidentally get some of the treatment just because that's how Keystone Cops we are right now. Giving the World Cup to the USA was a stupid decision. This tournament was supposed to bring the world together. Instead, we're talking about shootings, visa issues, travel restrictions, and whether fans from certain countries will be able to attend. Shootings? Oh, I forgot. United States. Of course.
Just read that the Somalian referee has been denied entry. Every few hours, it's another story about fans denied, players denied, officials denied, journalists denied, now refs. You know something, I'm laughing, but it's not funny. It's actually not funny. It's something that's
everybody go home with shit.
Expensive accommodation, transport.
They're supposed to be here. They came to play a game. They're not chilling. They're
it has to be said. You know, is this how the hosts behave really for the greatest game, the greatest tournament in the world? Is this how the hosts behave?
Yeah, this is.
Are we not hearing more? Are we seeing how Qatar got dragged? Are we not hearing more?
This is the motherfucking.
Is this the spirit of football?
This is really ridiculous. This is how they do them. This is how they.
You know who I feel for? I feel for the American fans who are desperate.
Never come back.
American soccer fans who are desperate for this. How embarrassed they must be.
They found World Cup just go.
How embarrassing for them this must be. This is, you know what? This is a World Cup. This is a World Cup of chaos.
Yeah.
Whoever wins this World Cup is going to have to go through some serious chaos to get this done. I hope we can do it, but something has to be said. This is just like
normally when like Cheddar's go home, but this is the World Cup. They came here to play the game.
Among the reasons the World Cup should not be held in the United States, militias kidnapping immigrants, mass shootings. It's also ruining American soccer fans who appreciate an excuse to drink at 9 in the morning for a month straight. Now, you know it's bad when the day drinkers are affected. You know, it was all fun and games when it was just the Black community, or it was just the Latino community, or it was just, you know, indigenous America. It was all fun and games. Now they done mess with the soccer crowd now. We told you.
This World Cup is literally everything the Western world hoped the World Cup in Qatar was going to be. A disaster. Like, the thing hasn't even started yet. We're a week away. Nobody's excited. And the whole thing just seems like it's going to be a disaster. You got countries with players and people on the team who can't even get into the country. Then you have fans from these countries who also can't get into the country. Then you have a team who has to come into the country and leave the country on the same day that they are playing every single day. They've turned the whole thing into some sort of political example. But yeah, let's keep politics out of football. If this was in Qatar, the Western world will be lapping it up. They will be loving it. They will be making fun out of it. The facilities, shocking. The pitches, wow. I can't believe, like, Spain are training, like the best, one of the greatest nations when it comes to football. They are training in a high school. Do this in any other country and the world is going to be laughing. But no, because it's the US, is completely fine. There is no excitement. The fans, they don't even call the sport the right thing. They don't even call it the right thing, and they've got a World Cup. Like, it's actually annoying me.
I'm not mad at it. He didn't say nothing wrong. You think the Spain situation is bad. My 4-year-old had her soccer practice canceled because France had to get in a scrimmage with Belgium. Right there on the kiddie patch. That's the situation. And his whole point about Qatar was 100% right. Qatar even allowed Israeli journalists to cover FIFA World Cup 2022, despite not even recognizing Israel as a country, whereas the USA is not even giving visas to British fans for World Cup, let alone people from countries like Iraq, Iran, DR Congo, etc. Guess which World Cup host got negative press from the Western media? Hey, Western media, y'all, where y'all at? Where y'all at? No, don't go nowhere. We gonna end with y'all, because it's not like we couldn't have seen this coming. From 2022, Qatar has held a World Cup where everyone who could afford to attend attended. Wait till it's the USA hosting, and they will have visa restrictions even on the players themselves. Oh, it sounded crazy in 2022, didn't it? It sounded so crazy in 2022. But let me tell you how much of the Trump 47 experience sounded crazy in 2022. The Trump phone, open grip. There's so much, yes, on the players themselves. I wouldn't have believed in 2022 that the president would have got booed like that. Yes, I could have. ICE detained the leading scorer for the Iraq soccer team, interrogate him for 7 hours, inspect his phone, and perform body search. He was just entering the U.S. with teammates for the World Cup. Team's official photographer denied entry altogether and sent back to Iraq for classified information. Ayman Hussein is Iraq's star striker and all-time leading scorer. Fans were waiting to cheer the team on as they arrived at the airport in the early hours on the morning with Iraqi flags. Customs and Border Protection released the following statement in response. All travelers seeking entry into the United States, including athletes, coaches, and staff, are subject to inspection and vetting. Admissibility determinations are made on a case-by-case basis. Incident occurred at Chicago O'Hare International Airport in Illinois. Now, FIFA, you mean to tell me that you gave a World Cup to a country that's going to admit fans, coaches, and players on a case-by-case basis? That's what y'all did? I heard of rigging, but this the most creative rigging I ever heard in my life. Hey, don't let Don't let none of the 18 in. Don't let none of the 18. We gonna make the round of 16. We gonna make the knockout round. Don't let none of them in. That's the American way. Actually, the American way has changed under Donald Trump. The American way now is it always gets worse. You think it's bad? There's always worse. Iran is the only team out of the 48 in the World Cup that the U.S. prohibits from staying on its territory before or after each match. You arrive on match day, you play, and that same night back to Mexico. You are compromised, FIFA. That don't sound right. That don't sound right. Now that even for this administration, that they really did that. Iran's World Cup squad has been notified they must enter and leave U.S. soil on the same day of their matches played in America, says Tehran's ambassador in Mexico. So wait a minute. You basically are making them take breaks during their travel like a Greyhound bus going cross country and get out and play a World Cup game before they get right back on the bus. Yeah, no, we told you all it wasn't a game. We told you all. Oh, no, it's more. It's more. Iranian Football Federation announced the 8% ticket quota allocated to Iran has been revoked by the U.S., leaving the federation currently unable to distribute tickets to supporters. A case study in political interference, discrimination, and FIFA looking the other way. Hey, FIFA, I know y'all hear me. It's just going to get worse. It's just going to get worse. You got the soccer team having to come in, play, and leave the same day. The fans can't get in. And the craziest thing, that's not even the worst offense when it comes to their soccer federation. Remember this? President Trump actually posted on True Social, the Iran national soccer team is welcome to the World Cup, but I really don't believe it is appropriate that they be here for their own life and safety. Thank you for your attention to this matter. From March 12th of this year. So wait a minute. Just so I'm clear, the president of a country that is hosting a World Cup threatened the lives and safety of the players of one of the participating teams. I need to know what the qualifications were. FIFA, what were the qualifications? There has to be something in there about the president openly threatening one of the teams. It gotta be. You didn't think anybody would ever be that crazy? That's the only legitimate explanation, because he done got away with a whole lot here for that very reason. That's the only legitimate explanation. And just because, and just in the event that there's anybody that thinks, well, you know what, this is war times, it's extenuating circumstances, you got to do what you have to do, as if the World Cup hasn't ever been played during war times, I got something for you. Have you ever stopped to think that the Black American athlete Jesse Owens entered Nazi Germany more easily to compete at the 1936 Olympics than the Iraqi striker Ayman Hussein will to compete in the 2026 World Cup in the U.S.? That's right. International spectators entered the Nazi Olympics easier than the World Cup in the United States. And they didn't make him leave the same day, neither. They didn't make him leave. That's real bad. But as I have told you before, when you are dealing with circumstances, whether it be at your job, whether it be at your home, whatever the situation may be, you can only hope that one day when company comes over, or it's some new hires, or the people come down from corporate, or the authorities come to investigate, whatever the case may be, you can only hope that your situation and circumstances are properly reflected in what they see. And this American administration, in a moment when the whole world is watching, is showing their whole entire ad. Nearly 100 fans from Morocco applied to go to the USA. The U.S. blocked nearly 90% of their applications. This is the most racist World Cup ever, and it should be boycotted by everyone. The USA is refusing to let non-white people come. It's funny you should mention that. The U.S. accepts only white refugees for the 6th consecutive month. See, that's the kind of thing that would get ignored in the regular times, right? We would tell you, you won't believe how racist this administration is. They literally only letting in white people. You wouldn't have believed it. Yeah. By the way, Morocco, y'all don't have a gripe till y'all give AFCON back to Senegal. Give the AFCON title back to Senegal. Y'all know what y'all did. They still on the tarmac. Yeah, getting searched. Scottish fans are now facing World Cup uncertainty as U.S. travel permits are suddenly revoked days before kickoff, with ESTA status moving from approved to travel not authorized with no explanation provided. They done hit the Scottish fans too? Huh. Hey, tell the Scottish fans to tell them they from South Africa. Tell them they white South Africans. They let you right in, give you a job and everything. FIFA's resale portal currently lists 176,000 tickets for the opening group phase of the competition when each team plays 3 others. Only this administration would give fans a hard time coming into your country to spend their money. Only this administration. Hey, them empty seats, call it a Trump tariff. That's the Trump tariff right there. That's what we've been going through.
Get out of there.
That's what we've been going through. You think them empty seats is bad? You should have seen the bars around MSG when Trump decided he want to go to the finals. Same thing. Same thing.
Bring a water bottle in there.
And of course, because it's this administration, as I mentioned previously, it always gets worse. World Cup referee Africa's Best is denied entry to the United States and sent back after landing at Miami Airport despite having a diplomatic passport.
FIFA are having to deal with an unfortunate and embarrassing situation as Africa's top referee has been refused permission to enter the US. Omar Artan was set to become the first Somalian to referee at a World Cup, but he was turned back when he landed at Miami International Airport, and he's now back in Istanbul. He believed he had a valid visa to work in the US, even though Somalia are on the US's travel ban list. Artan was the Confederation of African Football's 2025 Referee of the Year, and he's been a FIFA referee since 2018. An advisor to the Somalian Sports Ministry, Sise Adan Abshir, has told AFP, Omar is one of Africa's most respected referees. Denying him entry not only harms him personally, but it also undermines football's commitment to fairness, merit, and the spirit of fair play. Omar Artan was due to be one of the 170 officials working at this World Cup, but he's currently back in Turkey.
So wait a minute. So what you mean to tell me is in a moment where they could have met the world and the asks of being the host of the World Cup with reasonable measures and thereby granting themselves a little bit of reprieve from the allegations currently encircling its neck, this administration decided in that moment, with the world watching, to stand on racist business. That's exactly what they did. Now, not only did they stand on racist business, they shed a spotlight on all the rest of you now, didn't they?
The countdown to the Football World Cup is well and truly on, but there's a little bit of a shadow cast because this guy here is one of the top referees from Somalia, and the US has said you can't come in. And he's actually the #1 African referee at the moment. Wow. But so he's not just any old referee.
Oh my God!
But Somalia is on Trump's banned list, and his name is Omar Atan. He was voted last year as the Confederation of African Football Men's Referee of the Year. FIFA say we can't do anything about this because it's America's decision. What do you think about this, Nellifer?
I genuinely think it's sad and abysmal that FIFA are not standing up for their own referees. The fact that this guy has been voted the best, he seems beloved. Everyone seems to think
I
he's
would have
fair
thought
and
other
brilliant.
referees should say, we're not refereeing unless you let this guy in. This is important, actually.
Correct. They should have done. And I do think that it goes to show that obviously Trump is wrong by saying that, you know, there should be a list of countries that no one can come from. This man is skilled and talented at what he does.
Well, Afghanistan, the Somalia. He says we're basically prejudging it. If you're coming from those countries, we don't want you.
Well, this is why they're wrong. This is an example of when such a stupid rule can be seen to be. Trump is racist. He is not a gentleman. He does not care for politics. What he's doing is he's creating a racial froth within the MAGA movement that he knows will play big to other groups.
The MAGA movement.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think, you know, FIFA should be standing up for their referees. FIFA should be doing something. This is a World Cup. This is
Doesn't
football.
seem right to me.
FIFA. Now I got your attention now. Now I got your attention. Because when we talking about the officiating, you know that's something that you can't ignore. One of Africa's best referees, one that y'all tabbed to work this World Cup, can't get in on some racism. So I need to know, what was the whole Say No to Racism campaign about? No, y'all do the whole, y'all talk about say no to racism. You got people doing kneeling and all type of other stuff. Last time I played FIFA, I had to wait a whole extra 20 seconds for say no to racism to come on the screen. Only for real life to happen. And y'all saying sometimes. Y'all saying sometimes to racism. Well, change all them signs. Ain't no more say no to racism, FIFA. No, it's sometimes, apparently. So FIFA's position is that a referee they selected for the World Cup can be excluded because of one host country's racism, and FIFA bears no responsibility whatsoever. Then why wasn't he assigned to Canada or Mexico? The tournament has 3 host countries. The obstacle is one country, not the entire World Cup. So why isn't FIFA finding a solution? Because they said sometimes. And that's because they said sometimes. What FIFA is really saying is that when officials from the global south are discriminated against, accommodation is impossible and exclusion is acceptable. A World Cup that only works for holders of the right passports is not a global tournament. It's a privilege masquerading as one. And remember that whole thing I said about the requirements to host? FIFA's World Cup hosting documents require governments to provide guarantees on visas, immigration, and entry procedures for tournament stakeholders. After the Somali referee Omar Artan was denied entry to the U.S., FIFA said it's, quote, not involved, and that the host government ultimately decides who gets a visa. So what exactly are those FIFA-required guarantees worth if accredited match officials can still be refused entry? This is utter BS. When Indonesia refused to grant the Israeli under-17 team visas for the 2023 U20 World Cup, FIFA stripped Indonesia's hosting rights and moved it to Argentina. So FIFA can stop with the lies. Now, earlier, I made a joke about rigging the World Cup because you can just decide who you do and don't want to let in. But let's circle back around to that, because naturally, you would not allow a country to host a World Cup if certain assurances weren't made for people being able to come into said country comfortably and, I don't want to necessarily say freely, but protocol for people to get into the country to do the business of the tournament, right? Of course, that would be something you would have to agree to. So it's plain as day that this is a violation of the agreement that was made. And it's not being called upon, called out, or acknowledged in any way by FIFA, because this kind of stance by a host country is completely untenable. Deciding who you can and can't let, it's completely untenable, but it's allowed to ride because it's Trump, because it's the United States, and because this is the global South. Make no mistake about that. A Somali ref turned away, a Swiss player learning he needed further checks the day of his flight, journalist staffers and federation officials denied, reports of single entry and one-day visas, inside the visa and travel issues preceding the World Cup. Wait a minute. You said a Swiss player needing further checks? What do he look like? Bril Embolo has been playing since 2015 for Switzerland and has played for them in 2 World Cups and 3 Euros. I knew it. I knew it. Yeah. No, that checks. That checks. He is one of Switzerland's top stars, yet he's facing USA visa issues for the World Cup 2026 just because he was born in Cameroon. World Cup 2026 is becoming a bigger disaster than anyone thought. It sure enough is. But my question, where is the media? Visa refusals for journalists from Iran, Senegal, and Ivory Coast mean this World Cup is a disaster before it even begins. Just in, the International Sports Press Association has told FIFA that many Iranian and African journalists have been denied visas to cover the World Cup in America. Iran and Africa. So one country that you happen to be in conflict with because you attacked, and a whole continent just because. New York Mayor Mamdani condemns the Trump administration over how they're handling the World Cup, arguing that travel restrictions and visa denials are threatening a tournament's global spirit. Huh. Well, let's recap, shall we? What has happened at the 2026 World Cup over the last 48 hours? Swiss footballer Embolo's visa was put under review, and he was only able to join his team days later. Iraqi national team player Ayman Hussein was held for questioning for nearly 7 hours upon entering. The Iranian national team spent days dealing with visa procedures at the U.S. consulate in Turkey. The U.S. only allowed them entry on match days. 15 members of the delegation were denied visas. Omar Abdulkadir Artan, named CAF's best African referee of 2025, was denied a visa. Despite traveling to the U.S. with a diplomatic passport, he was refused entry and sent back. FIFA announced he will not be able to officiate at the tournament. Did you say he was named the best African referee of 2025? That's how they treat black excellence. Oh, yeah. No, we know. The South African national team arrived in the United States much later than planned because part of the delegation was not granted visas. Members of the Senegal national team staff were forced to remove their shoes and subjected to lengthy searches, sparking accusations of racism. The Uzbekistan national team was searched with bomb-sniffing dogs, and the footage went viral in international media. Some Scottish supporters, despite being eligible to enter the U.S. visa-free under the ESTA program, had their travel authorization revoked just days before departure, and many supporters who had already bought tickets and booked accommodations had their visa applications rejected, resulting in financial losses. That is a whole lot. And I once again want to re-ask a question that I raised where's the media? Where y'all at? Russia banned from football for attacking Ukraine. USA, host of the World Cup, bombs Iran for over a month, kills its supreme leader, and refuses to let the Iranian team stay even one night in the country. FIFA president. Hey, Europe. Where y'all at? Where y'all at? No. Because y'all always want to point fingers at America, and rightfully so. This is not any sort of justification for how we moving right now. I'm happy that everybody can smell the stink, quite frankly. But when the rubber hits the road, where y'all at? Huh? When the racism hits the screen, where y'all at? Norway said they're not going to play in the World Cup in Qatar, even if they qualified. Denmark left it to the last minute to confirm their participation in the World Cup 2022. Germany forced their players to make political statements before the match in FIFA World Cup 2022, even though some players didn't want to do it. BBC literally disrupted the coverage of one of the best opening ceremonies of the World Cup in Qatar just for virtue signaling. But for World Cup 2026, the whole media is silent, other than a few token articles here and there in Norway and Germany aren't protesting anything when there's so much to protest about.
No, you don't.
Huh? Huh?
You don't. Stop it.
Hey, ain't no referees boycotting because of Arton. Ain't no countries boycotting because of Iran. Nothing. No, because y'all said say no to racism too. It wasn't just FIFA. All y'all said say no to racism. But apparently it was sometimes. That's what the world is teaching me. Will the BBC do a long monologue about the United States human rights record, its treatment of migrants, and the killing of its own citizens? And will they refuse to broadcast the World Cup opening ceremony as they did in Qatar? Let's keep the same standards and the same energy. And Qatar, not the only ones that got a right to be mad. When South Africa was hosting the World Cup, we read countless pieces about crime in South Africa. When it was Russia, we read countless pieces about dictatorship in Russia. When it was Qatar, we read countless pieces about women and LGBTQ rights. Now America is hosting zero to little coverage on the wars and ICE. And speaking of little coverage, how about Canada and Mexico? How about Canada and Mexico? They just wanted to host some World Cup games. They just wanted to host some World Cup games. They wasn't here for the racism. They wasn't here for the racism. Now they plus ones on the racism, and they didn't even do nothing. Hey, media, if y'all want to cover something, why don't y'all cover the way countries are supposed to be welcomed in, which actually is happening in World Cup 2026, just not in America. Meanwhile, this is how Mexico welcomes the arrival of the players for the World Cup. A football nation doesn't have problems with players coming into their country. Man, that was beautiful. That was. I enjoyed that. That got me a little pop. That. Hey, can we get a split screen? No, because you know the MAGAs love to say go back to Mexico, all that kind. I just want to get a split screen of the U.S. versus Mexico. Can we get that? Can we get that?
I'm down. Go. Stay there. Jesus. All right. I hope we learned a lot today, family. I got to get off this computer because we have Grand Rising coming up, and just woke up, so I got to get off the computer because I've been on here, and yeah, and that fucking cat, man. There's no reason to be crying and acting a fool like that. I'll tell you what. She was being chased and bitten by the bigger ones. I pick her up and look, you see how she responds? Oh, I don't know. Anyway, so I let her go. She don't. The whole point of grabbing her, touching her is fucking socialize her. So she just, I don't know. And she has like the dustiest kitten, and she has like, little mocos in her eyes or boogers in her eyes, trying to get that out. And she's just, I don't know. I was just like holding her like a baby, patting her nice, talking to her in a low voice, and she want to get feisty. So, little prize. Anyway, family. So, thank you. I really appreciate if you watched it or you can catch it on the replay. I really appreciate it. I hope you learned a lot. We learned that Matt Walsh is a motherfucking racist, a liar, that we already knew that. He's basically talking about black people as usual. We learned that Charleston White blames black people, but he's really the catalyst for all this fucking negativity to happen to Carmelo. We learned that it's gonna take a minute. We learned that Lang got arrested. We learned what the Metcalfs had to say. We learned that the Metcalf's father is a racist and didn't mind calling anybody racial slurs and admitting he was a racist on television. We heard from the Anthony family and what they had to say and how they were misguided and compared to what, and in conjunction with what Charleston White said. He's the fucking reason for it. And we learned that they want us to act out. And I recommend still go watch Afro Elite show and TBA for over the weekend and everything else, that you put into your system from the New Black Media. And so I'm gonna go. Join us in a little while for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. We have I think we're gonna be talking about the same situation. So we just got a nice little cue set up for that, which is good. And tomorrow will be Frontline Black News at its regular scheduled time. I'm gonna try to squeeze in one more. I want to talk about something off topic. So we're gonna change the subject and talk about something different. So thank you for hanging out, watching, and all that good shit. Stay black, stay dangerous, stay informed, keep your head on a swivel, and don't let these people pull you out your character, because that's what they want us to do. That's how they want us to behave right now. So stay black, stay dangerous. Join us for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. I'm gonna go so Jesse has a little bit of time to set up his, get himself together so he could work. He was quite tired from all this stuff that happened. So he's been working day and night. So he had a little rest, and now we're gonna get out of the way so he can, do what he needs to do. So join us for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase here shortly. Thank you for watching. Stay black, stay dangerous. Have a beautiful day. Please stay out the way. Right?